One second. All right. Greetings, brothers and sisters. Brother John, President for UNIA-ACL Division 421 here in Atlanta. Please excuse me, bro. Tonight is July 14th, 2024. This is our first mass meeting for the for the year of 2024. And we will be starting out the year with a guest speaker, Brother Lance Scurv. He'll be giving a discussion about briefly about the continent of Africa and some of the ways in which we can get involved and stay active in regards to global liberation of our people. First thing that we do in our UNIA meetings is our pledge to our red, black, and green flag. For those that are new, please excuse me. The Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League is a global government established by the Right Excellent Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Most prominent emblem of our movement is the red, black, and green flag. It represents our global nation. And with that flag, we also have a pledge. Through our indoctrination in the American school system, we've been taught and ingrained the pledge to the United States, red, white, and blue flag. We have an obligation and a responsibility to honor and know the pledge to our own flag, a flag that was created by our people, for that specific purpose. Without any further ado, for those that do know it, please say it along with me. For those that don't, say it in your mind, and next time we can say it together. I commit my body,
my mind, body, spirit,
mind, and spirit
to the protection, defense, and security of the red, black, and green.
security of the red, black, and green.
I dedicate my life to the
Dedicate
redemption
my
of Mother
life to the
Africa and the
redemption of
liberation
Mother
of her
Africa
scattered black children.
and the liberation of our scattered black
I
children.
accept myself and my descendants the teachings of universal African nationalism, and I promise that our children will be instilled with the purpose and knowledge of themselves as African people,
in order that
in order that the cause of our struggle will neither falter nor fail, until black people are free and united through one God, one aim, and one destiny.
and one destiny.
And united through one God, one aim, one destiny. And just like we did with the American pledge, we will be better about saying that in unison. It's not a race. This is just a pledge to our flag. So, okay, the agenda for today, call to order and quorum, which has been done. Pledge to the Universal Negro Improvement flag, which has been done. And then we will go to the roll call. For the roll call, we have myself, Brother John, number 306, President. We have Sister Diane, member 477, Lady President. We have member 477, Brother Eric, Vice President in Training. We have member number 110, Mama Amina Thomas, one of our elder coordinators. We have member 165, Counsel General and Legal Defense Committee Coordinator, Attorney Imhotep Akibalan. We have member 433, Vice President in the Training, Brother Malik. And we have member 440, our Lady President, Sister Ra Ebony. In addition to that, we have Sister Shan Jones, and we have our guest speaker, Brother Lance Scurv. So for now, we have 10 on the call. I do expect others to join later, but we have 10 on the call. Ground rules for the call. I don't have them up. I'm going off memory. Please keep your lines on mute when you're not speaking, when you don't have the floor. Please be respectful to our guests. Please do not use the N-word or try to do your best to refrain from curse words. We do try to record our meetings as well as share our meetings for general public, as well as for our youth. So we want to make sure we have a good representation. Ladies, do not give out your personal contact information. If anything, give out a business number or email. We do not, I think I said don't use the N-word. Please take notes. Have pen and paper available to take notes while anyone is speaking. And when it's your opportunity to speak, you can refer to your notes. And I think that's it. And yeah, enjoy yourselves as we continue the work of the Right Excellent Markers from Sire Garvey. Without any further ado, Sister Diane, I'm ready to hand the floor over to you for the introduction of our guest speaker, Brother Lance.
Okay, greetings, everyone. Get ready, get ready, get ready. We have a special guest today. He is none other than Brother Lance Scurv, and he's connecting directly from the motherland. So it's truly a treat and an honor to have him with us today. So before we get started, just a quick little bio for those who are not familiar with Brother Lance Scurv. Lance Scurv has gained an underground following in cyberspace by fearlessly addressing social issues that the mainstream media avoids. His multiple talents as a podcast talk show host, blogger, editorial, cartoonist, and social media activist resonate with fans who appreciate his accuracy in capturing the pulse of social issues. Lance Scurv began sharing his sketches online in 2001, receiving widespread interest and inquiries about his motivations. And this led him to expanding to writing daily articles that reflect the human experience with honesty and rawness. So the Lance Scurv Show is an internet radio show. It provides a platform for open and honest discussions, encouraging dialogues across diverse backgrounds. So Lance Scurv aims to educate, to enlighten, to inspire, and empower listeners, breaking down barriers of ignorance and fostering unity. He has been featured in mainstream news outlets and is supported by a team of contributors and engaged online participants. So the Lance Scurv Show podcast can be found on various platforms, including SoundCloud, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and more. Lance Scurv's mission is to promote positive social awareness and facilitate growth as a society. So, with no further ado, here is Brother Lance Scurv connecting from the motherland.
Yes. Yes.
Greetings, Brother Lance. Go ahead. You have the floor. Is there anything?
Okay,
and if there's anything you'd like to share, or well, matter of fact, I'll make you co-host at this point. So if there's anything you'd like to share, you have that authority.
Oh, okay. I just want to say it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to connect with those like-minded individuals, no matter where they are in the world, who understand the connection that we need to have in the motherland, no matter where we are. When we have other people who don't look like us, who exploit us, who it's no problem for them to live all over the world, yet they have an interest in the things that are going on in the country that we know they shouldn't be in. But to start off on a positive note, I just have to say that this has been a wonderful journey for me. It started out organic. It started out very simple, but I was always that guy who had issues and wanted to speak about them and show a different point of view. Well, the bio that was read was a short version, and I won't bore you with the long version. At the end of this little short dialogue that I have, I'm an open book. I'm gonna let you know, you can ask me any question. There's nothing off limits about me coming over to Ghana. Well, a short, brief extra on me. I was born in April 8th, 1963, in New York City, Columbia Presbyterian Hospital across the street from where Malcolm X was assassinated. I lived there until 5 years old. My folks moved into South Side, Queens. I grew up there, middle class, good kid, good background, but I saw both ends of the track from how some of my friends went one way and went the other way. So I know the streets and I know the intellectual way of going. As most of us do, we have to master both of those. And in a life that I knew as an athlete, little boxing, competitive bodybuilding, drug-free. I won the nationals back in 1982, the natural teenage risk to America, a lot of discipline, hard work when you do it drug-free. My father, my mother always backed me up in the things that I wanted to do, and I was blessed to have lots of talents, but because of the mindset, mentality behind the talents, I never really went as far as I could have because I didn't have the same views that other people wanted me to have that I could never fit into. So living life and working jobs and seeing how America really is, which I love the land, I love my people there, but the system I couldn't stomach. It was like a glass ceiling for me. And all my life, it added up to that feeling that you get almost there. And most people can identify with this, when you have a job and you're the excellent one on the job and you think you're going to get that promotion in this system, but then they bring somebody along for you to train that doesn't look like you, and they end up getting the promotion and you don't, even though you have seniority, and they end up still coming to you for information, but you're not getting paid for it or acknowledged. Generally, that's the way it's been for me. I've worked with the incarcerated as a correction officer in prisons and in jails, but it was my street smarts. And remember, I wasn't a person of the streets, but when you live in the neighborhoods we live in, which I grew up in a good neighborhood, but I had a lot of knowledge and experience with human nature. That was my thing, to understand why we are the way we are and why people are the way they are. So that was unofficial. That didn't come from a college. So growing up in Jamaica, Queens, Richmond Hill, Queens, an incident happened to me on January 26, 1989. I was beat down by 11 cops for doing nothing more than driving a brand new vehicle that I worked and paid for. They tried to put charges on me, but they had to drop them. But I always knew about these things because in that time, in that area, my neighborhood went through drastic changes of the crack epidemic, and I saw either you're selling crack or you're selling something to get crack. It never touched me. You know, I was a disciplined individual, but I saw now that most of my generation was wiped away. There's a big gap. And speaking to a lady that I know that she's in her 90s now, I said, you probably have more of your high school buddies than I do. And that was severe trauma on me. So I still stayed clean, got married, raised my family, eventually moved down to Orlando, Florida in 2001. And then working in corrections, the late night shift, because when you first get hired, you want to work the late night shift, right? I started doodling again because I was always known as an artist back in the High School of Art and Design and even before that. But I never pursued it because we didn't have the internet. We didn't have the means to communicate and share en masse like we do now. So I was interested in architecture, kind of got my foot in that, got out of that, but there was nowhere to go with this stuff. So in the middle of the night, working in the jail, drawing these pictures, somebody took one of my pictures and put it up online and it went all over the place. And so I started to get these different interviews as to how can I come up with these ideas and hit home with it, but that's how my mind works. So after the interviews, people said, man, you need your own talk show. You talk really good, you know, and I'm pro-Black. I am pro-Africa. I'm pro-us manifesting 100%, 1,000% to be the best that we can be. It should not be about what somebody else is doing to us, although we know what the system is, but don't stop me. Don't have me as a bird in a cage looking out of the window at the other birds that don't look like me fly free, but I have more talent than they do, but I'm caged down in your system. So I always devised up ways to go beyond that. And every time I would get not a hustle, but a legal way of doing things, it would always get shut down. So my mind began to expand and say, you know what, this has got to be, for me, the sun shines all over the planet. The weather, the sun, there's got to be a place where I can go. And this was in my mind for a long time while working in the system. After I got into corrections, I drove in Orlando, Florida for about 13 years, driving the bus down there. Whoa, did I get a lot of connections, right? So it hit me. We came out here on a visit in 2019 for 3 weeks, and it changed my whole world seeing it. And we were planning on going to other places. So I do have connections to Jamaica. My father's from Jamaica, my mother's from America. We were going to go down there. Me and my wife were going to go down there, but you know, too many people knew me, and there's a lot of crime down there. I love my people, but some of us are not really all the way yet. When I came here, I will say it was like heaven on earth because it was like lifting something up off of my shoulder. Like when you're a little kid and you're walking home from school and you got this heavy knapsack, but you don't realize it because you're talking to all your friends. When you get home, you drop this thing off, you say, man, I was carrying this weight for such a long time. So when I got here, my instincts of watching out, my instincts of not fear, because after a while we learn not to fear, but we remain alert. So me being almost a meerkat in America, the meerkats when they're looking around at everything, again, not nervous. When I came here, I felt like, wow, I can put this weight off of me. I didn't need that anymore. So that felt good. And I started to sleep deeper. 3 weeks I was here for the first time, and we were all over the place, just checking it out. Didn't know that I was going to get land. I had planned on it, but I said, let me just take this trip and see what it's like. Now, I want to say that while I will paint it as heaven on earth, many people will have to get used to the cultural differences. These are our people, but there's some things going on here that we have to get adjusted to and how we are accepted and how we are viewed. But if you know how you like to live, see, for me, I'm a simple man. I'm complicated. I don't mean simple, stupid. I mean, it doesn't take much for me to be happy. As long as where I live, I can control that environment. I can deal with anywhere. I don't want to go to China, but you can put me in China and I can live. Venezuela, you can put me in the North Pole and I can live because I know how it is. I know myself, right? So being here and seeing how it was, I was like, man, I got to come back here. When I came back to America, I was messed up because now I had to put my guard up. Being here was like being between rounds of a fight. You can drop your guard, you have your corner with you, you're talking to you, but now you hear the bell, ding, 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 and you're coming back into America, a whole different atmosphere that I knew how it was, but now I knew better. I was like that polite little dog who, and I wasn't a polite little whatever, but I'm just saying he goes out and he hears the calls, and I'll keep it decent, of those in heat. And when he comes back, he's different the next day. He's all scratched up, but he wants to keep going out. So when I got back to America, I was looking around. I was like, man, look at these people. Look at the stress. I don't want this. Some of us go our whole lives and see nothing different. Just like those in slavery who, to us, and I'm not saying to anybody on the panel, but I'll say this, that most, when they think of this thing called slavery, it fits into a nice 1 hour or 2 hour movie and we're done with it. We can go to the bathroom. We can get something to eat and come back. We could stop it and come. No, there are people born into slavery, and that was the norm, and they die in it, and their great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren, because there's hundreds of years and life expectancy wasn't as long as it is now. So look at us who are born in America, who are born into this glass ceiling, born into having to put a size 12 foot in a size 10 shoe, that we're more worried about, and I'm not saying worry like we're weak, but we're more concerned about, are we going to come home alive that night? If not from one of us who are wayward, but the police and the law enforcement. And so we grow up in this tight situation and we can't even focus on our growth and our unity after being taught this wrong history. And I'm not going to go on and preach to the choir because we all know that there's certain things that are mandatory when we're on this level. But the feeling that I had to come back. Now, I will say, and this is not negative, this is just reality. Many people may not accept you when you're here. Many, because you're a foreigner. And those of us who are wanting to feel like we're home, we are home. I have a direct connection to Ghana through my father, who's from Jamaica. My wife has a great-grandfather who is buried in Jamaica who came directly from Ghana, named Yaya. He was a Muslim, and I went to his gravesite on the family property of my wife. So we have connections, and whether you don't or not, they scrambled us all up. We're family. We're one family. Let the enemy chew on that. So if we cannot find exactly how things are, let it be from our heart that we're going to come together. But many of us, as you well know, we don't do that. We talk the talk, but we don't really do that. So that's why I said my contribution in this whole thing is to support organizations like this, do my work, write, draw, talk, go out in the street with my camera. And I've been doing that for the last 23 years. But when I left to come back to America, I had a severe case of malaria and I almost died, right? Almost died. And kidneys, liver, Everything was, I mean, the doctor said it was miraculous. That didn't stop me. I came back. We sold our home that November of the same year in 2019. Came back in May, sold the house November. COVID hit. We had to wait the whole year for the borders to open. So I had to live with in-laws, do my shows in little bedrooms. You're all cramped up. We kept going. We sold our house, took the equity. And if this was a daytime, somehow, some way I'd walk you around. It's not finished yet all the way. We have the cake made, but the icing has to be put on, right? We built a 3-story structure, every amenity here that you'd want to have. The layout is beautiful. I know a little bit about architecture. All I'm saying is that for many of us who think of coming, but we may have an elderly person or a special needs child or whatever, we need to still have a connection here. And I would suggest to many families who may not have the opportunity to do so, connect with people. Hey, like myself, I'm not looking to rip nobody off. I don't do that. I have a reputation, but there are other people that you can get land. If you have a family member who may not be decided on what they want to do in life and say, hey, you need to go sit on that property. We're going to build a home there. We're going to build a business or do something, but have a connection outside of America that will give you hope. Even if it's not Ghana, this is where I happen to be. I'm going to travel here and check out Kenya and check out Gambia and check out all these different places because I can expand. It doesn't just have to be here. Eventually, we're going to turn this into an Airbnb. There are a lot of opportunities if you use your brain. Many of the folks who are here, and please shut me up when you need to, because I'll keep on going because I'm used to talking. I'm trying to pack as much as I can in a few minutes. But many here don't think. Many here are taught that there's nothing here, right? Because the schools, the colonialism, it trickles down into the mindset of these teachers who it's all about just religion. It's all about that manifestation of that Jesus that doesn't look like us. If you're going to say certain things or speak on certain things, let your God look like you. We know that part. So the children here, they want to go to America. They look on Instagram, they look on TikTok, they look on all these different social media platforms and YouTube. They don't see what's put out there that I know they see, but they only see that it's better than here, not knowing the trap. See, you and I and all of us on the panel who are born and raised in America, we're used to that compression. We're used to this atmosphere like a creature way down, so far down below in the sea that if he comes up, he'll disintegrate. We're used to this atmosphere. You see, so just like with Superman, when he was on the planet Krypton, right? He was normal. Then his father shot him over here to planet Earth. He had magic powers and everything. So this is the way I feel coming over here, that being able to focus on what's inside of me instead of fighting the environment around me and fighting people who are never really going to accept me and they may have a few sprinkled that it's not my job for that. Time is running out. I'm not a doomsayer. I'm enjoying every single day, but it's a damn shame that, it's a shame that I get to 60 years old with so much inside of me that I will manifest now. And I don't want that for my children. I don't want that for anyone, that you get to a certain point in life and say, I could have this, I could have that, but I fought so hard in the atmosphere that I was brought up in. Yes, there are many who embrace us here. There are many who look at us curious because they don't know that much, because there are different classes of people here. You won't see the racism here, but you'll see the classism here. The affluent who are born and raised here and come from other African countries may look down on those who may be poor and in poverty. It's that kind of thing going on. So when you come from America, you're a millionaire. Oh, you come from America, we know you have money. Money just grows on trees. They don't know how hard it is and how challenging it is. That even, it's like a magic power. As soon as you get an unexpected check in the mail, there's an unexpected bill coming for $10 more. You're like, oh my God. You know, the atmosphere and the pushing and all of that stuff, that part of it is not here. But then you have to deal with those who think that you have lots of money. So in building this house, they want to charge a little more. They want a little extra or whatever. We can deal with that. But then you have others who are Turkish and Lebanese and Chinese and folks from UK and the other folks that Kanye West had the problem with, right? They're here thriving with unity and living good, but they don't want you to know. They don't want you to know. So when you come on the plane over here, you'll be surprised at how many people on the plane don't look like you, and they're looking at you like you're not supposed to be on that plane unless you were born over here. They're looking at you going to your motherland, even if it was broken, the ties, at least, you know, you're coming back home. You think they can go back, what they call home. This land is not stolen. I can come here. I'm not living in a place where I took it from the people. And a lot of people don't understand here. There's a lot of ignorance here, not as a put down, but they're not aware. One of the fallacies that I learned is that when you get to the airport and they say, oh, brother, welcome, Aquaba, Aquaba. To be honest, lots of times it's the hustle. Aquaba, welcome, my brother, welcome. Come on in. Let me take you in a taxi ride the way you have to go so I can charge you 50 times more than anybody else. But you do have those who are eager to connect, eager to learn. But you have in other parts of Ghana. I'm on the outskirts of Accra, and that's what I had my apartment for several years, my wife and I, before we settled down up here. We moved in the house here September 1st last year, and it's still not finished. It's a big property, right? But the illiteracy rate is high, not so much in the city, with the places that look just like New York City. I'm going to go down and show you different parts over the next few weeks and just send it to you so you all put it up on my page and say, check this out. I'm going to show you some places. There's some places that look just like downtown Atlanta, New York City, money, restaurants, nice clubs, prostitutes on the corner, people trying to hustle. Everything you want to see is here. So when I want to get my dose of New York or metropolitan inner city urban America, I go down to Osu. Now, I don't mess around with them women or whatnot. I'm just saying like the hustle and bustle because I need that fix. But more and more being out here in the mountains because I'm in a place called Mamfe. And this is one of the highest elevations in this part of Ghana. And man, when that breeze comes through that window, I'm on the top floor of my master bedroom, I'm out. I never slept like this before. Only time I slept like this before was in my mother's stomach before I was born. Until that white man slapped me when I came out of the womb. But the bottom line is, I wish I could have come a lot sooner. But I have a personal saying that I say, you have to know what's sour in order to appreciate what's sweet. And there's so much more I can say. I'm going to shut up right now. I want to say a whole lot more. I don't want to take up the whole program. I have shows on my channel that we can have. We have a conference line that's private that I can take up to 100 callers. I'm set up for this. So if anytime anyone who's here said, hey, let's talk to Lance. Lance, set this up. I could do it at a moment's notice. I'm doing nothing right now. My wife is in the States taking care of some business. I'm here all by myself, right? But I'm good. I'm good. So this is a discussion that's just going to keep on going. And I'm here when you need me as a servant. I do this. This is what I do. I don't charge any money for anybody. This is what I do. I like to bring people together. So with the question and answers, ask me anything, how I felt about this, what I saw, whatever, because there's so much that it's too much to be contained within 10 minutes or even 30 minutes. So just get right to the meat of the matter, you know, and I'll shut up until you ask me.
Thank you, Brother Lance. And yes, we understand that this is longer than a 30-minute discussion. Sister Diane, I did want to give you the floor and ask if there's any questions that you'd like to direct to Brother Lance.
Yes.
Sister Diane.
Well, primarily, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now.
Can you hear me? Okay, awesome. Primarily just, you know, a lot of people talk about going to the motherland and, you know, Brother Lance is walking the walk, you know, he's talking the talk and walking the walk. And he's a first-hand experience, you know. So I thought it'd just be magical to have him on our call. So we were going to look at some shots of the mountain, but we don't have that today, correct? We don't have.
Right. No, I'm gonna send some stuff to you. Everything, like I said, I have like 4 cameras, right? 2 of them are down now. I shot a video yesterday in the yard, but it was on a topic, right? And I don't know if you'd want me to share that here. I mean, you can see the yard and everything, but it's just like anywhere else. And the card in that camera just malfunctioned somehow. I just had my GoPro and my phone, and even that, I rendered it and I took a step out, came back, and it was just like too big to send over WhatsApp. But I promise you, I'm here, and I'll send you more stuff that you can see and some customized stuff, because in actuality, there's a friend of mine that's looking to move out here from California, and she's in the entertainment industry on a very high level, high. And she doesn't like it because she tells me the things that go on in that world. She's going to move out here, and I'm going to be helping her out by actually going down and showing her different areas, because she's like, Lance, I know you live in the mountains, and you had a time where you had to fetch some water when you were building your house and do certain things. She says, I can't do it. I love my people, but I can't do it, Lance. I got to move into a place that's close to, like, you know. And I said, okay, I'm going to show you these things. So probably from next weekend, I'm going to go down and hit different areas, like a personal documentary, to show her, and I'll show everybody else here and share it with you, to make you feel like you're here, because I'm here. So when I take a rundown, I can explain where I am. But right now, until I get my Social Security check in a year and a few months, transportation here is cheap, and I'm not driving. So I just go on certain paths. But when I start to drive, because I'm budget conscious, I'm going to be all over the place because I'm a driveraholic. I love to drive. And when I get that car or that truck with my cameras, I'm going to show you. You're going to feel like you live here. You might change your mind and say, I feel like I live there already. I'm not going. I'm going to show you so much. But yeah, ask me some direct questions. I'm here. Don't be shy. You know I like to talk.
So the city you mentioned is not Ghana. How close are you to Ghana?
No, I'm in Ghana, but I'm on the outskirts of Accra. Accra is the capital of Ghana. I'm probably 25, 30 minutes away on a busy day. So this really is considered like Accra to somebody who's not here. They will say, where do you live? A person will say, I live in Accra. But it's really called Mamfe. And it's a small little village that, on this long road going up, if I was to walk to the village, it would take me 20 minutes. But we have vans that go up and down. They are dirt cheap. And even the Ubers are ridiculously inexpensive. I'm like, how do you guys make money out here? Mm-hmm. But we are right on top of Accra. But it's close enough. And I tell my friends, it's almost like Batman in the Batcave. It's close enough to Gotham City to get down here in emergency, but far enough to be away from the people. And really and truly up in the mountains here, it is like, you know, the Batcave for me, you know? So we're close to everything. So it's just that we're not right here. Once nightfall comes, 9, 10 o'clock up in Mamfe, that's a wrap. It's nothing. And we're up so high that we are in the clouds. It's not a fog that you see, it's the clouds, straight up clouds. And it's fabulous when you're inside, you're in your yard, you hear all these animals, the different sounds and stuff. When I first got up here, I was so used to the noise of America that it was so quiet. I'm sitting there like, something's wrong, man. It's just too quiet up here. You know, I'm used to some kind of noise, you know, but it has done and added years onto my life. I could tell you that much. And I'm just so happy about that. But yeah, hospitals, you have hospitals up here, better hospitals down in Accra. You have in the entertainment, the clubs, the restaurants, you have every single thing here. But with the regular folks who are born and raised here, who are not in the tourist areas, you pretty much will have the same thing as far as restaurants and different things, food that's offered. Everybody's selling something. The economy here is really bad for the people who are here. They're struggling, and they're conscious of money. And you'll see if you have some bracelet or some pair of sneakers on, or even me when I walk down the street with a small camera, the eyes are on it like, whoa. And I'm not used to being put in that position, because here I am trying to blend in, you know, my brothers and sisters, and some of them will look at you like, oh, you know, and there's always going to be a money issue. They're going to befriend you, And I shouldn't talk like this, but I have to give it to you the way it is, the mentality. A lot of them have to be snapped out of that to know that we all one, to know that the colonialism and the things that are put in their mind that everywhere else is better than here. When you have all of this land, you have people coming from other places, building hotels, fulfilling needs, and employing the people who were born and raised here for pennies on a dollar, but really it's called a CD. And I say, well, why can't they get together and see the value of it? But they don't. And why can't some of us from the United States, and there are some who seem to be doing things okay, but then on that side also with some of these organizations, I'm gonna be straight up with you, it's more a posturing thing. Like, yes, I'm in Ghana and I have my ankh, and yes, and all they're doing is posturing. It's a fashion, it's a fad to come to Ghana and dress in the garb and not mean it. But what about business? What about connecting America in the UK or wherever with business so we can export things? You can't do it by yourself. And I sit here and I scratch my head with some of these organizations who have invited me really to videotape and put it on my channel and show the stuff that they're doing. It's more like a photo op. And this is the analogy I'm going to speak on that with without calling out any names. Not anybody here, but just say you live in a roach-infested apartment, right? Just roaches. You moved in, it was roaches all over the place. They pay the rent too. And you go to a house, right? You go to a house and knock on the door. How long are you going to be in the bathroom? You go to a house, another apartment, condo that you want to move into, and you say, wow, this is a nice place. No bugs in here. I can't wait to move in. And the next door neighbors are nasty. You go to the thing that you dropped, the roaches around there waiting. So now you finally get out and you go into this wonderful house, pristine and clean. No bugs, no nothing. And you lay down. You don't even unpack your boxes yet. You say, listen, we're going to just get something to sleep and we'll do it tomorrow. I'm tired. We had a long day moving. 2 days later, you see roaches crawling on the wall. Wait a second. I thought they had no roaches here. No, they didn't. You brought them. So with a lot who come from America, what I observe, they speak the right intention. But when they get here, they think that the environment here is going to change them because they put on a dashiki and have their hair natural. But they didn't change the person that they're on the inside. See, so they brought their roaches, they brought their idiosyncrasies and their toxicities with them. And this is why with some of the organizations that are here, that they're there in name, but they're not really doing anything. When they have their meetings, it's just a little party, a little gathering, but no real work is done. I'm one who is disciplined. I like to be focused. I like to let you know how things stand with me. If it's my last dollar and you need it, I give it to you as long as my stomach is full. But a lot of times the people want to rip each other off or posture or get on. YouTube is one of the greatest things, social media, and it's one of the worst things. It has stirred up what is at the bottom of the cup in the minds of Black America. So you have people who are here, who I have supported on face value alone, but they were straight ripping people off with property. And I had to publicly get on and denounce them. And this is why I got to be careful, because out here, you get a better deal oftentimes with somebody who doesn't look like you. Straight up. They won't like you, but they're not going to cross you. So we have that going on here, the posturing. And so this is why online and on social media, I keep my head straight and do what I've always been doing. So I'm not trying to be the biggest thing in Ghana and look at me, I'm in Ghana and Ghana this and Ghana that. And you have to come through me. And you have a lot of that posturing. I've been doing this thing for a long time. Way back in the days when Black Planet wasn't a booty call site, I had what now? 352,000 followers by the time 2006, 2007 came around. The only people that had more followers than me was Barack Obama and Lil Wayne. And they reached out to me. How are you? We don't know who you are. How do you have such a big following? Because I'm underground. I never sought to be, have my face plastered. I understand I have to make graphics, make it look pretty and all that stuff, but I'm about to work. I'm old school. I'm too old. And I ain't old. I'm a grown young man, right? That's my mentality. But I'm still too old to get caught up in this thing because I've done many things where I had attention. My resume is vast on an unofficial level, as with many of us. I'm quite sure many of us can tell each other the things that we've done in the past that are fabulous. But in America, in that foundation, it's hard to get your acknowledgement. So this is what I do. And at this point, I'm not going to stop. And I just want to let everybody know the real deal when they come here. But it's the best thing for me to be here. My wife can't believe it. Don't you want to come back sometime and visit? I said, let my friends come out here and visit. They won't want to go back because I know how to live. Any other questions? I'll keep talking.
Do you have?
And so,
yeah.
Go ahead.
So I want to know if you had dual citizenship, and if so, how do you go about getting that?
They made it seem back in 2019 with what do they call it now?
Year of your return.
Year return. I have to say it, one of the biggest shams. It was only designed to bring money into the pockets of Ghana. See, you have the Ghanaians who are here who don't know what's going on, and you have the government, the politicians. I've looked out, and I've always been a person, not to push, but things always fall in my path. And I know some people here in some very high places, as far as the government is concerned, and I talk with them on a regular basis, and I've always been that guy to get the inside scoop on things. Dual citizenship, they don't even know how they're going to do it. They don't even know how they're going to do it. They have an office for that. And back in 2019 or before, the president granted citizenship symbolically to make it look good. Now, me here, I don't talk against the government because in America, you can still talk. Here, you get locked up for talking against the government. And I'm very known here underground because I'm from somewhere else. So many won't walk up to me, but they're like, yeah, I know you. I've been following you for years before I even got here. So I'm not scared to talk, but I'll talk to the people who I need to talk to, let you know the real deal. I know people that have been here for 20 years and they don't know how to get the citizenship, right? And it's a runaround. What I have, and I can show you, is this, I mean, I'm amongst family and I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what it looks like. This is not like a live show on YouTube and people can see it or whatever have you. So let me just dig up my wallet for a second and pull this thing out. Hold on. I'm gonna show you what it looks like. Let me just dump my wallet out here for a second.
Now, Brother Lance, we will share this video on YouTube, so don't share it.
Okay. Well, I'll cover up some of the information, but I'm gonna show you what the Ghana card looks like. And as always, when I'm doing a show, there are people that are ringing me. Now, let me see if I can. The information, I'll cover it up. See there? That's your Ghana ID, your national ID code. See? Also have a license.
Non-citizen.
Yeah, but it's just a resident. Non-citizen identity card, right? So it's just like having a non-driver's ID that looks just like a license, but it's not a license. It's a long process. Like if you're here so many years and you push and everything here, basically, you got to grease some palms. I mean, that's the expectation here more so. You know, I'm not used to that like that. It's the expectation here, right? You can get it, but they say it's an official way to do it, and but you're going to get the runaround. Most people have the non-citizen ID card, but you got to know somebody or be in that loop. For now, that's the way it seems. Although people talk as though they know, like, okay, you know, I know this and I have connections, and it's hit or miss, you know, it's hit or miss. But you can be here indefinitely. You renew your card every year. It shouldn't be that way, but that's the way it is. This last time I renewed it, I got a 2-year extension. And from what I'm hearing, and I have to confirm this, is that if you are officially retired and you own land out here or have a home out here, that they can make it where you don't have to renew for the non-citizen ID card, that you can have it forevermore. But that's something I have to check in with my connections here. But they told me for sure that that's the way it is. When you come here, yeah, go ahead.
And is it hard for non-citizens to get land there?
No, it's most of the land you have to be careful because in a lot of the places, it's not a high-tech situation where they go to a computer. Up here where we are, it's paper and pencil, stacks of paper and files away, which is not as populated up here, right? But it's that kind of thing going on. And when you get land here, you usually go through a chief who will sell it to you. And most of the time, it's a leased land. And so people say, wait a second, leased land? I'm gonna build my house on a leased land. And what happens when the lease runs out? For Americans or foreigners, it's 50 years. And for Ghanaians, I think it's 99 years. That's the way it's done. But then again, when you look at America and you say, I own this land and I own this house, and you have eminent domain coming, or you don't pay your taxes, you'll find out how much you own the place. You can still sell it back, which is probably something we're going to do soon. Not right now. And I say soon, like, we project how long we might live. We don't know, but we have other things we want to do. And we want to move into a situation where it's not that word lease. That scares me, And so that's the way it's done here usually. But you have certain parts of Ghana and other parts of Africa, other countries, where they do say that you actually own it. But that's wordplay. That's wordplay, It's like the closer you are to the bigger cities, the more it's going to cost. It's just like that in America. The closer you are to downtown Atlanta, you're going to pay more. The further out you go, it'll be a little more affordable. And we got this for a steal that I thought pretty much a steal. But now the prices are going up because so many people are coming out here and they're seeing what other people are doing. And I like the fact that they don't have the restrictions on the building here, that if you have an imagination and you can lay out your property the way you want it and consult with people who can help bring that to pass, that's a wonderful thing. If left alone and you let many of the builders here or the workers here, because most of the time we didn't get a company, we didn't get builders, we just got guys, and most of the guys know construction, and you get somebody who can read the blueprint, you're set. You cut a lot of corners, but you have to be on them because, again, and I'm going off to a different topic, but I think you'll find this interesting. When they're building here, it's like they never finish. They finish the task 85%, and all of a sudden, you get this a lot. Oh, my grandmother, she passed away, and you didn't see me for the last 2 weeks because I had to go and deal with her. Oh, why didn't you call me? And they keep saying the same excuse and say, wait a second, what do you have, 19 grandmothers or something? What's up? It's like the toughest thing is you have to be almost a drill sergeant because they will waste time. Time is something different out here when you're building. With anything, customer service, no good out here. Restaurants, they're waiting. You're looking at them, they're looking at you, they're on the phone, they act like they're annoyed. It's not just a complaint, really, but many people will say that even people who are here and those who can do an excellent job of anything will always get the business. So you have good people who are out here, but you have to be very careful and be very strict and be very clear on how you're going to have things done. And you'll be successful. But the land thing, that's the way it's done out here. That's the way it's done. You can get land, dirt, cheap. The further out you go, the better. And like I said, you can build your paradise the way you want. Compared to the United States, where there's so many different ordinances and laws, and you can't do this and you can't do that. I could never afford to, and I'm not saying I could never, I'm not negative that way. I'm just being realistic with what I've earned in the jobs, and I've had good jobs, but I couldn't have this unique like this. It's almost like if you want certain things, you go to a subdivision, the way it's done, you pick model 1 through 5. Okay, that's a 3-bedroom, that's a 4, that's a 5, and you have to pay the most for here and homeowners or something. No, I don't even pay no taxes yet. And when I pay that, it's probably like about maybe the equivalent of $40 a year, but nothing until I paint the house and finish the outside. I don't know why it's like that. When you leave it like this, you never pay anything. And there's nothing up here, right? But in America, the hoops you gotta, in these homes, this is solid concrete, y'all. This is not just a few blocks on the first floor and wood and chipboard and stuff that can burn up. Ain't nothing here burning up. except maybe the framework of the roof, and I'm going to change that over on the inside and make it metal, right? Because it's a metal roof on the outside. These places are here to stay. Poured concrete, steel, foundation, concrete everywhere. You can close the door in one of the rooms. I can't even hear you if you scream, right? So you get that feeling. If I skip rope and somebody's below me on the next floor down, they won't hear me. There won't be any vibration. It's a beautiful thing. The construction here is superior and it's made to last. America, they build up these homes so quick and it's not worth anything. $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. Who's going to pay all this money for these places? And it's just cheap material in comparison. So they do things here different in the building, and I can understand why, and I love it. And I can't believe the times I've had homes out in the United States what I was paying for it. I'm like, and this is paid for. This is the way it's done. You don't have to have a lot of money. You start out, you get your land, you wall it around, you start building according to the whole overall plan, but you can move in before it's finished like we've done, right? And while you're here, no mortgage. You know, it's paid for. I just have to finish up doing what it is that I have to do here. And it's going to be a luxury place here. This is going to whip, and I'm not in any comparison or anything, but this is going to whip most places that you'd see in America. Some of the other folks, they're looking, oh, he's living too good. Look at him. You know what I mean? Best kept secret. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to keep it, you know, without saying, you know, he doesn't deserve that. Those people don't deserve that. And they don't like it. So they want to jump on the bandwagon and come out. And they are doing that while they're telling you to go back to Africa, knowing to use reverse psychology on you. You need to go back. Yeah, we saved you. You know, we taught you civilization, you know, and they're steady coming over here. And then they know me. People see me in the street nowadays. I say guy on the internet. So it's worth the investment. It's worth looking into. That's a beautiful gift to give your children or your nieces, your nephews, or even yourself. That we're all in different financial situations. But if you come out and check it out and really get with somebody who can give you the soul and the essence of it, because I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to tell you the real deal. I'm in it and I'm out here. And many people have come because I'm out here, not because I'm some big whatever. But sincerely, I've had hours of phone calls. When I'm doing my editing on my videos, or I'm drawing a piece of artwork, and my number's out there, so you can feel free to give it out. It's everywhere. Emailing my number. People call me randomly. I don't even, they listen to the show. Oh, Lance, I'm glad I got through these. Listen, can you talk a little bit? Yeah, no problem. I'll be on there sometimes for hours because it's keeping me company, and I get a chance to see and vibe with people. But there's pros and cons, but there's way more pros than cons, and the cons are way better than the pros in America. You know what I mean? If you know how to look at it, you know? I'm very happy. I'm very happy. There's no stress on me. There's no stress. We all feel stress of some kind, but compared, I'm like a teenager again. I'm walking down the street by myself and start laughing, cracking up at some jokes from years ago. When you're stressed, you don't have that kind of mindset to be free. The slightest thing makes me laugh. You know what I mean? That's when you're in good spirits. You know, when you're sick, there's certain things, you know, that we don't want to do after hours. Your system is drained. And I'm not saying we're sick like it's our fault, but those of us in America have this weight on us that when you leave, and if you can let go of that place, then you can see the beauty, because it's the same sun, the same water, same air. The soil is rich. I got mango trees, 10 of them in the back, right? Now they're not bearing because my wife, Mrs. Scurv, she had just planted them within the last 2 years. But we have papaya trees at the back there, lots of them. I can go out and get a nice big fat GMO-free papaya, pineapple, yams, potatoes, all kind of herbs, all kind of stuff. We have everything back there. We have a crap load of seeds we're going to plant and put a greenhouse back there, and that's going to be our supermarket. And the times that we're moving into where we're going to have food deserts, we live in the bigger cities, the supermarkets don't have food. What are we going to do? Where are we growing? And they're spraying stuff to stop stuff from growing. So they're going to try one day to start that stuff out here. So hopefully not. But at least in our lifetime, we can live a quality life and move on from that, but still get the benefits of the system of America instead of waiting. And I'm not saying we all have our feelings on reparations, but hey, if they handed a check, I got my hand out first. Yes, I do. But I know also that we are our own reparations, and the universe brings divine a balance to us in our lives. We're not talking religion, we're talking law. The law of gravity works for everybody. You can be a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew, and jump off the roof and call to your God, and gravity will work. You see what I mean? So aside from that, there's certain things that I feel we need to be doing to connect with something outside of America, because those who control America are not going to let us get beyond a certain point. Not to say we can't do it. I know we can, but why sit there loyal to the slow lane that's jammed up and you're looking over and the fast lane is moving? Go over to the fast lane. And here to me is the fast lane, but you have to have discipline. You got to be ready to sacrifice, work hard, because we had to come up and chop down all the bushes up here on the land. We had to do so much and get dirty. We were part of the process. It can be long sometime. You know, the paperwork sometimes takes long. You got to be on them. But when you finally get everything done, whew, it's just different. You go to the malls down here. They got malls down at the Crown Mall. They got all these different Marina Mall. They got all these nice malls, man. I'm not into all of that. But for somebody who thinks you're going to come here and be in the jungle and lions and tigers running around and people living up in trees, it's not like that. Even in the most impoverished areas, you're not going to see that. But you will have cultural differences that you will see a lot of folks walk around stuff when they head to selling it. You know, nudity is not a thing here. You'll see people showering up in their yards, even in the most impoverished areas. Say, whoa, wait a second. Off camera, I'll tell you all a lot of different things that'll have you cracking up, but it's a different mentality overall. But like I said, it's just something that there's no pressure. There's no pressure. Oh, am I matching today? Oh, the women, I got to have my hair done or whatever. You're not going to come out unkempt, but you can just relax with that stuff. Nobody's caught up in the whole. A lot of people are. They see certain things. They want that too because they see it on social media. But when you have that moment, you can relax. Just like when you call into work one day and you're not really sick, but you just want to stay home and say, okay, no problem. Okay, I can relax. That's the feeling that I have. You see? I have you laughing over there. I know I'm a little bit of a comedian, but anyway. But you can hit me with more questions. I have no problem talking. My longest show I ever did was 14 hours. Wow. Right? So,
wow.
Yeah, no problem.
So the mindset, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The mindset of the people there, are they hip to the whole colonization and everything, or are they the God Savior complex, or the Jesus complex, or the white Savior complex?
Yes. If you have a man that looks like what they paint Jesus to be, they'll be all over him. They are not gonna. Many. I'm not saying all. You do. I'm shocked when I see someone who's truly conscious as to how things are going. And usually it's those Ghanaians who have traveled, went to school somewhere else and came back. But those things are still hard to shake. Every other corner, I'll just say it this way. Within a block, you'll see 3 churches, 2 churches, early in the morning during the rush hours in certain areas, because it's not like there's just a downtown. Accra is huge. So you have certain areas that get kind of clogged up according to what's around it. And you'll see the guys out there with the big speakers, and they're speaking in tree, because that's the language. It's TWI, but it's spelled tree, like a tree that a dog urinates on. So he's speaking tree, and oh, Jesus, and the Lord so and so, and he's down in it, but that's a hustle for him. Every other cab driver is a pastor. You know what I mean? And here's the real deal. They're not going to like me saying this, but Sunday morning, they're in church. Saturday night, they about a man trying to cast spells on people. I'm not saying this out of ignorance. I'm not saying everybody, right? But that is just as much a thing here. And what I'm going to say, which a lot of people out there have not liked, is that many will come from the West and talk about African spirituality, but really it may not be African spirituality. It may be the occult. Okay, some evil stuff goes on out here, right? But everybody Sunday morning is a Christian and the white Jesus. You have businesses out here named after Jesus, you know, Bible verses, and you look at most of the vans out here, there's a picture of the white Jesus there. And that is something that you don't, I've had situations where I've had to go at that imagery to shock some of these people, right? And those are not stories I'm going to tell here, right? But they couldn't believe I said some of the things that I said, just to snap them out of it. You go to Elmina or Cape Coast, where they have what they call the slave castles, but it wasn't a castle for our forefathers. It was a dungeon, right? And I've gone all through those places. And you'd be surprised that when you come out and mix amongst the people who live there, who are just selling stuff, who may not have much of an education, but they're selling stuff, you'd be surprised that most of them don't even know what is going on there, that live in these places right outside, down the block, around the corner. And you ask them, do you know what that place is? Oh, yes, I heard about it. I heard some very bad things happen there. Why didn't the education system here teach that? They don't want you to know that. So there's the righteous anger, you don't see too much of that here. You don't see too much of it, because if they knew how this place was being destabilized, you know, a rainbow is a natural thing, but there's some unnatural things and practices attached to the rainbow that they are pushing the vice president when they come here, and it's here big time, undercover, more so out of necessity because of money. But I don't know. I ain't doing certain things for money. It's just not in me. But you have a lot of that. The tourism here, the women who come from Germany and UK who don't look like us, some of the men who like black men, huh? Leave their wives in the hotel and come creeping out at night. I'm going to go undercover and get some good interviews where you can hear the deal about what's going on. But there's much denial here. You have to have a certain standard. I was in a cab one time and I said, hey, man, I said, I never see anybody smoking out here. Nobody smokes in Ghana. No, I don't smoke or anything. You know, I like oxygen. I don't want smoke in my lungs or my brain. He said, oh, there are lots of people who smoke, but it's a bad look. It doesn't look good if you're smoking. So they buy their cigarettes and they hide and they smoke. That's this kind of, look, if you want to see how way out Ghana can be, right? And this is anywhere, not to demean it. There's a YouTube channel called Arnold Vibes at 5. Go on YouTube. I think it's spoken a little different, but you'll pull it up. Arnold Vibes at 5. And look at his interviews. Look at his interviews. You'll be cracking up and you won't believe the decadence, you know, that you see there. And go to some of the older stuff. You wouldn't believe it. But whenever you have a society that's suppressed in the religion and you have to act a certain way and be restricted after hours behind closed doors, it's pure freakishness. And I tell you, things here are transactional. If you're a man or a woman, don't come and look for love. You can find it, but 9 times out of 10 is what you can do for the people here. Even myself, I'm a married man, have my wife and everything. I walk down to the town with my wife. Everybody, oh, good morning, good morning. When I walk up there by myself, here come the offers. I want you to call me. Here's my number. Nobody has to know. I want a baby. I'll tell those stories somewhere else. Me, and our name is Obroni. Obroni. When you hear them speaking in trees sometime and you're nearby, and I drop my handkerchief here, and you're nearby, you hear them, Brony, and I would look at me, yeah, I'm a Brony. Oh, he knows, yeah.
What's
and
that,
you get
American?
a different price. You get a different price. If
What's
you go to the market,
American?
Oh, yeah, foreigner, basically. Originally, I was taught this by a Ghanaian, but we all know it. But originally, it was white man, right? Any white man or white woman, you're a Brony. But now it's evolved, not because somebody said we're upgrading the name now, it just happened that way, that any foreigner, no matter the complexion, right? I kind of stick out with this bald head looking like a black Uncle Fester, but other than that, there are people that could be darkly complected. Oh, Brony, once they know, and they can smell it on you that you're not from here. And here come the hustles for money, you know. And I will say that not the whole country, not every woman, but prostitution is not where I'm going out. I'm going to say this all in a decent way, so don't be afraid. Like, I'm going to go out and whatever. But it's an opportunistic thing. There's no regulation here with the children. And so you'll see many children, 12, 13 years old, with a baby on their back. And then a 12, 13-year-old child impregnating a 12 or 13-year-old child. It's all about money. You have some mothers who turn their head because when they see that man or that white man or whoever, that pastor or whoever, take a walk with your child, your girl child, and she comes back with a lot of money. Most mothers don't ask where it came from. There's no government, there's no agency, there's no place to set up and say, hey, this happened. Because you can always pay your way out of things, and it's not, there are hustles here that go on. I'm going to tell one of them. It's decent to tell because I can tell it a certain way. I'll tell it 90 seconds. There are a lot of brothers who come out here and see the natural shapes on some of these women. I know we've seen TikTok and say, oh my God. So they think that a lot of these young ladies are, he's laughing again, you're going to really laugh. They think the women are like, I can get over on them, if you know what I mean. So I had a couple of friends of a friend of mine who travel here a lot and all over the motherland. 3 of them got caught up in the foolishness because of their desires. And what it is now, this is a current hustle that's going on. A lot of guys come out here and see these young ladies at the club and they hang out with them, and the girls, oh, I'll come, you got an Airbnb, I'll stay with you, I'll cook, I'll clean, I'll do this, whatever, as well as other things. So the calisthenics are good for them. You know, the exercises are good after hours. And so the guys are relaxed and, wow, I hit the jackpot, but I'm not coming back here. I'm not going to see this girl anymore. Ha, ha, ha. Well, late at night, that young lady might get your wallet. And after the first 2 nights, she relaxes and she goes into the bathroom and gets all your information, your address, your license, everything about you. Doesn't say anything. She wants to bring a life into the world because the hustle is now that they can go to the American embassy and say, I have this information on this man. He's an American, and I do believe that he's the father of my child. And so being on American soil and the embassy, as you well know, you're on that land. So now they have to go back now. That's why they got to get that information. And you get this mail that you have to show up to take this test. And you end up paying to somebody where your money is stretching and they got it made, they're making money. That's how deep the poverty goes here. Not every young lady, but you have some out here who they call slayers. And they are good. They can make it seem like they love you. And you're like, wow. And you think about getting over. And this is what happens. It's gangster out here, y'all. They're not just naive and whatever. They're going to get what they're going to get by any means necessary. I hate to quote Malcolm's words. It's something so decadent. But yeah, and yourself, you come to the airport, you're going to have 25 cab drivers telling you how they love at first sight. I dreamt about you last night. Now you're here. And they're good talkers. They're good talkers. And there are a lot of American women who come and they get caught up. They get caught up because these guys talk some good stuff. And their only way of blowing your mind is through the physical, and they will be quite adept at that and make you feel and throw that talk on you. And they're using you with 5 other women that they got. I'm not saying everybody, because I know some successful marriages between sisters from America and Ghanaian brothers, so I can't lie. But you got to make sure, because lots of times, just like passport brothers, they will say, I'm not going to deal with this attitude with these American modern women who think, oh, I don't need no man, where I'm going to go to them. And they hustling you too. So no matter where you go, be careful, you know, because they know more about us through social media. They know more about the artists. They know more about the places and the mentality, and they use it against us. Like you're going into a boxing match against an unknown opponent. There's no tape on him. There's no word on his style. You got to find out the night of the fight, but you're famous and he studied you and knows your style. So like I said, there's a whole lot. I'm going to have a conference call one day, and I'm going to invite you to come on, and I'm going to tell it. And that'll be a private call. You can ask me anything you want. And but like I said, it's amusing. Those of us who are disciplined, who know how we want to live, it's heaven on earth, but there are hustles out here, big time. I mean, they hustle. They hustle. They got little scams out here. I'm like, man, you got to be hungry to have a scam like that, you know? But it's not a land of scams. It's a beautiful place, but you have to be firm. And me, I'm relaxed here. I'm amongst family. I'm meeting many of you for the first time, but the vibe is there. But you have to, just like I learned in corrections, you can't come in soft and want to get hard. You better come in hard and adjust yourself and your mentality when they see that you mean business. So when I'm out in the streets, sometimes people are, man, look, you want to kill somebody. I'm like, no, I'm deep in thought, but nobody's playing me. Guy tried to play me a little while ago. Take the cab ride home. I just went out to pick up some things. And I played dumb. I said, how much is it to go? Oh, 50 CDs. I said, man, what are you talking about? That's 15. You looking at me like a brony. I live here, man. I know the price of that. You know, ain't no ho nothing. You know what I mean? So you gotta have that little thing on you too. Let them know. Now everybody knows you around here and they're fair. And but I'm gonna be a forever tourist, because when I go to other areas where I'm not known, they're gonna think that. That's the thing that you're gonna have to get used to. You know, that mentality. But again, you can approach the people, you can talk to them. You have very few that look you up and down and they're almost angry. Like, I get issues with a lot of the older Ghanaian men. A lot of times they think they lived their life and they missed out on America or missed out on something. They think, oh, look at him. He's privileged. He came over here. Now he's getting the best of the best, because you have it where the people who have lived here for so long and didn't put their nickels together to get some land and maybe build something small, they don't think like that. So me, my wife coming here and so quick building a structure like this is you look better than me type thing. And I'm here to help. I'm here to encourage. I don't keep the people who come from America who isolate themselves. I take the vans just like anybody else. I walk amongst the people just like anybody else. I don't just keep myself here and let me go down to the club, let me go down to Osu, an expensive restaurant. No, I don't have money like that. I'm on a limited income. But I'm happy because I can wake up when I want. I can go anywhere where I want. I have my wardrobe, I have my clothes. I don't need all that. The little t-shirt on, little shorts, I'm good. It's summer all year round. What do I want? I'm in my environment. 0 latitude, 0 longitude. It's a beautiful thing. So I take everything on a case-by-case basis, and I know how to talk. It's almost like a person, like a fighter who knows every style of fighting. So when you come at me, I'm evaluating you in the first round and feeling you out, then I already know how to deal with you, to adjust myself. Many people don't have that ability. I can discern what's coming at me quick. You know, this is maybe why I get along so good. Because some people have come and they're like, oh no, I don't like it there, man. I got to go back. Or they saw fiending for Walmart 2 o'clock in the morning to go get something. Ain't no Walmart out here like that. You got places like that just as big, but they close down at a certain time. Not up here in the mountains, but down, you have it all down here. Most modern amenities. Only a few things, like I'm into the cameras and the equipment and the audio and the lights and the green screens and stuff. Yeah. Some things you're going to have to order, you know, and we're closer to South Africa than we are to America. So there's a lot of American things or styles in other countries, electronic wise, certain things that you want, you're going to have to ship it in. So when you move out here, if you're moving out here to just be in an apartment, just chill for a while, and you have some kind of income coming in, then but when you first initially come, ship your stuff out. Get the things that you know you're going to need. Now, my wife is in America right now. She's like, I'm going to ship. What did she say the other day? Because she's into the cooking and everything. We're going to make this fabulous kitchen and do YouTube videos with that, like we started at one point. And she's thinking with foresight, you know, and you're going to regularly ship things. I don't mean every single month, maybe every 6 months, maybe every year, depending on your consumption of certain products that you know you have to have, or certain foods. Because there's another fallacy too, with all of this rich land, they have farming out here, but most of the people who live here up in the mountains who may be considered a little impoverished, they don't have a skill. You think with the land that they have, they'd be planting and cultivating and growing. I have a guy that comes around and helps me with stuff in the yard. Now that Mrs. Scurv is not here, because that's her thing. She'll go out there 8-9 hours all day and just be all in the soil. I'm like, yeah, I can get dirty too, but not like that. I love what I do here. but this guy will come and help her. And since she's been gone, he comes to help. But when nobody's looking, he's walking out with all this food, all those papayas. I'm like, yo, man, I'm paying you, but you know what I mean? But they don't want to plant themselves most of the time. You know, so you have that religious thing where the Savior is going to bust through the sky and save me and I don't have to do nothing. No, he gave you a brain to think. He gave you the hands to work, to logically figure things out, get to work. As a man, there's things you got to do. As a woman, there's things you have to do. And that's why your success is guaranteed here when you're willing to work smart and whatever your goals are, you can still do what you do with the internet all over the world. I want to say something on the internet also. You're used to, in America, paying one price. Okay, I pay my internet bill. You can download, upload, download forever and ever and ever. Here, the internet is like filling up your gas tank. You fill up your gas tank, the gas tank starts to get low. But the gigabytes and stuff they give here, you pay so much according to your usage, but it goes low, low, low. And you might go in there one day, click, 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 your internet is out. You ran out of data. And I consume a lot of internet every single day, doing all of these uploads and audios and video, everything, right? So that's the one thing that you're going to have to get used to until the Elon Musk Starlink thing comes here, whenever. And they're fighting against that too, because a lot of greedy companies here, they don't want that because it's going to smash them. So you have that to deal with. Other than that, depending on where you move into, I would suggest build your own. It's cheaper to build. You don't want, if you have to start out small, it could be very affordable. You know, a small whatever with the plans to build something bigger if you want to do bigger. But it's doable and you could take your time. And what many people do is have a trusted person here and they send money out. But lots of times that trusted person is not too trustworthy. You come out here, it didn't get along as far as you thought. But if you have a family member, you make a plan like, hey, you're kind of messing up now, you know, or you just got out or whatever. We need you to be over there. You know what I mean? At least we can trust you with this. You take your time, you take years, you take a little, you cut back, and you take some of that money and put it out here and take care of the person who's out here on a minimal, and they're good. Then you'll have something to come to because if stuff jumps off out there, I'm not a doomsayer. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but we all know what it is, that America is not loved right now. The petrodollar is gone. You know, they have the BRICS nation and all of this stuff. And from this side, the things that I see in the news, the things that I'm allowed to see on the internet, and the people I talk to, I'm not even talking about Ghana, but I really don't want to be there in America. I don't want that threat hanging over me because there are many things that I've been told from people who I'm connected to that are out of the country. Many years ago, I forged a friendship with a young lady who lives in China. She's a Black woman born in Atlanta, raised in Tampa, and she was a heart specialist. And she was like a nerd with this thing. And so she went to China as an exchange student, and she learned, not only do you have to know medical English when you're a doctor, because you might say, oh, I have a pain in my elbow, but the word for an elbow might be longer than the alphabet. So she had to know that. And then she learned medical Chinese. Oh my God, the ding, 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 ding. I said, talk that stuff to me here. And she says it. So she lives over there now, paid very well. Duck sauce, you know. So she was telling me that there are things that Americans just don't know and they're not revealed to the Americans. You know, it's highly censored over there, of near catastrophes that have almost happened that the government and the powers that be did not want to let the American people know. And so now she's on such a high level that whatever she writes a book, heart specialists all over the world, she is the standard, right? So we're not really friends anymore because it was platonic, but she wanted it to not be platonic, and she was trying to get me to leave and come over there. And now let's shut that story down. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm like, it was never like that. But you're very interesting, and that's I like to tap into people's minds and to share things. And I learned a lot about that and how vicious that government is. They don't play over there. Certain people will cease to exist. And them coming here to the motherland and having their own port, they have their own port here in Ghana. What kind of politicians do we have over here? And these people have unity, and most of us as Black people in America do not. You're going to have to be used to getting rid of the baubles and trinkets and rubies. And, you know, once we get the little shiny things and get the little car in a nice place and we put our nose, we ain't in the struggle no more. I don't know y'all no more. You can have nice things if you want, if you work hard for it and sacrifice for it, but that blurs us most of the time and takes us off course. We had a nice house in Orlando, Florida, comfortable and everything. I can give you the address, you can pull it up, they still have it on there listed. And we didn't prep it to look that way. We lived good out there. My wife, you could eat off the floor. We chose to come out here, and it was a struggle, but we knew it would be. But what we will end up with is far more stable, more luxurious, because we know and our luxury inside, if we earned it and we worked toward it and we're artistic and creative enough to create an interior, why not? I'm not saying to come out here, because there's some people who call themselves revolutionaries and they want to just have cults. I know some of them people too, personally. They want to live good and they want to tell you to come out here and sacrifice. I didn't get to 60 years old to that obstacle course called America. They almost look at me like I'm a ghost. You're 60 years old and you're here and you don't have no record? I've had cuffs on me for defending myself. Yeah, no problem. I'm not gonna let you put your hand on me. But other than that, I live a clean life and I think I'd be a good neighbor to anybody. But that place has a way of just, so many of our brothers and sisters are defeated. The life force sucked out of them. Running the treadmill and the carrots hanging in front of you, you never get it. You're just running. And you're running 35 years old, 45, 50. Let me tell you something. I was telling a kid the other day. So you turn 18, then you're 22, then you're 28, then you're 38, then you're 50, then you're 60, and then you're 75. Boom, 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 boom. That's the way it feels. And if you notice how time is going on right now, with all of these things clogging our brain, that we look at our phone and all this stuff and cheap filler in our mind. And I'm on the internet most of the day. If I walk away from the computers and things are upload and download, I have a purpose in what I do, because I alone run this whole thing. Google my name on Google and you see the depth of work every single day for the last 23 years. But I know how to live at the same time. I know what I want, and I know this is what I want, the state of mind I like to be in. I'm not gonna die or transition, because we don't die. Other people die. We transition. But I'm not gonna transition reaching for something that one day when I hit the lottery, I'm gonna get that Rolls Royce. Why? So what you have now is not good enough for me to take off these Crocs and walk out in the sand or the dirt and ground and connect and look up at the sun, or go out on my balconies that's private and walk out there naked and lay out in the sun? Can't do that in America. You can. You got all kind of freaks around you, but I'm just saying, your own private thing, you can do what you want to do. Have that, not be bombarded. There've been studies that show, and it's common sense, that in this particular day, we are bombarded with so many things on TV, on the computer, on the smartphone, where they had commercials on TV back in the 60s and 70s. It was far less. We're so manipulated. We're so clouded up. So this is why before I go to sleep, I just go somewhere quiet, and my wife is not here. So I got electricity all over the place, but I have floodlights all over and everything. I just walk around in the dark. I'm weird that way. I'll get up, take my shower, and just walk around, go walking in the house. You know what I mean? Just go to different parts, right? And just detox. After this, I'm gonna eat a little bit. I'm gonna go out. I have a third floor balcony, a second floor balcony, and the basement, which is not a basement per se, right? But this house is very deceptive. On the front, see, we're on a mountain, we're on a hill on a mountain, so there's a grade. So in the front, you see 2 floors, but you don't realize it goes down and there's another floor underground. Full door and everything. But the way I designed it, I tricked it off real good. So if a person said house arrest for the next 6 months, I'll laugh at them, because I don't like coming out anyway unless I go in the yard. You know, so create your heaven. There's a chance to live the life that you want to live without the restrictions of living in America. Every time you want to do something that's going to cost you more money, you're not supposed to have a catwalk. You're not supposed to have balconies all around your place. And pay for it. But the equity, that's why I said before things crash, take your equity, do something with it. Because if you're top heavy in a property, you know, that's what you depend on, or even just buying the land and sitting down on it. But make sure that nobody will come and try to play around the paperwork and you're in a different country and you come and your land has somebody else's house on it. A lot of those things go on here too. See, shut me up when you're ready.
Yeah, but thank you, Brother Lance. We did want to get to one to final round of questions.
Sure. Yes.
Before we did that, I did want to ask, is there any way, or what would be the best way for individuals to support you and your work?
The best way, as far as like, you mean monetary or?
The monetary, like, or, you know, following the YouTube page, whatever it may be.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I never demand any monetary. A lot of us, I'm not one of those guys. I appreciate those things because it goes back into my equipment and stuff. I'm on limited income, but my thing is sharing, vibing, reaching out to people who are interesting that can come on and talk with me and we can share that person. I'm a collector of people, meaning that the interesting people that I meet, I encourage them to come on to the show and I share them with the world and the world can get to them. That's the support really for me, because the powers that be, I can tell you some stories that they are on me hot. Ever since I had Irritated Genie on, ever since I was on CNN with Dr. Drew, after the person I interviewed had killed 3 cops, other things, I'm the go-to guy that will let you talk uncensored, and the mainstream don't like that. And those Kanye West people there, I'm on their list. They have done some things to me, but I'm not a victim. I'm still here, you know? My YouTube channel is Lance Scurv. My Facebook page is Lance Scurv. My website is lancescurv.com. That's the main thing, the Grand Central Station of all the things that I do. I'm everywhere on social media, Instagram under that same name. TikTok is under lancescurv.com. Once you come to the site, you'll see the prompts and the icons, the chicklets to go to everywhere and everything I do. I do stuff every single day. So, you know, I look for people to say, hey, you want to get your story out? I know this guy who let you talk, right? If it's something super, super controversial that will get me flagged, we'll still come on and go on Rumble and go on all the other audio, because YouTube and me got a thing going on. They trying to smash me. And I'm like Floyd Mayweather with it. They can't touch me. They want to, you know? Yeah, but that way, yes. And others who want to donate a little $5, it's okay. My thing, let's talk. I have all the stuff set up. I've been doing this from America for many years. I had well over 100,000 followers before I even set foot here. So I'm all about, my heart is in America. I'm not one of those brothers who came to the motherland like, nah. I don't need y'all no more. No, I don't want to hear it no more. No, my heart is still there. My mind is still there. And I want to encourage people to know that they have hope. Even if you don't come here, don't let the American system break your spirit and steal your life force. That's the main thing that I have to say with anything I say. And I'm here for you. You can give my phone number out freely. Hey, talk to Brother Lance. Call me anytime. You know what I mean? My email address, lance@lancescurv.com or scurvmedia@gmail.com. I'm here like a fireman. So utilize it while I'm here and alive.
Thank you, Brother Lance. That was my final question. Any of our members or audience have any final questions for Brother Lance before we move to the next agenda item?
I do. It's a couple questions.
I'll keep the answer short.
I'll just say this, you know, which is not my question, but last week I had the opportunity to go to the courts, unfortunately, because of a ticket I'd gotten last year. But I just saw firsthand how the system sets up young Black people, which was the majority in the courtroom, how they set up these people for the prison industrial complex by slapping probation on them, having them leave Macon to go to Forsyth County to see a probation officer. And the rest is history. You know how it's going to turn out. Right. I mean, they're making these people seem like criminals. So we won't even go off on that. But one question, I guess it's a 2-part question, is in terms of land, approximately how much US dollars it'll cost for like a couple acres of land? And then secondly, honestly, when you taste the papaya, the pineapple, and all the fruits that I know you and Mrs. Scurv grow, how does it compare to
the stuff that we have here.
No comparison. No comparison. People go and say, I go to Whole Foods and get my food, and that stuff is messed up too. There's nothing like this rich soil. There's nothing like eating this fruit, man. Mangoes all over. And I'm going to tell one last story about it and a joke, and I'll leave you laughing. I'll say it decent. When we first came out here in 2019, I love mangoes. And they used to sell on the side of the road, mangoes. You say, how much does it go? So many CDs. I'm like, do you know that this is almost like 50 cents a mango, a big fat mango? So whatever we ate, going all up and down, I would always come back to the hotel room with mangoes. So now the young lady comes into the room, and on that trip, Mrs. Scurv didn't come. I was by myself. She comes into the room, she knocks the door and comes in. Can I clean? Or I said, no, I'm straightening up, whatever. She said, well, let me at least clean the bathroom. I said, no, it's okay. And so she went into the bathroom and she said, oh, she says, you have to tell me. I said, what? What is the air freshener that you use in your bathroom? It smells so good. I said, I didn't use any air freshener. I said, I didn't use anything. Oh, you had to use something. When you remember, please let me know if you can send some back. I love the way this bathroom smells. And I said, oh, it hit me what it was. So I said, yeah, I remember what it was. She said, what is it? I said, it's called Essence de Mango. That's why the bathroom smells so good, because all the mangoes I was eating. You caught it, right?
Yes.
But no, it's far superior. It's far superior. But the only drawback is that the GMO stuff that they sell in America, they don't even have to tell you. They have little labels, little codes and stuff. You could be eating it thinking, and they play around with the words. The fruits, when you pick them, eat them. Because there's nothing artificial. There's no changing of the genes and splicing it with pig genes and that lasts a long time. You go to these places like Food Lion and Publix or anywhere in the country, and you see these shiny apples. Man, the apple's good. And you take a bite and it's rotten, and you, like, what's going on? Here, when you see a ripe fruit and you pick it, you eat it. I've drove through places 2 hours straight, but there's nothing but mangoes over the horizon. You pull over. It's not everywhere now, but what you grow, it grows and it keeps growing and growing and growing. Come back in 5 years, we'll be able, out of this yard, which is 3/4 of an acre, but jam-packed with stuff that's planted, we'll be able to feed probably 15 families just off of what grows. Because the mango trees get huge. We got 10 of them growing, So when you taste it and you eat it, there's an attack on the farming out here with the atrazine being used as a fertilizer. I don't know if you know about the atrazine. There was a professor in California, a black man, who discovered that with a study. Atrazine given to frogs, male frogs, after a time, turned them into females that had eggs. Look it up. It's the truth. Atrazine. And it's most used in California, Texas, and Florida. And a lot of the fertilizers used out here, they use the atrazine because they're trying to make the men and go throw off their hormones and put things in their head, and it's all right to be this way type thing. So there's a lot of things going on. But when you grow your own stuff, you're good. You're good. Far superior. Far superior. I added years onto my life.
And land price. You look young. You look great.
My head's already big enough. No, but yeah. I've always taken care of myself. After I got out of bodybuilding at 22, still took care of myself, just started eating a lot of different foods and stuff. So right now I'm so relaxed, and I'm not even in shape. I haven't been in the gym since 1985 after my last competition. But I hope now that my life is so much more peaceful, I can start training again a little bit, not for any purpose or any ego, midlife crisis type stuff, because I'm too busy for a midlife crisis. Would have happened already. I just want to be the best of what I can be in this life and produce as much as I can. I know my destiny. I know my mission. I'm happy with that. So we all have to know when to jump off that merry-go-round of life. Not that we're going to sit down in a rocking chair, but that rat race, the rat race. I'm no better because I'm from New York City, but I come from the old school New York. I know what it's like. There's nothing my eyeballs haven't seen. I have seen everything. in this life. I have seen it all. Never done it all, but I've seen it all. And it's enough. And to know that this time now that we're in is so much more devious and different, you know. But anyway, I'm gonna end it at that. But thank you so much. And I'll be right here for the rest of the presentation.
Yes, excuse me. I just had a question.
Attorney Motep?
Sure.
Yes.
I think Brother Cornelius had his hand raised. Brother Cornelius, are you ready, or can Attorney Motep go first? Okay, looks like Brother Cornelius is not ready. Cornelius, I'm going to lower your hand, and Attorney Motep, you may proceed.
Thank you. What if you don't want to build there? How is the house rental market there?
It is dirt inexpensive if you don't want to build. But it depends, like anywhere else, like the United States, it's about the location. And a lot of the people here who know that we're coming from America or anywhere in the West or from somewhere else, it's like, oh, you got money. So they'll try to charge you a little more. But what they charge you is far less. And I'm going to tell you, the first apartment that we had, because we were here for the 3 years before we finished up here, before we even started, we were like 2 years in. It was a slum. It was jacked up. Long story short, our tour guide, so to say, unofficially, she had a little place and we helped her to finish it off, and it was terrible. So we had another apartment after that. It was far better. And we paid, you don't pay monthly here. If you work a deal out with a landlord and to pay monthly, that's what you do with them. But usually when you pay rent here for an apartment or a home, you pay yearly. You say, what? You pay for the year. But then for me now with that apartment, it was a 2-bedroom apartment, pretty nice. We had some issues with the landlord toward the end, but we paid $2,600 for the whole year. $2,600 for the whole year. You break that down month by month. I had no problem with that at all. It was amazing. So you may have some places that may be a little more if it's closer to the tourist areas and where more of the modern amenities are. I'm not saying we lived out somewhere in the woods anywhere. No, we walk downstairs and everything is there, restaurants, malls, everything. But there's so many different pockets here of places. It's not like in America where you have the downtown and you have the outskirts, right? It's little downtowns everywhere, outskirts here, poor area there. You're going through here because it's developing fast. So you have to be shrewd. And there are people here who will try to gank you for money when they see you. Oh, you're from America? Okay, all right, we're going, this is a good price for you, and it's not. So time and the willingness to explore and to network with people who are already here and people who are fair here. And number 2, you have to have a Ghanaian connection. You got to have somebody who is here, who for the most part is trustworthy, but who take the time to go around with you when it comes time to making deals, that they're going to step in for you. You slip them a little something, but they're going to look out for you, and they'll do that, and they'll save you a whole lot of money. So I have confidants here, males and females, and I have it like that for a reason, where the females can appeal a certain way, the males can appeal a certain way, and they let me know the deal here. So this is why I've had an accelerated growth as far as knowing some of the differences. And if you're on this line, you're very intelligent and aware, you'll have no problem. But the more footwork you put in, the better it will be for you to understand.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Brother Cornelius?
My pleasure. Yes.
Well, no, it was another brother that had a question. He was having technical difficulties.
Oh, no problem. No problem. I'm all ears.
Okay, we got Brother Omasius has raised his hand. Brother Cornelius, when you can get your, I'm clicking the ask to unmute. When you get the audio together, please let me know. Brother Omasius, I saw your hand.
Greetings. Thank you so much
Greetings.
for being here, Brother Lance. We definitely appreciate you and share.
Thank you.
You mentioned that it's still developing there and developing quickly. What will be the hurdles that will be in place for organizations to come there and develop land, and how much space is there to, if someone wanted to come and develop a small city themselves as an organization, how much land is there to do that, and what hurdles will be in place?
I'll say unlimited. There's nothing unlimited, but there is so much. When I say developing quickly, I'll say more toward the core of the city and some of the outskirts. But it's not as simple as the way you see it in America, because the outskirts here between Accra, which is the capital, and Kumasi, which is a 5-hour drive away or more, depending on how you drive, there's so many little villages, so much open land. Many people, when they think about Ghana, they're presented with Accra, and then you see the city, you see all of this stuff. But there are places out here that really the next 200, 300, 400 years are not going to get touched. It's vast, as with many other countries here in the motherland. So it's all about your goals, what you want to do, because the further out you go, the more affordable things are. Not that it's super expensive out here where I am, but if I was to come now, as opposed to, well, technically now 5 years, 4.5 years ago, I'd pay way more for the land, because a lot of these folks are getting hip. They think they can get money, but still there are great deals out here. If you come with cash, if you come with the finances and you have a group and you have a plan, you could work something out, but just make sure always that your paperwork is straight with the lands commission of that area. Because when you deal with somebody, there's a lot of fraudulent stuff going on. Oh, no, I'll take care of that for you. My brother owns this land, but I'm going to do, and you build a house and somebody comes and say, hey, this is my land. You got to tear this house down, or you better pay me for it. You see? So once you do things on the up and up, you have the cash to do what you want to do, there'll be no problem with you building and doing whatever you want to do. The only thing is that you have to grease the palm. Doesn't have to be a whole lot either, but that's the way things here are done with on all levels. That's why I stay inside a lot. I don't like doing that too much. But you'll be okay. You'll be okay. There's so much land out here. And it's phenomenal how so many people don't tap into this, even if it's not Ghana, even if you want to go over to East Africa, which is a whole different flavor, try out the country that you want to come into. Ghana is the most friendly, not necessarily where people don't try to hustle you, right? But for transition, it's the easiest to transition into. We're driving on the right side of the road. Even though Tree is spoken here, English is really the main language. They speak both. Sometimes you have some that don't understand. They come from certain villages on the outskirts, but English is the language here. And most of the people here understand American culture, which they don't have to, but it makes the transition easy. But make sure to have time. If you're pressed for time in your negotiations, it's a disadvantage for you. And make sure to explore, research, make your phone calls, and come out for yourself. Once you've compiled enough research to say, I want to check this out, check it out for yourself. Get phone numbers to people who are out here who own land. I'm willing to help. I don't charge them anything, but right now I'm not driving. So another 1.5 years, whatever, I'm good. I'll be going places. I'll be like, listen, I'm going here next week. Anybody got any questions about anything out there? And I'll live stream it and show you and get connections. That's what I'll do. It's doable. That's the bottom line. But do your research yourself.
I just have one last question.
Sure.
You mentioned 2 cities. You said Akron, there's another city that's 5 hours outside of it. What's the name of that
Say
city?
it again?
You mentioned 2 cities. You said
Kumasi.
That's a major city as well?
That's the second largest city in Ghana. Then you have Tamale. I believe you pronounce it that way. That's the third. It's a whole different world up there. Kumasi is like Accra, not as busy, but it is busy. And a lot of younger folks,
Are there major roads in between these cities?
Yes, but it's not like super highways. So you have roads that go between these cities and little roads and bigger roads, but the roads here in general, like, they're subpar. Not everywhere, right? Some of the highways are good, but you got a problem here with these roads. And the rule is that when there's money allocated to fix the roads, let's just make up a number and say the equivalent of maybe $3 million to fix this thoroughfare. Well, off the top, the politician is going to take 1.5 million, right? So now you have less money to finish the task. So this is the way it always is. There's no accountability here. It's just like there's a lot of corruption, a lot. So this is why I say you have to be the one and the author of how you live within. See, within my walls when I build them, I'm not going to say it's the American embassy. I don't come out here to push America, but the way I like to live while being a Black man in the motherland with connections here as far as my bloodline, which we all do. Because the whole planet is Africa, so there's no need to argue like many other groups argue, well, I'm this and you're not this. When, look, this is a whole planet. We're the original of the planet. So that kills that argument. But yeah, anything you want to do can be done easier here than there. Once you work along with certain people, you get to know people, it's smooth. And they'll look out for you if you know how to grease the right palms. It's not a matter of giving up a lot of money, but sometimes I go by the police station and I see them and I go buy them a meal. And they remember me. They're going to remember me anyway. Talk a little stuff, tell some New York stories, and they love me now. When they drive by, they looking, making sure, you know. So it's an exchange, but it's not anything where it's much better than the United States, in my opinion. Much better. It's like going to a job and having your own business. This is like having your own business because you got to know what it is you want. You have to be motivated. You have to get up. You have to know sometimes things might be lean, things might be better. Some people, they just want to ride out for 20 or 25 years on a job, have the job do the taxes and tell me what to do. I'll do it. I'll show up, but they won't make any traction in life for the part of life they're in. Say, for example, you're younger, you're in your 20s. You should be going hard, but you're going slow on a job. Then you get older and you start to wilt and you should get it when you can get it. There's no limit. There's no limit on success. Or I have to wait 10 years for the next person. No, you don't. Because we built damn near a mansion here for 2 people. We didn't anticipate it being that big. I made the plans. The architect, you know, we didn't sit down as far as the measurements. He made it a little bigger. I'm like, okay, cool. Because it was the traffic flow that I wanted. So I put myself ahead for the times I thought I wasted time in my life. You know, I had a lot of fun, no drugs, but you know, I ain't no rainbow guy, so you know what it was. I feel I'm ahead. I go to bed when I want, I wake up when I want. The check's coming in the mail. I make America pay me now. I got out of that place. So build, plan, and if you just buy land and don't even do anything with it, it's going to go up in price. Because so many people are coming here. Don't be fooled. They don't let you know. But especially Ghana, people are coming here to visit. They need things here done, especially for folks that are coming from the West that may not want to get into the culture all the way. They don't want the culture shock. It don't bother me none. You know, chicken is chicken no matter where I go. You know what I mean? I like sushi. There's a spot I know to go get sushi out here. Get my sushi fix on. Been eating that for 40 years. So it all depends on how you're willing to sacrifice. And the people you have around you who are willing to get their hands dirty in different ways and clean good ways, unity and having a vision, it can be done. And I had to face a lot of obstacles and delays out here. And like I said, I'm home. I don't even want to leave here sometime. You know, it's heaven on earth for me. I've made it that way. Somebody else, they come back, oh, it's terrible. This is bad. That's bad. This, it all depends on the individual, but I will explain myself completely.
Brother Eric, I see you got your hand up. You probably, after Brother Eric, we may have one more question.
Mm-hmm.
Brother Eric.
Did Brother Cornelius figure his out? Yeah, I got loose. Thanks.
Yeah, he can go before me. It's okay.
Yeah, Brother Cornelius.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Hey, brother.
How are you, brother?
Local people might try to take advantage of an American. Do the American people who move there, do they interconnect with each other? You know, like sometimes you see people in this country, they come from another country, they got little China's, little Italy's, whatever, you know, where they get together culturally, even though they're in a different country. Do the Americans cooperate with each other like that over there? Especially
Generally,
to give each other points about what to look out for.
Generally, it's superficial. You have those who connect with individuals, but it happens, but it's superficial. Then the other bad elements start to come in from what I see. Not everybody, because I don't know everybody's personal situation, but with these organizations that claim to be this, to bring, you know, Black Americans together in the diaspora or in here in Ghana, they have get-togethers, and you have so many organizations here that are dead, not doing anything. It's just to get together, and then it's really a gossip fest. You know, there are businesses, there are things happening. That's not everybody, but it's an unwritten rule that the same way we are in America, we come here, we're the same way we're out here. So to get together for the photo op, and generally, the real ones, they'll connect with you and work with you. And a lot of people that I've talked to from out of the country who I give them the information, they've come here, they do their thing. But it's sad because moving doesn't change the mindset of a people. Just like, okay, this organization is based out of Atlanta. There are many Black people there. Why isn't it, whatever size it is, it should be way bigger. But you have some who, they're mine. So coming out here, you have different Facebook groups that are great. You have people on Instagram, social media, you have get-togethers, you have a lot of those. But it just seems like there's that element there that I just don't like. So me, I'm a little different. I'm a introverted extrovert. I'm an extroverted recluse. So I have the full range. So maybe I'm the wrong one to ask that question, but I thought, I'm a little disappointed. I thought that we, as Black Americans who are here, would really appreciate. They do appreciate it, but there's a lot of one-man upmanship, self-promotion, and just me. I'll work along with you until I can get mine. It's just, I'm a dynamo. I can do my own thing, and I don't want to. I'm here to help. So that's what I do. I hold myself down. Whoever sincerely needs me from over there or here, I'm here to give the information, the exposure, and I'm here to help. That's the best that I can do, because I've been disappointed by some people that are out here, you know, just on character, you know. It's just like over there in America, you see? It's no different. So when you deal with Americans, because I've had people who hear me speaking in the supermarket checkout line, hey, bro, you from the States, right? Like, yeah. Hey, man, where you from? I'm from New York, man. Oh, man, I'm from Alabama, man. Hey, let's connect. And on that alone, you talk to the phone, you connect. We're all busy doing our own thing, but, you know, and then sometimes you go to the organizations that are supposed to be about that, and you don't see that spirit. You know, it's just, I don't know. Some people not talking to other people, and one person's more popular on YouTube, so now their nose is in the air, and the other person's jealous and crazy, man. I'm all about it. Check my track record, what I'm all about. I got certain people out here who won't deal with me because I'm too blunt. I don't want to shut up, but I'm not going to waste my time if you're not about doing. It'd be cool, but my body of work speaks for itself. I'm very serious about what I do. And it's for anybody who needs the help. You know what I mean? So I'm one who, anything you want to know, my number's up there, my email's out there, you call me anytime. I got weird hours. I'm probably going to do a 3-hour show after I get off of this one. I'm hyped tonight. I got a Prozac gland inside of me that's squeezing, so I'm going to have some energy tonight. You got another question, right?
Brother Eric.
Yeah, I do. I do. I have 3. One, you kind of touched on it a little bit ago, but from the perspective of somebody younger, like you guys are asking questions like, okay, so how do I buy property? What's the process like? What is like the transportation or the yearly, you know what I'm saying? Not that I shouldn't worry about those things or someone my age shouldn't worry about those, but what are some resources that you would say for someone who only has like the additions they would bring? Like you're saying, we have to have that drive, that like the determination, of course, the willingness to, you know, you're probably going to be without more often than you're with for a little bit, of course. But what are some resources you would say to go down that path?
As far as moving out here, and you might not have all of the financial that you may need, but the sacrifice and the focus, all those intangibles, and how does it translate? Well, I'll say to offset that, the more planning you do, and all you need, I would say, is one trip, not just for a week, but really a trip where you're coming here to absorb the rhythm and see, get some numbers, get some people to talk to, that you talk to regular long before you come here. People have cell phones, people have connections. Talk to as many people. That's the main thing. The more connections you can get here and talk to different people, the better off you'll be. Once you come out, and if you do decide to work along with somebody, because you have people who own land out here, and if they see that you're ready to develop it and work along with it, even if you start out with an acre or even a plot, I don't like the way that sounds, but that's a quarter acre of land, a plot. So I have 3. This is just under an acre. But you have some people that live far out and they don't have the capability. They don't have the manpower. And they say, hey, listen, I'll even give you this land. I've had people look to give me land so far out, it just wasn't worth it to go up at that point because I didn't have the resources financially to do so, you know, and it wouldn't have been worth it for me at that time. But you have some people who say, hey, you want to do this kind of farming? You know, let's work out a deal where you have access to it and you give me so much a month and we'll put paperwork on that. So there are a lot of creative ways because, again, you have to see what you're coming into because the economy being so tight here for the people who live here, and we won't feel it with the American dollar until that dollar crashes because it's fixed here and it goes up and down. When I first came here, you get 5.75 CDs for $1, right? The CD is like the equivalent of what $1 would be, even though it's not as far as the value. 5.75. There was one time in this history here, many years ago, it was 1 for 1 or 1 for 2. Wasn't that different, right? Now it's 1 for 12.24, and every few days it fluctuates a little bit, right? But while you can get whatever the exchange is, because the people who work here are not going to get that. If it goes double, the people here make half, you see? But whatever the exchange with the American dollar and other foreign currency, you are going to get it. So that's an advantage. So they're looking at you like, please, let's work a deal. But research. Think of how to get around, whether you need a vehicle or not. These vans that run right to where I can't say subdivision, but the little back cave road that I have there stops me right there. It's a 2-minute walk. It takes me right into the bowels of Accra. For 15 CDs, which is probably the equivalent of $1.10 or $1.15, that far. You take a cab anywhere in the United States for that distance. You see what I mean? So my thing is, why get a car right now? I want to focus on the castle. I can walk to the van. I don't have the ego. I've had so many cars in my life, and I wanted to get one. I want to get something nice and durable. It might be the last one I have. I'm going to take care of it like it's my last one. That's what they say to do. When you think frugal, you're willing to sacrifice, you'll make a good transition where other people fall off, and then you'll be in the power position because you won't have to pay anything after your place is built if you start smaller, according to your budget, whatever you have, but always try to have a source of income from outside. If you're younger and you haven't established where you maybe have a pension or something or some rental somewhere in the United States or whatever that will give you that money, because the economy here ain't giving you nothing. And the equivalent jobs here that most from outside are not going to get, they're Ghanaians out here who have jobs that are paying pennies on the dollar. Nothing. I mean, good sounding jobs. You say, wait a second, this is what you're making? Okay, in the mall, I was talking to three young ladies. They were kind of fussing in their language, and I know two of them, so I'm familiar with them. I said, come here for a second. Come here. You all look like you're fighting. What are you talking about? Oh, we're talking about the money we make here. And I forgot what it was that they said they made a month, but it ended up to come 6 days a week in the mall and have a little thing and sweep up, or somebody up chucks, or got to clean up in the bathroom, whatever, for 12 hours, 6 days a week. What they make there is the equivalent of $80 a month. Vans are cheap to get around, but that's not enough for even fare. If you're working with the restaurants, it's not uniform, and it's not the labor rights and different things they have in place in the United States. There's certain things you can't do. You can't go over certain many hours. The boss can't do this, but you don't have none of that here. And if they have anything that looks like it, it doesn't work. It's just like the whole citizenship thing. It's broken. It's only there as far as the structure looks. But you can make it here. You have to plan. You have to be frugal, sacrifice, work hard, but make a plan and get to know people that are here and get the information and be relentless about it. You know what I mean? And you'll make it. You'll make it. Look, if you can make it in America now, you can make it out here. It's a matter of adapting. It's just like when you have a device that's from another country and electricity is not compatible in that other country, you have to get an adapter to change around the voltage. Once you can get that adaptive mentality, you're good. You're good. And a lot of people I know are coming out here, and they're encouraged to do so from my example. And I'm a regular dude. A little crazy, but I'm a regular dude. And I wouldn't trade this in for nothing in the world, because when my wife comes back, she and I are going to be doing some things here with the abilities and talents we have. And the whole world is our customers. You see what I mean? It's not just, I'm going to open a little restaurant and just the people who walk by it. No, I'm going to use social media. You can use social media. You could do an Airbnb. You could do some kind of restaurant down in the tourist area that caters to a certain group of people that you will make money. There's a Ghanaian sushi joint. Right? They have other ones here that are Japanese. But I went there. Let me try this out. You know who is there eating? Japanese people. Oh, the sushi here is good. Oh, yes. Ghanaian people make sushi. I'm like, look at that. You see what I'm saying? So you'll see things like that, you know? And it could be just straight different types of industries that you get into that may not be the common thing, you know? But be undergirded independently before you come, you know, and look for the holes. Look for the things that you can do, you know? It's like when they said, if you know your eye is bruised in a fight, and you see 2 fighters, 3 fighters, hit the one in the middle. Look where you can fit in and what you offer unique. That takes creativity and imagination. And a lot of us are so used to saying, I'm just going to go open up a barbershop. I'm just going to open up a beauty parlor. Nothing wrong with those businesses. What I'm saying is that you have a sailboat, you're trying to get to the other side of the lake and the wind's in your favor. Well, you're going to get to the other side. But what happens when the wind is blowing against you? You have to adjust that sail in a way to make something that's adverse work for you in a positive way. And that requires you to think on your feet, you see? So if you're willing to make the leap, speculate, research, execute when you feel sure about it. But secure yourself and you take your time. You don't have to rush. I thought, you know, I'd come here and after, yeah, I'm straight. No, didn't work that way. I mean, I'm not dumb like that to think that. It's a gradual thing that as time goes on, you'll be more secure when you sink your talons into this land even more and work along. But you have to capitalize on the openings that you see where others don't see. That's what will make you successful. The success doesn't mean you have to come here and make $18 million. That might be securing yourself in a way that for the rest of your life, there's certain things you don't have to worry about, you know? And you look at my retirement check because I left earlier. So, oh man, that's all you living on? You know what I mean? I'm being real about it. But I'm shrewd. I know how to make it stretch. And it's nothing but going up from now. You know? It can be done. It will be done.
Mm-hmm. You kind of answered my my second one as well. And for the sake of time, I'm gonna save my third one. You said you were gonna do a show and you linked your YouTube and all your contacts. So I'll try to reach out through there. But
yeah, and reach out to me. Let me know. You know, there's a lot of people that reach out to me and I'm like, okay, well, what show? Don't be insultative because there's a lot of people. My phone is like, you'll never be bored with my phone. You know, I got a call from the Klan earlier today. They called me kind of words that we can't say on the show. And, you know, I said, let me find you out here. I'll tell those stories on a private line, a conference line. But yeah, it's a trip. But it's a relief and it's heaven on earth. I'm telling you, you know, it is so quiet out here. You know, I'm a sleep deep.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass my time on to the next question though. Yeah, you answered. Sure. Thank you. Yep.
Yeah, you're welcome, brother.
Thank you, Brother Eric. Attorney Emotep, I see you got a hand up.
Yes, thank you. How is the health care there?
It's very affordable. We don't have it where you can take your coverage from the United States and bring it over here, right? And it's funny because when you go for certain things, you're like, that's all it costs. You'll be able to pretty much pay your way. It probably, and I'm just don't go by this figure, but it's far less than 1/10 of what you'd pay in America for certain things. Now they have a hospital, I forgot what the name is, in Accra. We're talking like, I thought I was on the Starship Enterprise when I was inside that place. I was like, whoa, this place is nice and efficient, really and truly, but it's paying for everything. They do, I noticed they take Cigna. I was like, wow, they take that and they take some other things. But for the most part, what you pay is pretty much like a copay in America for certain things. It's like, that's all it's going to cost for that procedure or that type of checkup? Really? You know, but when you live up in the mountains, you know, my thing is like, it's a long way down there and there's vans are not running all night. You know, I would say on that level, the transportation too, if you had to call an ambulance, it's poor. It's very poor. If you're down in the city, it's a little better, but even then it's still poor. Right? So you better have family or somebody around you in a vehicle, you know, and I'm kind of risking it. Look at me now. I'm in this house. My wife is in America. If I fall off a ladder and hurt my neck and can't move, they're going to find me in here stinking. You see what I mean? So there's certain things you got to be aware of that I'm not going to get up on that ladder right now unless I have somebody here with me or whatever. So that's a choice you have to make, but they do have some excellent hospitals here, but it's not everywhere like in America where, you know, there's an ambulance that could be there. You're going to get this care. You know, certain things happen up here where I am. I'm in reasonably good health, but some people think they are and they're not, and things happen. So you have to be aware of your health and you have to weigh that out or live near somewhere within a close proximity to be able to get to the proper health care. But there's one up here in Mamfe or at Mampong, another town over, which is not far. When I say I've never been inside, but it's a pretty big hospital. They say it's pretty good. But the one that I saw down in Accra, they have several. I'd say it's probably something better than I've ever seen in the United States. You know, you pay. If you have coverage, you have coverage. They have some type of healthcare system here that you pay into with the work that people do, the Ghanaians do, and it comes out, I believe as Americans, we can pay into that. That's another thing I have to talk about. I want to go down to that particular hospital and speak with one of the administrators very soon within the next 2 months because my schedule, I don't have a schedule per se, but I'm not going to promise 10 people 10 things by next week, you know, but I'm definitely going to cover that. And I want to maybe have some people ask me questions to ask them in the transition to coming over here because I want to know, you know, and from what I know, things are dirt cheap. Medications, procedures, some things will be still higher, but it's way cheaper because you look at it this way. Everybody here in Ghana does not They're not affluent where they have lots of money. Some are. Most of the people are working people, working their own little thing. There's commerce all over the place. Every corner, somebody's selling mangoes, they're selling this, they're selling that. They're selling different things. They have little stores, they have little shipping container shops. This is the parts out of the tourist areas. Everybody's selling something. So those people don't have big savings, or a lot of them live in hand to mouth. A lot of them have children. So it is affordable. When you come here, you'll be quite shocked, just like the rents here for the most part. Again, not in the tourist areas, but people are living and they're covered for certain things. Yeah. But it stretches a long way. And what you know to be something expensive, you come here and it's like, I noticed that. My thing is getting to a hospital in a timely fashion. So I'm taking a big gamble being here on my own with no vehicle. I'm crawling up the road or something. But the people here are nice that way. They don't step past you, you know. You'll pretty much be all right. But you have to look into that. And I'll look into that in a few weeks. And I have the information on my pages on my site. You know, sign up. I got to set up my email subscription again. I don't have it set up yet. I'm looking for another provider. But lance@lancescurv.com, you can shoot me an email and I'll add it in when I find it this week. You know, I have a lot of subscribers. So I hit one button, it goes out to everybody. So anything I'm doing, I always share all the time, you know.
What about banking?
You have some great banks out here. What you'd have to do is, if you come here from America, keep your American bank account as always, but you have Pan-African banks like Zenith Bank, Echo Bank, which is based out of Nigeria, but it's just as good here. This whole area, West Africa, Echo Bank is probably the best bank to deal with. You have other local banks that don't deal on a Pan-African level, meaning that with the banking that way, you can have American dollars come into your bank account. You can have one account or two accounts, one that deals with the Ghanaian CD and another one that deals with the American dollar, because they're interchangeable. But sometimes you're going to want to get dollars in your hand before you change it over for different things here. So when you go to the bank, like me, I got Wells Fargo. That's what my check goes into, and that's my little YouTube dealings and social media and side jobs. I do graphics also, and I get paid that way. And my PayPal is connected to that. I'm gonna always keep that. But when I stick my card in the ATM, which is Echo Bank, Zenith Bank, or any bank that will give me CDs, what comes out, the equivalent down to the penny. So you don't have to calculate and think you're getting ripped off. I get paid in dollars. I put my card in, and out comes CDs at the exact exchange rate. And you have a lot of Forex places that will give you an exchange if you have dollars. If you come for a temporary time, you don't have to go and change them all over. You can go there as you need, right? But it's seamless. But I still believe that, you know, no matter where you are, you need to keep some cash on you. Right now, don't put all your money in the bank. You're at the mercy of that. I think about those things. Like, well, what would you do? You know, but it's seamless when you come out here. Now, if you come out, you have an American bank account, you want to stick it as a Visa card in, or a MasterCard or whatever, you have to let your bank know that you will be out of the country, because you'll go in there and they'll block your card, right? You make a phone call, they unblock it, but you better prove it's you. So before you make any trips, just even say, not even just Ghana, say I'm going to be in West Africa, and they can bump it up for so many months or even a year. I think my time is coming soon where I'm going to put the card in and it doesn't work, because they have to do that, because they demonize West Africa. But you look in Poland, you look in Russia, you look in China, Germany, they're worse. But when we come out here, it's like, okay, your card, you know, we flagged it. And of course you want them to do that anyway, you know, but they do it a little more here. So you have to let your bank know, listen, I'm going to be living there or visiting there. That's what you do. Now, here's another tip that I have to tell you. I get no kickbacks from this company, but it's what I use. I have my cell phone number from Florida, because I was in Florida before I came here, the 407 number. People call me on that number, not on WhatsApp. They call me straight. You can call me on WhatsApp on that, but they call me. People I haven't seen in maybe 10 years, did business with them. They call them to check on me. And I'm like, yeah, man, I'm in Africa. No, you're not. You picked up the American phone number. How can you be in Africa? Well, there's a service called parkmyphone.com. If you want to come out here, even if it's temporary or for a couple months, whatever, this is the best thing. I pay $143 a year. And this is a service that when you go there, just like if you want to switch from AT&T to T-Mobile and you let T-Mobile know and AT&T shakes hands with T-Mobile and releases the number to them, this is not a service provider as far as giving you cell service, but it parks your phone number that you may have had for a long time in business and cards and flyers. It parks your number and holds on to it and keeps it alive. So when a call goes to your phone or that number, it deflects it over to you through the internet. So if you have your phone connected to the internet, you'll get your call and you can talk as long as you want for the $143 a year. That's the one I got. I think there's one above that that has more, but that's a deal because I can keep my number for that much a year. If I was in America, I wouldn't be able to keep my number that way. You know, and the internet is what keeps it. So I keep an internet module. It's beyond my reach, a little small thing. It's about the size of this GoPro camera like this, right? And you keep it charged, you keep it on you, I keep it on me, I keep a little charger with me. I'm getting calls. And if those calls are missed, if you don't have the internet, they get diverted to your email. If you get a text, it's an email. And the text comes through there or a voicemail into your email. So you'll never miss. And that's a good deal. Especially, I had this number for like 20 years, you know? So that's a good thing. I tell everybody that. I get no kickbacks. That's what I use. Excellent service. Parkmyphone.com.
Thank you, Brother Lance. Sister Diane, you were going to say something?
I was just going to thank Brother Scurv for coming on with us today. And I'm sure it's probably like 1 a.m. there, isn't it? Or something like that.
It's 12:28, but I'm a vampire too sometimes, so I'm going to be up for a while.
I did have one closing question, Brother Lance.
Sure.
Been going through my mind throughout your entire presentation. One of the first things that you mentioned was a study of, I think you said human nature. I don't think you said human psychology.
Right.
But then you went into, you spoke on two specific dynamics. One was the dynamics of how Americans are treated by our Ghanaian brothers and sisters and how, you know, the hustle mentality, but also you touched on how the American mentality, when we come over there, we expect things to be different, but we're bringing that same mentality. What do you see as a solution, or how could we address, and it may be two separate answers, but how do we address our Ghanaian brothers and sisters mentality, and how do we address our American brothers and sisters mentality so that when we do go home, we have a easier transition?
Talking, having discussions, explaining. Many Ghanaians who see us on site, as much as we may look like that, many will see us as different because of what they see on social media, and they see us and envision us living this lifestyle. With me, when I was at that second apartment, there were little shops along the road, and they became my second family because between doing stuff online, I'd come downstairs and maybe, you know, get something to drink, some juice or something, or go to one restaurant and sit there and talk with the people. And they would ask me lots of questions about America, right? And of course, as you know, I like to talk. So I talked their ears off as much as they asked. I talk with them and they got a good idea. And they shared things with me that they wouldn't usually share if they felt they didn't know me. They felt comfortable to say certain things. And so now they have a better understanding of me and I have a better understanding of them. But it takes that type of dialogue that we sit down and take our time with the folks that are here because they're curious. So imagine an alien in a spaceship just dropped down and we see it, we're scared, we're looking at it, looking all funny and whatever, but they have their ways of looking at us funny. But if one of us goes forward and talks with that alien, sits down and talks to them and realize we're playing cards together, we're drinking some juice together, you know, and having fun, they say, hey, wait a second, he's no different than us. You know, but you have to be willing to talk.
Gotcha.
And be able to convert what they know, or maybe on a limited level about where you are, and show them and tell them, right? There's a woman who connected with me today on TikTok, and she saw all the stuff I have online. She says, "Oh, Lance, I want to come to America. You have to take me there." I said, "Listen, it's a nice place where you know how to work it, but you can do so much over here too. I'm not discouraging you, but slow down a bit, pump the brakes, and let's talk." For the Americans that come here and how they deal with each other, they need to get rid of that I'm going for the epitome in this system. Relax a bit. We're family. Anywhere I go, I tell people, when I moved from New York to Florida, they say, "You don't know anybody in Florida." I said, "Listen, I got friends and family down there I haven't met yet." And I said the same thing here. And I have it. There are people here that are Ghanaian that I can give my keys to and trust them. The guy was helping me. I was washing the clothes because we don't have the washer and dryer yet. We don't have that set up yet. And he said, "Oh, I'll help you out." This guy that comes around at a time. And I must have had about $1,000 worth of CDs. And he came, I forgot. He said, "Oh, here, this was in your pocket." I was like, whoa, that told me a lot about him. Because there's some other Ghanaians look around, their pockets are bulging and they're walking up out of here. So you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. There's a lot of deception, as with anywhere. They won't stab you and shoot you, but they'll negotiate with you a deal and make you pay a little more sometime. But as far as the Americans are concerned, don't bring your roaches here. And I don't mean roaches, actual roaches, but the things in our character that we think, the things in our character that we think, that the environment here is going to change. I was already straight before I left America for many years. I cleansed myself of certain things. I was ready for this. So it was a smooth transition. People say, "Man," even the Ghanaians, they say, "Man, how you come here so easy and you're living like a Ghanaian?" Me, and I'm walking amongst the people. I'm taking the vans. I'm out late at night. I know how to get around. I'm cool like that, Dun, 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 dun. So, it's all in the individual. We make it harder for ourselves or not, depending on how cleansed we are of the idiosyncrasies and the scabs and the scars that we have from America, right? We got to look beyond that. It's all up to us.
I got you. Yes, thank you, brother. Following up on what Sister Diane said, really appreciate your insight, your perspective. I didn't know what to expect. I was generally thinking, this is gonna be a sunshine and roses perspective of the motherland, and we all need to get on the next ship. I mean, next plane. I said ship.
At least it's a free will if we go to the ship. It's by choice.
Yes, yeah. But I appreciate the honest perspective. Not just the glory, but some obstacles that we'll have to face once we get there. So I definitely appreciate that, my brother.
Thank you. And I want to say that it is heaven on earth. It's what you make it when you know. It's like fire. The same fire that cooks our food and keeps us warm is the same fire that can burn our house down. It's all in your attitude. It's all in your willingness to embrace and know where you stand. And don't bring roaches. Don't bring idiosyncrasies and hangups. Those will be your worst enemies internally, and it will destroy you, no matter where you are.
Sure.
So it is heaven on earth for me, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any
closing comments before we move?
Yes, I want to say something.
Go ahead, Mama Mina. Mama Mina, you there?
Yes.
Go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Marcus Garvey did say Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. So for all of those of us who can take a trip and go to the continent, that's for sure an a blessing. Because this America will tell you that everything that came out of Africa was bad.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We do have responsibility, and this is the work that we're doing. Brother Lance, we will be in communication. Sister Diane, I'm gonna
yes,
let you
please.
head that. But I think one of the big takeaways that you mentioned that we really have to, be serious about is relationships. And
Yes.
you are, we have boots on the ground through you. So
yes, you do.
we will follow your lead, your example as to how we can develop the relationship with our brothers and sisters on the continent.
Yes. And I have a pretty sizable studio in the bottom floor that's going to be for the podcast and for the shows and stuff, that I'm going to have regular things with guests that come here, that come from other places, that when they come to Ghana, they can come here. It's going to be top flight. It's probably going to be one of the best podcasting studios in the world, bar none. I want to use it for that. And if you're remote and you say, hey, Lance, have a show with this person, because I have the setup, even electronically now. My place is not finished, but I can do that. And I have the time. So utilize that. I'll put the work in, and we'll get the dialogue going on, and I can share it to different people. I have a lot of friends, and I have a lot of people who might be enemies who peeking on too. So we all can learn, And anytime, at a moment's notice, hey, what do you do tomorrow? We can do this. Boom. That's how I am. I have nothing but time.
Thank you, Brother Lance. Been very professional. I don't have anything. Anyone have anything for Brother Lance?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I do. Just to thank Brother Lance again, and also to remind everyone that Marcus Garvey talked about economics. And so Brother Lance was talking about this village where it sounds like if our heads were right, 10 people in the medical industry, maybe a couple of doctors and a couple of nurses can go up in that village and make a very nice clinic or something like that.
Yes.
And just things like that, I mean, it starts with one, but then the sky's the limit. But then the same thing as for that clinic probably applies to a million other businesses. So it sounds to me like it's just your mindset. Opportunities are all around.
I want to say one more thing on that note before we go.
Go ahead.
Theoretically, why, like you said, 10 doctors, nurses, whatever, why can't 10 working people take 5 years and pull their resources together, right? 10 people can get a couple of plots of land. They don't have to get even acreage. And they put a bit of money aside and they purchase the land. And they have one person who's kind of free, that's retired maybe, that can come out and oversee the place and build 10 units, very small units that they can always come out to, that they can rent out from America. And it's clean and modern. They invested their money, pennies on the dollar that they don't feel, right? And you have a place to come to where you don't have to go to the expensive hotels or go somewhere that's subpar. And you could even work it. That you're an American, somebody from the UK wants to come down and rent out your unit, you can do that. There are things that we can do if we use our imagination. And maybe have 1 quarters for people to keep the place clean, to keep the rooms clean, and you give them so much because a little bit of money goes a long way here. There's a lot of things that can be done. It's just bridging the gap. Other races do it, and they sacrifice for the greater good. We can do it too. If we get the same people together who are like-minded and you work out a plan, starting small. It doesn't have to be small, but it can be done. I see it. It makes me want to cry sometime when I talk. I ain't got nothing to do with no Africa, man. You with them lions gonna get you, man, or malaria gonna kill you. Malaria almost killed me. I'm still here. I'm looking for it. Mosquitoes see me and run. And not every mosquito will bite you and give you that. But it can be done. You could be a regular blue-collar working person, and you get collectively together with others, and you say, we're going to put this $50 together every month, or 100, or whatever you can afford, and orderly know what it is, and open access to knowing where everything is going. And you have somebody here who ain't looking for no money from you to say, listen, I'll oversee this because I want to show the world. I want to show them people who think we can't do anything and we need them to come over and do for us. No, we can do it our own self. When you do it yourself, you save so much money. But we as a people will have an electrician or plumber in our neighborhood who's unemployed, but because he doesn't come with the uniform from the Caucasian company, we don't want him. But as soon as he's hired by them and wears the uniform and comes in the truck, oh, sure, come on in, because I know they're going to do a good job. That's the same brother who's around the corner. We got to pool our resources and not need validation from anybody else. But we still have to vet them and can't give them a pass just because they're the same color at the same time. So this is a good move. I wish I would have came earlier. I'm in heaven on earth. There's certain things that are off of me, and I'm happy. And I'll take my time. There's no rush. See?
Yes, sir.
And when you drop that knapsack that you've been carrying so long, you realize how much you've been carrying the whole time. The stresses that are killing us off in America, the psychic energies that we have to deal with from the glances and the spiritual warfare and all these different things. And it's just too much. It's too much. I'm Superman over here. I got magic powers. Just don't bring me no kryptonite. But thank you all so much. It's an honor. Anytime you have a meeting and you want me to come on in, if there's nobody speaking, I'll come speak. And anytime you're going to do a show that will have my audience there and you want to bring the organization to the world more so, come on in and I'll let you all have the floor. I'll just sit here and pop the buttons. You know what I mean? And you'll get more membership. You'll get more people interested. And that's what it is for me. That's what I can do for you, and I'll do it for you freely. You know, I just want to plant the seeds that are going to grow long after I'm on this earth. That's my satisfaction.
Say race first.
Thank you, Brother Lance. Race first. Brother Lance,
thank you so much.
He's mentioned a couple things, and Sister Diane, you touched on the lesson on economy. So I'll ask our students of the Marcus Garvey's Course of African Philosophy lesson on economy. He says that there's two reasons why Africans or Negroes fail in business. Does anyone remember what those two things were? And Brother Lance actually mentioned one of them. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Consistency and discipline.
No, not consistency and discipline. Even though they are aspects to it, but that's not what he mentioned specifically.
One is lack of knowledge, I think.
It is related to lack of knowledge. Yeah. Well, okay. I think Brother Oster said lack of knowledge in his orientation. The answer is lack of capital was one, not having enough capital, and the other was the inability to start small. So I think Brother Lance ended off with touching on that is as we come together, and Sister Diane, you gave that example. We have to be willing and able to start small and stay committed to the task. And with that, I wanted to segue into now that we've and what is anybody else from the Course of African Philosophy know what is supposed to follow our most emphatic portion of the speech?
I know.
What's that question again?
What follows the most emphatic portion of a speech?
Raising capital.
Yes, Brother Macius has it. According to Mr. Garvey, the best time to ask for assistance is after the most emphatic portion of the speech. With that, I wanted to take a brief moment, remind everyone, this is our first meeting of 2024, a great time to take care of your yearly dues. For members, current members, it's $46 a year. And for new members, it would be $56 for your first year, $46 for every year thereafter. Any additional contributions that you'd like to make can also be made to our Cashapp or PayPal, but we do prioritize member dues and member fees first. So if you have not joined and you'd like to join, we have an online application, cbpm.org/join 421. Most everyone here should have already filled out an application. And at this point, we just need to stay active. According to Mr. Garvey, there's only two types of members in the UNIA, active and non-active. Active members are those who pay their monthly dues and yearly assessment. So Just wanted to make quick segue to
And John, could I say one thing?
yes, Mama Mina.
UNIA members, the blessed thing we had on our last meeting in December, which was on the night of unity, the first night of Kwanzaa, when we left, a number of y'all didn't show up, but we had a good time. Sister Kijua came and spoke with us. So we pray, hope that you all will put in as much effort into attending our meetings regularly as we have tonight online.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Excellent reminder, Mama Mina. For those that weren't aware, we had our Kwanzaa event. We've been talking about this. It's a cultural event that's been taking place for years in the United States. We, as the UNIA Division 421, we have not had an official recurring Kwanzaa program. We tried to do it last year, or we spoke about it last year. We weren't really successful. We were able to have an event this year, the 26th of December, and I would like to make sure this is the first of several years of continuous activities around Kwanzaa. As Mama Mina said, we hosted Umoja, Unity. Mama Mina, excellent job. Sister Kijua did an excellent job of explaining the importance of Kwanzaa, the meaning of Kwanzaa, what the different artifacts of Kwanzaa represent.
The 7 principles, yes.
The important, the 7 principles in Guza Saba. I learned quite a bit. I'm not sure, I'm sure everyone else there learned quite a bit. We invited our brothers and sisters from the Nation of Islam as well as the Moorish Science Temple as well. But Mama Mina, you are absolutely right. One thing everyone does have a little bit of pass on, since we were kind of a little bit delayed on the planning. We had a very busy end of 2023 we had a fundraiser in August. We had Ancestors Day in August. We had our awards ceremony in November. I believe there was a Black Family Day hosted by Nation of Islam in December, early December, or Unity Day. And then we had the Kwanzaa event. So the Kwanzaa event didn't get promoted as well as I would have liked. We got around to planning it toward, kind of late. It didn't get promoted very well. So excellent point, Mama Mina. This year, actually, we need to be focused on our events for the end of the year. So keep that in mind. Next meetings, fourth Sunday of this month, I think let me see what day that is, 28th. We will go over our calendar and what the plans are for the year, what the expectations are for the year, and if there's any updates or additions that we need to make, that will be a great time to do that as well.
All right.
Thank you, Mama Mina. We do have we do have a special guest on, or at least he was on. Brother Gerald, are you still on? Yes, he is. You don't have to say anything right now, Brother Gerald, but the Brother Gerald is the main organizer when it comes to the organizations coming together. Brother Gerald represents Nation of Islam under the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. And for several years, and Brother Gerald, I'll open the floor to you. And Brother Gerald, we're going to need to get you a day where you can kind of share your vision and your thoughts of unity and, the progression to how we got to where we are today. But January 27th will be our next unity banquet. Nation of Islam, Moorish Science Temple, Universal Negro Improvement Association, United Sabaeans are the primary organizations as well as others. But this will be upcoming community event and a unity event. Brother Gerald, was there anything that you'd like to share on the upcoming banquet? Brother Gerald, are you there? Okay. We'll come back to Brother Gerald. So that is January 27th. The reason why I'm highlighting this, we just got the flyers for this. But the reason,
Brother Joe is on the line.
yes, but he's not. He may not be at his computer.
He's probably muted.
So
Unmuting. Brother Gerald?
He has to unmute.
John, can you send me that flyer?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Brother Gerald, we hear you. Yes, Ross Marvin, I'm gonna put it in the executive officer group. I'm gonna put it in right now. I wanted to make sure we were focused. Tomorrow we've got an MLK day, but I'm gonna put it in the group in just a moment. Brother Gerald, go ahead.
Yes, sir, Brother John. I first want to commend you for always being a supporter and always having your boots on the ground. And you've always been available, and I salute you for that. And it's been a great relationship with you and the UNIA here in Atlanta. So I thank you. You're doing a wonderful job and a great job. And, you have been one of the major components of the unity that we're doing here in Atlanta. And it's just the 8th annual Unity Banquet. Nothing really different than the last ones. We're just bringing all of the organizations together. That's been working with me for the past 7 or 8 years. So once again, we always have a different theme each year. And our theme this year is our duty to uplift fallen humanity. And at the Unity Banquet, I just want to also let everybody know our report for this year on the things that we've done in the community. And I just close by saying this, the original agreement of the Unity Banquets was, not just to have a banquet, but where people eat, entertain, and talk. One of the goals was to get into the communities and do work. And that's what we do. Yes, so sir. I know we had some grocery giveaways this year, so we just want to give updates to the people on our progress this year with our work in the community and continue on with that 2024. So that's going to be January the 27th, 6 to 9 at Akira's Cafe. Tickets are $25, $35, and $45. Those are meal tickets. $25 for the veggies, $35 for the salmon, and $45 for the lamb. And of course, a lot of that will be put back into the community to help us in 2024. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Gerald. And again, as it says, 8th annual Unity Banquet. So 8 years of doing the work to organize and unify. I have not seen this anywhere else, even in history, to where these 4 great historic organizations, Universal Negro Improvement Association, Moorish Science Temple, Nation of Islam, and the United Sabaeans, formerly known as Nuwaubians, are working together consistently for years and demonstrating and showing that example to their community for a consistent 8-year period.
John.
Yes, Mama.
I want to share that in LA they had a Black Congress and those Black organizations working together. But this is during the Black Power movement days, and you might not. You was probably a little boy back then, but anyway. So Black people. So Black people have tried to work together, and we did have the Black Congress right there in Los Angeles, California, on Broadway.
Yes, ma'am.
Just want to share that.
Thank you for that, Mama Mini. Yes, that was before my time. But again, again, we have to make sure we are putting our energy into systems and programs that we believe in. And if we believe in unity, the concept of unity, we believe in race first, and we believe in, as Mr. Garvey said, to bring objective number 6 to establish independent nations. These programs go under these objectives. So just encourage everyone to support. Flyer will go out soon, and I'll send out a email very soon as well to the general membership. Questions, comments on January 27th, Unity Banquet.
Does Brother Lance need any assistance with anything he's doing?
I did reach out. Brother Lance, do you want to answer that question? I'll let you answer that.
Oh, just like, share, and subscribe. Participate on lancescurv.com. Leave your comments. If there's any articles that anybody wants to write or anything you want me to forward on my social media as far as the events are concerned, send it to me, shoot it to me, and I'll shoot it on my social media. If you have anything you want to promote, you have flyers, and we can do a little short show, or even if you wanted to, this is unique, even in your WhatsApp, you hit the button, record the audio really clear with no noise behind you. I will upload it to my channel as long as we don't have any copyright music, and put it out there. I'm here in front of my computers right now, about to do a lot of work. I'm going to record more audio tonight. Those things don't stress me. This is what I like. You know what I mean? So, you know, that's my support and what I can give. And on the first of the month, I'm probably going to go and join and become a member here. And that's what I do. So participate on the platform and anything. I don't have to be there, but that salmon plate sounds pretty good, but that other, thing going on, but I can't get there. But anything you're promoting there, I'm going to promote it on my platform, because there are people all over the world that listen to me. Even though my numbers are shut down in the shadow banning and the censorship, still a lot of people, they listen. So I'll expose and keep it going. You'll probably meet more people in Atlanta that know me that didn't know you, even though I'm over here. We had an event in Orlando, a march. A friend of mine's running for Congress, Issa Muhammad, Vibrant White, and he live streamed the thing. And I'm sitting here in the motherland, I'm bugging out. I'm like, listen, this is technology. I'm way over here in West Africa, and I'm looking at the streets where I used to live and drive the bus, and he's over there, and people are vibing that way. We have to use technology the right way. And again, I have the time. I'm not charging nobody. When you're worthwhile and I can see this kind of unity, it's my duty to do what I do. I'll get up out the bed and support y'all. You know what I mean? Try me. I have a track record for that. People know me. And that's why the powers that be, they're scared of me, because it's like I can't be compromised, because I've been made many offers to compromise, and I never compromise. But I'll always support to the end these good organizations like this. But that's how you can do. And yeah, there it is. Now on my site, sometimes we have some writings of some things that are a little adult, but we're raw like that. But we're not insulting. And you look at the topics, human nature, that I like to follow and do. That's my wife right there, Lily Fire. And you scroll down, you'll see some of my artwork, the very nature of my artwork. If you click on that illustration, you'll see certain things that I drew. And it's vast. It's 23 years worth of work. And that's all done with my pen, a little bit of pencil, where's my pen? Here you go. The same very pen I draw those illustrations with. And some things you see there are book covers or things that other people requested me to do. But if you look at some of them, and I'm not gonna, and the TD Snakes was done years ago, right? That shows you my mindset, because there's no way you're gonna sketch those pictures really quick. They take time, and that's a dedication. While I do everything else, there's a couple of religious things in there that people ask me to do. So there'll be different philosophies of things, and and I haven't been drawing in a while, but I got the time to get down and do. So that's how I came online as an artist. I got interviews for these different sketches and stuff, and like that with the Dunce one as a book cover, some of the things. But you'll laugh. It's like a Black Mad magazine type of thing, because I have little anecdotes and little funny things in there, and some of the things weren't even meant to be seen that I sketched, but I threw them all up. I have countless pieces of artwork that the world has never seen, and we need to scroll up on that one. Sarah Palin is a little adult, but if you see over there, Eddie Long, that's kind of adult too, and TD Jakes is in the back. I was hip. I had a lot of intel and a lot of things long before they came out, as I do right now. And certain things I can't say, because there are people in trusted positions that if I said it now, it would blow them up. People in the religious community, people in Hollywood, people, so that's what I do. You know,
That's
I write videos. I got 5,700 plus videos and talk shows on YouTube, on Rumble, on Facebook, I'm everywhere. And I'm not saying it to brag. I'm just saying that as much as I'm everywhere, there's a lot of folks that don't know me. And that's a forum that I have that you can sign up, and I have regular news that's RSS'd in to the minute.
Can you mute your lines, please, if you're not speaking? Little Macy's. Go ahead, brother.
You know, so yeah. Oh, somebody's about to talk.
Well, no, we kind of need to progress again. This meeting is only supposed to go to 8. So we got to kind of rush. Well, not rush through, but
sorry about that.
Not a problem. No. It's a good.
No, I know.
You're
I'll appreciate y'all though.
Having more content isn't a bad thing. Cut this up into 2-3 different videos. One other thing I wanted to announce, tomorrow, MLK Day of Service at Omenala Griot. So the facility that we've been renting out since November, December, this month, January, and we'll be there again February. They're having a cleanup day tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. So any members or anything, especially officers, please come out, help support. But yeah, MLK Day of Service, not just a day off from work, but we should honor the legacy of Dr. King. And I don't think there's not many better ways than working on the facility, Black-owned Afrocentric museum here in Southwest Atlanta that we also use for our UNIA program. So those are my 2 announcements. If we don't have any questions or comments, we will move to officer report, then we'll quickly move into member share.
President John, I didn't receive, you said you put the flyer in the group for the banquet, but I don't see it. And I think you sent it to me, but it said the message was deleted or something. But if you have a second to send me that, because the work that I'm doing on this side to try to push it out in the world.
All right. I will send you both of these.
I got the Dr. King flyer already.
Okay.
I just need the one with the banquet. 8th annual.
Should have it in a moment. Should just
thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll go through officers' reports briefly. Please try to be brief. Myself, officers training is still a priority. Every Tuesday, 8 to 9:30 p.m. Course of African Philosophy is the current focus. We will shortly be moving over to Constitution study, but we also will be doing officers training to get our officers more trained on their specific offices. There's a lot of work to be done in the UNIA, but if responsible officers aren't taking care of their responsibilities, all of that work ends up rolling up to the leadership. So we want to make sure we're supporting our leadership and carrying out our responsibilities as officers. Beyond that, President's call was very interesting this month. Nothing major that anybody missed, but be on the lookout for. It's unfortunate. I gotta speak to our leadership because we're in a very interesting position. But basically, everyone is aware of the dynamics around Brother Umar Johnson and how our leadership feels about that brother. He was invited to a Detroit UNI event over Kwanzaa. It was well attended, well supported, and it was a good event. But at the end of the day, our leadership has a certain position around certain individuals. So,
The national leadership.
yes, national leadership. So there will be a list coming out of individuals that national leadership does not want us to do business with. That was the main focus of the president's call. Again, this is not something that I necessarily agree with. I think it's in contradiction to the principles of the organization. Well, just some of the principles in regards to universal confraternity, and doing everything that we can, number 11, to assist our people. So my understanding is what I've been looking for, as everyone should understand, a big word for me when it comes to leadership is policy and procedure. You know, what is the procedure? What is the policy? And precedent. You know, if we don't follow policy and procedure, we are creating a precedent to which we do not have to follow policy and procedure. So just trying to understand what is the decision-making process to where an individual is no longer welcomed to do business with the UNIA. But as far as I understand, the only individuals that are supposed to be, that are persona non grata, I think that's the right term, are individuals that have stolen from the UNIA, or Mr. Garvey speaks on wealthy individuals that marry outside of their race. He considers that an unpardonable sin. But with the exception of those two explicit violations, I'm not sure of our policy to exclude an individual based on how we feel about them. But that's something that'll be coming out soon. And that was the focus for President's call. Any questions for President report?
Thank you so much, President John, for that president report. And it's so vital that we receive a summary each during our mass meetings so that we can know what's happening from the parent body level.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, President John, for that report. And
yes, sir. Yes, and again, keeping in line with responsibilities, that's one of the major responsibilities of the president, is communicating what's going on the leadership, and communicating that with the membership. So we just had this meeting this past Wednesday. It usually takes place first Wednesday of the month. So first mass meeting, you should be expecting a report from the president's call. Outside of that, focus is international headquarters. We are making a lot of progress. Things are going well with the international headquarters, and we have to, I was gonna say fundraiser for the headquarters, but we need fundraiser in general for our local. And with that, maybe we can send a portion or a percentage of a local fundraiser as a international headquarters fundraiser. If there aren't any questions for myself, and this is an old document, I just realized that.
I got a question, John. Yes, how many brothers and sisters really want to meet at the Omenala Grill that one day a week? Because we've been having, very minimum number of people there that we're paying the rent to rent that place out. Nobody's showing up.
Well, that's a great question, and it's a good question to ask the body. But I'll put it like this: based on the records, it's not something that we're ready for. We're not ready for a physical facility, at least during the week. Maybe we can do something on the weekends, but at the weekends it would be more expensive. So that's why we haven't pursued that. But based on the past 2 years of this endeavor, I can definitely say that we are not ready for a physical facility that we'd have to make profitable. Anyone disagree?
I think Mama Mina was asking, not if we're ready for a physical facility, but are we able financially to keep the weekday facility? I don't know if that was what you was trying to say, Mama Mina.
Well, at the end of the day,
we had agreed that we were going to meet once a week at Omenala Grill. We've had meetings at Omenala Grills. Maybe one or two, maybe three people might be there. So, do we still want to continue to do that?
Mama Mina, no, we do not.
Sure.
Okay. As I've said, I've talked to Lady President about this. I gave my opinions on this endeavor before we went into it. I gave my sentiments on how it was received last year. But we took a chance. They say if you build it, they will come. We didn't have any, so we felt that may be a obstacle for us making progress. So we took the steps to, have a physical facility to see how it worked. And as I said, it has not worked for us.
Right.
So take it how you want. At the end of the day, Division 421, as it's structured, as we are, an executive body and a membership, we have no purpose for a physical building during the week, is what the record shows. Am I wrong? Does anyone disagree?
Well, one of the main reasons why we moved forward to put that in place is because we were going to start the program for the children, the youth program. So I don't know if it makes sense to do away with renting it, and then we were anticipating February, March, if I'm not mistaken, to get the youth program started. So I guess once the decision comes about as to keep it or not, we have to remember one of the reasons why we put it in place was for the youth. So I guess we need to kickstart that and see how we're gonna go about that.
Yes, you are correct. But again, we had the planning for the facility prior to November of last year.
Right.
And we made the commitment prior to November of last year.
Right.
It is January of current year, and we still have 0 programs in place. So we are literally just having discussions while we're paying rent for a building that we're not using.
That we're not using.
May I chime in?
Go ahead, Lady President.
Greetings, membership. Peace and love to each and every one of you on the call. It's a pleasure, as always, to hear each and every one of you. And I don't mean to make, I guess I'll go ahead and make this my report, but to touch on what President is saying, everything is quite accurate. But on the phase of we don't have any programs developed, I can't say that. What we don't have is volunteers and participation. During these course of 3 months of us being in the Omenala Griot, when we did touch bases together, we got a lot of information. We got a lot of things done over the Zoom, but when it was time to show up in person and actually put the physical aspect part of the dynamic in place, it was nobody there, and it was nobody to show up or even accommodate themselves of not showing up. It was just like, I'm not gonna be able to make it, sorry. So I just want the people to know that the dedication, the development and the willpower is there. But like the discussions that the president and I have had is that it's no sense in us developing these courses. There's no sense of us developing these events if we're going to be the only ones showing up, and we're going to be the only ones putting in the effort, if we're going to be the only ones putting forth the work. So I just want the people just again touch back on the essence of that. The work is done, it's being done, it's developed, it's developing, but it's at a pause right now because we really want to know the conscience of our membership and what they're willing to step up to and what they're willing to sacrifice. A lot of things that goes on in this organization, this membership, is all about sacrificing and being the change that you want to see. So in terms of us wanting this change and seeing and saying we should do this, we should do that, how about this, how about that, it's time for where we should step up and actually put in that effort to be that, and to know that if you come in with a solution or you come in with a commitment that you're not by yourself. That's the point of, you being a part of this organization, is that we will support you. We will get the help for you. We will try to show up, but it's kind of difficult. It's kind of like like President John, I would say, we don't want to be hypocrites and saying that, we're here for you, and then, you're not here for us. And, it's this whole big turnaround. It's a whole big, chaotic thing. And that's one thing in our communities and our neighborhoods that we should strengthen more, is the unity, to unite more, being more organized when we unite. Just say, for instance, Mama Mina has something, let's support Mama Mina and what she has. President John has something, let's support President John and what he has, and so on and so forth. And that way we will see change, and that way we will see numbers, and that way we will see profit, and we won't have to keep digging in our mental capital and our spiritual capital and our physical capital. So I'm very, and then I'm not, I want to say I want to come off too hard on anyone. I'm very proud of my membership. I'm very proud of each and every one of you. I have so much love for each and every one of you. And I do want to get to a poll. I do need to talk to somebody in the business office. I need to get a poll for our membership to see what days are best for them, so that we can unite more as a community, because we don't want to force African nationalism on any one of you. We want you all to be comfortable in knowing thyself. We want you to be comfortable in coming to find the resources and see how it benefits you. But at the same time, like I said, we don't want to force you. We're not holding anybody hostage. This is not one of those situations. We just want each and every one of you to, find your pace here, find your path. And I think pretty soon we'll need to get with the business office to take a poll on what is best for your community and your neighborhoods, so that we can all be on a coordinates together. But again, I'm going to say that this is my report. This is me. But development is in progress, and I want everyone to be assured of that. But I, as Lady President, need to be assured of the volunteering, of the commitments, of the dedication, because President is there. I fell off for these last 2 weeks to indulge in other developments, but of course I'm back now in the office. But again, my email still works, my phone still works. I still have ways of communication. If anybody ever needs to get into contact with me to, stress out any comments, concerns, suggestions, or anything, my line is always open to that. So that's all I wanted to say. Race first. I love each and every one of you. Let me know. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Lady President. Yes, yeah, thank you, Lady President. In regards to the days, yes, Lady President, you're correct. We don't want to force anything, and that is true. We don't want to force anything, but the alternative, the way we've come at it, we had to at least provide an offer. So one thing that we can say, we can check off Tuesday does not work. From 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Tuesday is not a very good day for our membership. Now we can try to do Monday, we can try to do Wednesday, we can try to do Thursday, we can try to do Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I don't really feel too good about Saturday and Sundays personally, but about trying to get people to come physically on the weekend. We struggle with Zoom, so but at the end of the day, we just have to keep working. But on the other hand, one thing that I was thinking was, entertainment. When it comes to entertainment, the NFL doesn't, I don't know, maybe they do, but before they have a Thursday night football game, I don't know if they poll the audience to see when they're available. NBA, when they have a basketball game on a Wednesday, I don't know if they're polling the audience to see, but I do know that a lot of our people are either already available or making themselves available for these programs. for programs of entertainment. But again, when it comes to programs for our community, for ourselves, for our race, we're not able to apply that same determination. So those are just my thoughts. I agree with you, Lady President. We can, try this appeasement approach, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but that's just my position of I've never thought that this thing of liberation would be easy or would be convenient or would be comfortable. So going about that approach of trying to find something that is easy, convenient, and comfortable, I understand that we have to do what we have to do, but I'm going to question how far will that really get us? At some point, we as a people have to be willing to do what's uncomfortable, what's inconvenient, and we really don't want to do. And these Tuesday programs was an example of that. I don't like these Tuesday, I'd rather be doing other things. But at the end of the day, we have to set the example. And that is what the UNIA and Garveyism is really about, is understanding that we as a people have issues and conditions, but also understanding that we can come together and set the example for how to do things better. So the ball is in our court. We're not looking for anyone else to answer these questions or these problems. We're looking for our membership, and specifically our executive body, to answer these questions. Myself, as well as Lady President, has put forth our solution, and we have committed to that solution. And now, we're asking, what is the alternative? Our solution obviously did not work, and I can, that's fine. I have no problem saying that. But now I'm looking at you, and the time gets even tougher now, because what is your solution? What is your suggestion? That's all I've got. Any questions, comments before we proceed?
Yes, President John.
Go ahead, President Ross.
First of all, we all should badge it up for our Lady President for excellent work on the Tuesday nights, and her commitment and her dedication, along with Mama Mina was there and anyone who came out there, but especially for our Lady President. Let's badge it up for Lady President Ebony, because over the last 2-3 months at Omenala, she showed some commitment and dedication and planning for our Omenala Liberty Hall events and activities. So I just want to express, Lady President, I thank you so much for your commitment and your dedication. And Lady President, I also want to help in the future endeavors at Omenala Griot. And when I say help, I'm going to let you know how I'm going to help. But in reference to what Mama Mina suggested or mentioned about our frequency at Omenala, I want to say that our Lady President led some very positive programs at Omenala Griot within the last couple of months. Yes, our award ceremony, I remember that and I could never forget it. I'm just upset that we didn't get a chance to video it. That was such an excellent program, our award ceremony. And even our Kwanzaa program at the end of the year, it looked like it wasn't going to happen, but President John, it happened. And we had a nice little turnout and nice little gathering. So we have to big up our
small turnout.
Even if it
we
was
had a small turnout.
Sometimes
I took food home. I took home that what I close.
Brothers and sisters, when Mama Mina says small turnout, I'm estimating 15 to 20 people came out. All right?
Yes.
It was 6 to 9.
No,
people were the guests.
President John.
Yes, it was a minimal showing of people. I'm telling you, I know.
Well,
T. Jewel was my friend's daughter.
Basically, the six people who came, you had invited them and you're part of them with the original Kwanzaa program, but we still had a few people scattered that made us about 15 to 20 people at the program. to me, all of that is so vital. And I'm just saying, we wouldn't have had that if it wasn't for Mama Mina's commitment, if it wasn't for our Lady President commitment. So let's, from this point on, when we think of Omenala, let's, instead of every Tuesday, let's focus on making a program successful through making sure that whatever we're going to do at Omenala, we have the flyer out a month in advance. So that way we can build it up and build up the energy and get the word out there to the members and so on.
But
so it's not like,
did you just, I just said, are we going to continue to meet there? That's my question.
Well,
through the month of February, we are locked in.
We are locked in, and I just want to chime in real quick. The Liberty Hall is still a thing. I've just talked to President about this. We have not given up on Liberty Hall. We still need vendors. We still need traffic. People, bring your vendors. I'm still looking for 4 vendors. I've been looking for 4 vendors for 4 months. I still haven't got my 4 vendors yet. I don't know. But that option is still open. You got people who are entrepreneurs, who have their crafts, who have things that they want to, shine out to the world, and they don't have their platforms. Bring them, send them to me, give them my number, give them my email address, send them the flyer. We have we locked
but
in.
But the members of the organization want to come to that site.
We understand that, Mama Mina. That's what I'm talking about right now.
Even you weren't there for Kwanzaa. So what are you talking about?
Because I canceled
we need
it.
to talk about, do we want to keep staying there?
I canceled it. President John continued it. That's why it was only 6 people. But I canceled it. It was in my request to cancel it.
Lady President, let me.
It wasn't canceled. You canceled yourself.
I contacted President John, and I said that we should cancel it. President John continued it. I was there from 1 to 3 o'clock with problems that I have to talk to President Kevin with on tomorrow. So I have my own reasons, professional reasons, why I was not there, and I suggested that we did not do it. But continue, President John. Like I said, I'm yield the floor. Matter of fact, President John, I'm just gonna give it back to you. Every Tuesday, we are still locked in from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Every Tuesday, we are still looking for vendors. That has not changed. President John will be there from 8 to 10. I am there all day on Tuesdays. So we do need vendors. If you need a flyer to pass around to your community, to your neighbors, I have that. Please reach out to me and I will email it to you, or I will text it to you. So let that be known. I am there from 3. I'll be there from 3. Matter of fact, I'll be there early. I'll be there from like 12, 1 o'clock on Tuesdays. I'm there early. So 12 to 1 o'clock, I'm there all the way to 10 o'clock. So just reach out to me, let me know. I love each and every one of y'all. Race first. President John, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Lady President. Mamina, one moment.
I didn't finish my comment.
Okay, go ahead, President Rouse.
Like you see, our Lady President's commitment. She said she'll be there every Tuesday from 12, 3 o'clock. That's what I want to, badge it up for our Lady President because of her dedication and her commitment. President John, you asked the question, where do we go from here? What is our solution? And what I would suggest is that to answer your question that you asked, and also to enable our Lady President to manifest the visions that the ancestors have given her, what I would suggest as our solution is that we take 2024 and as executive officers, we work towards fulfilling our #1 goal of getting 500 active members in our division.
Yes, sir. I agree.
If we all as executive officers just take a pause on having external events and just focus internally, because we're already at 477 members. So all we have to do is follow up to these members who may not be paying their dues, contact them, call them, encourage them to pay their dues, and automatically we're just less than 25 members away from 500 active members. So I'm saying this is how I would help you, Lady President, meaning that if we get to the 500 active members, that's going to give us a budget of over 16,000 US a year. Omenala would only be pennies for us. We can reserve it. We don't have to just wait on wait for just deal with it during the weekdays. We can have it on weekends. So what I'm saying as an answer to your question, President John, and also of how I'm going to help Our Lady President, because she has such great commitment and loyalty and dedication to Division 421. Let's get these 500 active members. So that way we have a budget to do whatever Our Lady President or our president decide to do. So that's what I'm saying. Race first.
Yes.
Race first.
Yes. President Ross, don't walk away. Now, you know better than anyone here. So let's just have a dialogue, a rhetorical discussion. We know that is our goal, to bring in membership. But what about where has most of our members, how have we recruited a majority of our members? We talked about this a little while ago.
Number one, most of our members that joined Division 421 joined from Marcus Garvey Day. Just within the last year, Marcus Garvey Day, August 2023, we had over 20 members join.
Yes.
There were a few years ago on Marcus Garvey Day, we had over 50 members join.
Yeah.
But our second most popular way of getting members in the Division 421 was through our webpage at the CBPM website, our online presence, in which we're rebuilding now. We need brothers and sisters to help rebuild the Atlanta Division 421 webpage and membership page, joining page and everything else at the new website we're building. So if anybody's interested, so that's how President John is through those two methods, Marcus Garvey Day and online presence of Division 421 is how we got the majority of our members.
Yes, and I'm with you. I agree. Marcus Garvey Day is an event, and it is an event that we do only once a year. So the thought process from leadership was, if we can be this successful with an in-person event, why don't we have more in-person events for the reason of bringing in membership? So that is how we got into the discussion of having events and planning events and having a space. It was based upon our success for Garvey Day, but also realizing that Garvey Day is only once a year, and we shouldn't, we can't wait once a year to be bringing in members. And on the other hand, and I agree with you, President Ross, when we do build a web page, part of building that web page will be populating that web page with content. So we will need to be showing, I would think that we would need to be showing people something to attract them into the membership. So it would be the pictures from our events that we would build the web page with. So I just feel that it's all still tied into events somehow. Am I wrong on that?
You're not completely right. I ain't gonna say you're wrong. But what it is, President John, the Division 421 web page, if it's just built, say for instance, from events that happened last year and events that's happening in 2024, there wouldn't be no content there. So you could take any year, 2020. If it was just built from 2019 and 2020, there wouldn't be no content there. But if you go to our existing division webpage, you'll see the content from since 2009 up to now. So the webpage is a cumulative representation of the division.
Yes, sir.
And not just a yearly representative. So as the years came on from 2009 to now, we would have the flyers of whatever we're doing up front and center. But after that event happened, we'll slide it down to the flyer page, flyer section of the webpage, where you can see all of our past events from 2009, 2010, come all the way to 2021. So what we have to understand, and not only that, we had several pages. We have our payment page, which is still active. Thank the ancestors for that. And members can pay their dues through the payment page at CBPM website for 421. We have our Marcus Garvey page. We have our different our convention page, the different events we've had. So what I'm saying is a collective, but in other words, when we have to, in getting to the 500 active members, we got to ask, each one of us got to ask ourselves, how much of the 477 members did we contact to say, hey, we need your help? Throw the $3 a month. Because, and then we got to ask ourselves, how much of us are contacting the members individually? Because we already have what we need with inside of 421. We already have the 477 members. But what happened is these members ain't hearing from us, the executive. They might hear from us on their birthday. They might get a text for the meeting. But other than that, they're not hearing from us. And I think we need to do a better job in communicating and reaching out to our members and updating our members' phone numbers. Members change their phone numbers. Members may change their emails. We ain't doing nothing to update members' contact information into our system. So some members, I believe, because they joined 421, they're interested in what we're doing. They're interested in UNIA and Garvey, but we're not doing enough to keep them integrated into the fold so that when we do have events led by our lady president or any kind of division function, we have a force behind us.
I understand. No rebuttal from me.
Can I vet you back on that? And guess I'll serve this as my report. First Vice President Omasius.
Go ahead, First Vice President.
I just think about how many events the United States government has, and I'm thinking about the spirit of Garvey and what we are. And I think one of the 11 aims and objectives that stand out to me right now is the civilization of the backwards tribes of Africa. And I'm really, as Bella was talking earlier, I'm realizing that how we are one of those uncivilized and backwards tribes. And for me, whenever you want to solve a problem, you got to get to the root of it. And you asked a question earlier to the brother, how do we solve this whole thing? And it makes me think of the root of this problem. And I feel like the root of the problem of backwardness also the same root of unattended events or people supporting entertainment events over our events. I think we have to look at the whole picture, and we can't just treat it as if it's one specific thing, because the psyop of our people is very real and it can't be ignored. The reason events are attended can't be ignored. Sometimes you focus on why they're not attended, but you got to focus on why the ones are attended, and sometimes do those same things that those events are attended. But I will say this though, the United States government plays a role in the event of every day, and the people are thinking about the United States government every day throughout all of the events that they have. So their events is centered around how they impact your life. And I think that we as a UNIA, we have to focus on how we are impacting our communities more than just having events. And those are and we can create content around that, around the mission, around the aims that we have, around the agendas that we have, around the infrastructures that we build in. I think we have to really focus on and remember that we are a government, or we call ourselves that, or that's what we're aiming to be. And for me, we said earlier, when it comes to building a business, it fails for two reasons: lack of capital and inability to start small. Marcus Garvey had a blueprint on how to civilize these backwards tribes. I think the 5-year plan is simply that. We have to raise capital, and sometimes doing events, it is ways to get funds, but a lot of times what Marcus Garvey did on those mass meetings that he had when they were so well attended, it wasn't because people came for any sort of entertainment purposes. People came because he was giving them a plan, he was giving them a mission on how they can get themselves from being backwards and be better citizens and be self-reliant. So I think the vision has shifted on the content that we are delivering to our people, and that's why it's not received in this day and time, because we have changed the mark from events that are centered around and sometimes very educational purposes, and they also are fruitful events. But it's just the spirit of what we need is really in the same spirit that I think that people go over to Africa with the same mindset. The mindset of those is the spirit of lack and unattainability is out there, and right now the spirit of unity is cooperative economics, working together, of having a people that you can come beside. I think that's the message of the time, and that message is it's not an event; it's an everyday event, and that everyday event is what we need to bring to create propaganda around. And for me, that's really the focus. That's why I focus on economic development and these major things, because I know our people need to see some hope that goes beyond just entertainment. They need to see a hope of a future that's going to be better than it is today. And I think we have to put this blueprint out there that Marcus Garvey has as the solution. And the solution should be the content. The fact that we have the solution, and the fact that we and our commitment should be into creating the infrastructure that we need to be able to have in place to be the solution for our people to have a better life. I think, and then that's me. That's what my focus is. The solutions to help them change the major infrastructures, because I know then that would be propaganda that will one day help people say they have a government that they can leave and they can go to because we built it. So, in my opinion, we have to. The number one focus is with membership is because it's raising capital, and that 5-year plan, I think it is propaganda enough for us to be able to start pushing, so we can have the first part done, the raising capital, and the second part of starting small. There's no smaller way than starting when it ain't even started yet. And because we know where we're going, and that going should be to create a universal African nation, and then that should be our goal and aim, and that should what we should be propagating to our people, our aim and our goal. And I think right now, Brother Lance has given us an opportunity to really make this a reality and a focus and a vision for our people. We as a people, we can come together and we can invest in Africa. We have the African Redemption Fund. These things as a focus. And from the Business Development Coordinator's office will be a focus this year. We will be having a meeting on Thursday coming up. Every other Thursday we'll be meeting, and I think on other Thursdays we meet sometimes with other people for executive purposes. But this Thursday coming up and every other Thursday we'll be meeting, and we have to build an economic system for our people this year. But I think the first step is raising capital, and we'll be talking about the 5-year plan. And that plan will help us do all of the things and ideas that we have in a way that's organized, in a way that is immaculate, to the point where our people deserve events that compete with any other society they could throw. And the last other things I'll say in my closing is that, of course, we have 2 major events as a government every year. We have our High Executive Council, and we have our help me out, President John. My mind going everywhere. Our convention. We have our High Executive Council coming up in April. And our High Executive Council on this year, if anybody wants to attend, it's going to be in Philadelphia, so we can see how our government runs, because we have to understand that we are government, and we have to really this year focus on making that a reality for our people. And I believe that will definitely assist us in any event that we throw, once we let people know why we really are here, and not just because we are. I know we say we are a social organization, but we have to give our people hope and freedom.
I'm with you. One question, bro, Macy's, to your proposal. I don't disagree. But how many people do you think are aware of the 5-year plan?
Definitely not many. But that's why I say that we need to, the number one thing that we propagate. We have to propagate the 5-year plan.
But saying that, you're saying a lot without saying much, because saying that 5-year plan is lesson 22 of the course of African philosophy. I would argue that in order to implement the 5-year plan properly, you would need a organization that is aware of the course of African philosophy in its full extent. And we also have to consider the 5-year plan was originally created in 1937, and we're in 2024, and there has not been a group that has been capable of carrying out the 5-year plan.
For me personally, that's why God sent me to the planet. I would say the 5-year plan, we have in this room the people that we can execute the 5-year plan in an updated and modern way for 2024. And that's why that's the focus for me. It's always been my focus for us to build our economy, and we have to. I don't think that it's not about what hasn't been done. It's about what can be done. And I feel like if we always have a focus on what can be done, then we'll get stuff done. So a lot of times I definitely study failure a lot. I study why past leaders have failed. I study why we fail. But I also study how we can succeed. And I know that we're all made with brain power to think about ways to succeed. And but we have to first start. We have to believe that that's a start. We have to set that as the aim and as the goal. Then we'll find out the resources that are out there, which they are out there for us to be able to make it happen.
I'm with you, brother. Maybe last thing I'll say, we got to move to the next person, but and you can respond if you want. But I would ask for you to actually make it a priority to be on the officers training. If we're expecting, and I agree with you, but my issue is that, as I said, the words, that I've said several times, availability and capability. I don't think we have enough individuals that are truly capable of carrying out the 5-year plan. Again, the 5-year plan is the culmination of the course of African philosophy. That's at the very end of that text. So if we're not developing our people to be able to carry the responsibilities of the course of African philosophy, how can we expect them to implement and execute the 5-year plan?
Well, President John, for me, that's a part of the business development classes on Thursday what we'll be talking about. Of course, of African philosophy, I cannot do on Tuesday. I teach a class on Tuesday already. But the Thursday classes, that's what we're talking about. The first things, the order of business. The 5-year plan is about raising money for a fund.
Yes.
And disseminating that fund is really not that difficult to raise money for a fund.
Really?
To be able to create an economic basis for our people, where we have everyone on this call should Google the word sovereign wealth fund. Is where nations have a fund. So the blueprint is even out there. How it's just we have to execute and do it. I mean, so that's what the Thursdays is about. It's about building our economy, not building businesses, building our economy.
Right.
That's what we're going to be focused on. Anybody can come on those calls, 7 o'clock on Thursdays, who have any input on building our economy. But that will be the focus of the business office, is building our global economy. That's what Marcus Garvey has asked us to do, and that's what we have to do. So with that being said, also, President John, it's not about just who we have here with me. I've been focused and talking to every division for a reason. And there are people within the UNIA. It has to be a UNIA thing when we're talking about our economy. It has to be everybody involved. And that's the only way that I can operate when we're talking about an economy. So yes, the blueprint is coming from 421, but it's not. It has to be Chicago. It has to be every division when we're talking about our global economy. But we definitely, I'm seeing we have all the tools, we have our resources, and we have the people in place to be able to disseminate and become managing directors of farming and agriculture, managing directors of every fund that we need I have a blueprint on a business plan on how to run a fund. I've studied it all. But now it's just disseminating information. Let's go. So that will be every other Thursday, starting this Thursday. We'll be talking about economic development, and business development is inside of that. Membership development is inside of that, because economics is energy connected. It's removing the resistance for people to connect their energy to create assets that will benefit all the members that are involved in that process. But first, in order to the greatest resistance for people coming together, connecting their energy, is their internal battles, is the spirit of lack, that is the psyop energy inside of all of us. So as we first focus on our identity, remembering our self-reliance and who we are, which what God would want us to do, first remember that we had the tools inside of us, that we are direct descendants of God himself. He wants us to remember that. So that's the first step to building every economy. And that's what we have to focus on with our economics, because it first starts with the individual and how he manages his personal property, which is his own self. And it will be a catalyst to get us to where we're going.
All right, last question. You be going on these rants, but last question. You said it's easy to develop a fund. Is that what the quote was?
Yes, sir.
It's easy to develop a fund. How much can we develop this year, if you had to put a number out there?
Acquiring capital in the United States is one of the easiest things that could ever be done. The United States does not look at skin color anymore when it comes to acquiring capital. Only thing they look at is a piece of paper. Most people acquire capital for a fund from people who already have it, but some people go directly to the bank and they leverage debt to buy assets, and they make those assets outperform whatever cost that they use to get that capital. So when we come to, if we took that route, just going from the banks, then we can have unlimited amount of capital, because all you gotta do is learn how to make the paperwork. You got a good credit score, you know how to build A-ship corporations, you go to the bank all day long. So the process of getting money is not hard in the United States at all. It's just knowing how to properly structure yourself to go and be credible. Now, the second form of credibility, when you're asking for a person who already got money, you have to know how to be credible to them too. So as far as people who got money in our community, that's also, it's a lot of money in our community that we can go and tap into. So it's all about our ability to make ourselves credible to our community. So I can't put a number on it, because there's really truly no limit. It just depends on our effort and the path we choose to take.
If there's no limit, would 10,000 be reasonable?
I think it'll be a disservice to our people, and to make that a goal. I think that would shortchange our ability. I think if we're not talking about millions of dollars as a government, then we're not talking anything. Like I've been in rooms where they told me to leave because my plan was too small. Okay. And $500,000 plans. I went in these rooms and they told me, hey, it'll take the same amount of energy to make money on $500 million. It'll take $500,000. Go make the plan bigger.
I'm just asking for a commitment. We made some money last year. If we make $10,000 this year, that will be more than we made last year.
I want to ask Diana to veg you back if I'm saying this. If we use the approach of leveraging debt by creating corporations, then we should be able to come up with at least $50 million this year. If we use that approach and leverage age corporations and go into the bank, it could be that easy.
That's all I was looking for. Marcus Garvey was a man of vision. His students had to be visionaries. I was looking for the vision. You gave me the number. That's exactly what I was looking for, my brother.
I think we can do whatever we make up our mind to do. We have to be about it. And the one thing we're not about as much as we should be is economics. Without economics, we're nowhere. We're nothing. We should be able to annually, even if you forget about a 5-year thing, annually we should be able to buy certain amount of plots on the motherland with a goal in mind, what we're going to do with it, even if it's just, if we buy it for 5 years and then put it together and then build, something great, a hotel or something. I mean, we go crazy what we could build, but it all starts with one plot of land, and we could do more than a plot annually.
Yeah,
Till we
I would
get
say
to
this to add to what you're saying, Sister Diane. For me, that's on this call. That's the vision that I saw. I saw us going to get the fiat and put it in Africa and developing it as fast as we can. But the first thing we have to do is develop our institutions over there, our concrete people, create organizations that do all the things we need to be done. We vertically integrate ourselves. You know, if we need schools to build and all those things, to make sure that we organize the workers over there first, with the same mindset of what they're doing it first for. Before we start putting the money in. Now the plan, we start raising money for the plan, but before we start spending money, we have to organize Africa and change the mindset of over there, of that hustle mentality. That's
how to organize Afro-America.
Hold on, yeah.
that was one of the Constitution. The 11 aims and objectives is to civilize the backward tribes of Africa.
But hold on,
and to invest in that.
Civilize the tribes in America.
We are one of those backward tribes. America is one of those tribes.
Mama Mina, we gotta
yes,
we gotta have some decorum. We can't just jump in.
I know it, but it's almost 9 o'clock. What are we gonna do?
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Our report is done.
No, but Brother Omasius, we're saying a lot, but I feel like you're talking in circles because you said first we need to focus on economics, but then you said we need to focus on organizing. But in order to organize, people need to have economics. So do we focus on organizing or do we focus on economics?
So I said the civilizing the backwards tribe of Africa is the first level of organization, is mentality. And I said that's the first level of economics, is removing resistance for people to work together. So even in economics, the first step of economics is mentality. It's the only reason why, because, so I'm not gonna go down too far, but I said that about economics as well, that's the first step of economics, is to get people to commit to working together, and the economy of oneself. So that has to be done here within our own self, and it has to be done in Africa.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna just. I just need practical steps. Everything that you're saying, or a lot of what you're saying, for me, goes back to the course of African philosophy, economics, organization, even mentality. In the preface, Garvey says, Garvey's overriding concern was to develop within his organizers a fierce Afrocentric view of the world. He accepted that given the fact that the white race had imposed its viewpoint on the world, and he thought that African people would have to adopt similar strategies in their own behalf. The race first position would tolerate no permanent allies among other groups. Whites were to be manipulated where possible, but propaganda was to be avoided and counteracted. Under no circumstances were they to obtain positions of influence or control over Black organizations. The course reported the Boston Chronicle after an interview with Garvey would instill an independent outlook, a philosophically entirely Negroid, void of anything that will subjugate the mind of the Negro. As we go into the upcoming meeting, practical next steps. We mentioned economics, we mentioned organization, we mentioned mentality. We need to understand what is the first steps to the vision.
The first steps is always a plan. Always the first step. That's the first form of organization, I would say, to organize the plan. The African Redemption Fund is already there. It's in place already. So whenever you have a fund, you have managing directors who are a part of, who focuses on each area that you're going to be investing in. So the second step would be to figure out who those are going to be. And that has to come from the Ministry of Labor and Industries. So we have to partner with so we have to organize how we're going to do it with the entire UNIA. We have to make this the focus, and then we'll be able to see. I know maybe working with everybody is kind of difficult, but we're talking about building an economy, we're talking about a government.
But now you say,
if I could just chime in real quick, I just find it hard to keep up with this conversation when we're trying to keep up with a community. How we on international talks, when our community is low on numbers. Like that needs to be the focus right now. Like we're talking about getting people to come to the Omenala Griot, and that conversation is not, but we're talking about international matters. I think that's a little too broad for us at the moment. President, if you want to continue, I think this conversation should be continued on Thursdays because it's an in-depth conversation. But to talk about international business when we are still focused on the local level as a division is kind of wild to me right now. So if we could just table this for Thursday, I appreciate it.
So, Lady President, we could table it, but keep in mind that perhaps one of the reasons why the local membership is we need to have a goal, something for the people to get excited about. And what's more excited than what we're discussing? We just have to expand our horizon. We have to think bigger. As we go into a new year, we can't go with the same mundane stuff that has us losing so many members in the first place. We have to give them something to get excited about. That's what I'm thinking. So this might be a little, it seems like far-fetched, but everything starts with a vision. And, you know, we're not going to build Rome overnight. That's why we're talking about a plan. But even though we talk about a 5-year plan, I think incrementally on an annual basis, we could do a lot to move towards that 5-year plan. And we can really surprise ourselves if we get serious.
I'll say 2 sentences to that, President John.
Mama Mina, you heard you had a comment.
Yeah, my comment was, I thought our question was, are we going to continue to meet at the Omenala Griot as an organization? If Marcus Garvey had Liberty Hall, do we need someplace to meet as an organization?
Great question, Mama Mina.
That's the question.
Great question. In essence, I would say yes. In theory, when we're talking about what we're talking about, government, I would say yes. I'm not sure if there's any government in existence that does not have a physical building that they call their capital headquarters or whatever it may be. I am not aware of that. So if that is something that we want to do, I would think that at some point we would need a physical building. This attempt was, I guess we put the cart before the horse. But the thing is, at some point, you're going to see the level of commitment of your membership. We can talk about things, you know, we're going to do this, going to do this, going to do this, going to do this. We can talk about it for years and years and years. But then when the day comes, who's actually going to show up? So we've got 2 years now of a record of you know, what our community is willing to put forth for this opportunity. And again, it all comes down to government. This is, you know, as I said before we got into this is Project Liberty Hall. Tuesdays are supposed to be our example of how a government functions in our district. And, you know, it is what it is. The record, you know, the record is what it is. But Mama Mina, are we going to continue? Mama Mina, are we going to continue? We have to continue for 1 more month. We were given when we started, we were given a discount on the first 2 months. And out of reciprocity for that discount, I made the commitment that we would stay there for an additional 2 months. So we would have the 2 months at discount, and then we would have 2 months at regular price. And February will be the for that. Does that answer your question?
I think Mama Mina's question is, should we continue after February? Because we're locked into February, as President Chan said. But should we renew the contract after February? And that's something that we should discuss on the executive meeting. We can't really discuss it right now.
I don't see any reason as to why we should continue. I have not seen any input over these past 4 months from a profitability standpoint as to why we should continue.
I hope that answers your question, Mama Mina.
The position now, as I've said, from my standpoint, I may be looking at things completely different, but when I think of government, I think of a physical building. So that was the vision, is we want to be a government, That means that we need to have a physical building in which we can work out of, and a physical building in which people can approach and know where to find us and know where to request our services. Our record thus far has not shown that we can do that, and we can make that that would be a charitable endeavor for us at this time, and not a profitable business and or government maintenance standpoint. We don't have enough members to offset that expense, and that's what it is right now. It's an expense. If we were going to make this successful, we would have to make it either profitable or cost neutral. But it's kind of a good thing, because at the same time, if we did have the membership to where we could afford it, then we may be spending money that we don't have to spend, But it all comes down to, as Lady President said, who can, contribute to that time in that space.
So, President John, I did just want to sum up my report and draw the context of why I went to where I went to, and also speak to what Lady President the question she asked as well. For me, continuing the event, I feel like Marcus Garvey's event was successful because of the content that was at the event. So what I'm saying is that since we do have committed to February, but maybe we should look at the content. I think that we should look at the content as to what our people really want. And that's what the NFL and all the other entertainments do. They give the people what they want, and that's why their events are attended. People want entertainment, so they focused on that, and they market to that. So I know our people want economic development. So I feel like if we center our events around that, I think that will increase the attendance and make those events profitable. And also, not only economic development, reminding them that we do have the goals to build institutions of all of our aims. So I feel like the event should be centered around promoting what Garvey was promoting, and that was a government for our people. And then I think that the entertainment or all the other things, it may not be enough value for the people to make those events attended.
I understand, and that's the problem. People don't see the value, because we are actually doing exactly what Garvey promoted by having that facility. The facility was the base for our programs, economic programs, educational programs, after-school programs, health programs, defense programs. All of those are straight from the philosophies of Garveyism.
I understand, President John, that we're doing that, but I'm saying we got to speak to what people want first. Yeah, that's what we know. They need that, but they want money first. Everybody wants money. Like he was saying in Africa, everybody is money conscious. Everybody's trying to hustle.
Yeah, you don't go to the NAACP say you want money. You're gonna follow the program of the NAACP. So you say you're gonna be a member of UNIA, you're gonna follow that program, what the UNIA program is. And then if we're gonna make some money, then good. But if not, you got other things to do with your membership.
If I could just chime in real quick.
Well, one second, Lady President. Lady President, you got it, and I'll be brief, very brief. But this is Brother Macy's one thing. I understand what you're saying, and we do want to tap into what our people are interested in. But at the same time, I don't want the UNIA Division 421 to just become a party promotion, organization.
No, not party promotion. Economy promotion. We're promoting the fact that we have an economy. We're building an economy. That's what I'm saying. Promote.
I got you. Well, give it to Lady President. We'll come back. Lady President.
Let's wrap this up and move on to the next segment. But the thing is about these suggestions, these comments, these concerns, they're so nice and wonderful to hear. And they're so nice and wonderful to feel. But where are we when it's time to execute? You see what I'm saying? So yeah, it's nice. Hold on, give me a minute. It's nice that we all come together and we do discuss these things. That is imperative that we do that. But it's a next step. It's a next step besides pointing and saying we should do this. How about this? This for the future. This for Africa. Africa for Africans and those home, those abroad. What about those steps? See what me and President, see what we're doing here in UNIA 421 at this moment, which is the God's gift, is the present time, is that we are putting these steps in motion so we can get to the bigger prize. We see the promised land. We see how beautiful it is. We know that Africa is the ending goal. That's our goal. Whereas our stretch is Africa for Africa, those at home and those abroad. So the steps that God will give us is to make it less what's the word I want to use? Less chaotic, if I may, for lack of better words, but to be less chaotic. So to bring it back, what we're doing here in 421, the Julius Nyere CBPM division, is that we are building the foundation, those stepping stones. So Brother Omasius just had, he had a suggestion. Mama Amina had a suggestion. Sister Diane had a suggestion. Brother Arts, Brother Cornelius, so on and so forth, just being hypothetical here. But I'm just saying those suggestions, they're valued. But at the same time, who are you really looking to execute those things? We are the body to do that together. So I feel like as Lady President, I can only go so far. And as a matter of fact, I made that known these 4 months. I could have easily printed off the flyers. I could have easily went out my way and passed them out one by one. I could have easily came and opened up the building every Tuesday from 10 to 10. I could have easily went out there and shook everybody's hand. But guess what? I am not doing this alone. My organization is called Utopic Success Group. I am the CEO. I am the founder of that. I am the CEO and founder of Utopic Staffing Solutions, and I'm the CEO and founder of Utopic Financials. That's what I do for my. We are in this organization together. I didn't hire you for. I didn't hire y'all. This is not a Utopic Staffing, Utopic Success Group and affiliate conversation. This is the UNIA-ACL. We all have our lanes that we're following. We're not being paid to do this. We're doing this from the passions of our own heart, because we want, when we see our community strive, we want to see our people strive. So let's get out of the European mindset of pointing and condemning when we should be in the position of executing. And really making the change, being the finger, being the hand, being the mind, being the feet, being the physical body that makes the change. I have been in this organization for quite some time, and I've been in the role of leadership for quite some time. And being in the role of leadership, we have to get out of that mindset, y'all. We have to get out of the mindset. Okay. Now, I'm not coming down on anybody. Like I'm not, but at the same time, let's get busy.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's get busy. So I'm going to yield the floor because that's important. That's the most important thing I wanted to say for the 2024. Plans are there. If you don't have any direction, that's what me and President there for. We have pages and pages, books of things that has to be done in the Black community at home and abroad. We have it in the Constitution. We have it in the books that we read. We have it in the notes that we take. We have it in the meetings that we attend. If you don't see me here, please believe me, I'm over there as your Lady President, because I take my job serious. If you don't see President John here, please believe he's over there, because as you see, he takes his job serious. So we just want you all to be of the same energy. Take it serious. Don't point and don't blame, don't condemn. Because one or two things, be the change that steps up and take the place when it's needed. Because that's what's needed as a Black community. That's where we fall every time. United we stand, divided we fall. So let's continue to stand united together. Okay? And that's the biggest thing I want. I want this message to be felt. I want to be heard. I want y'all to feel it. 2024 and continuing. If you say you're going to step up and you say you want to be a part of this Black organization that's going to take us here and far, that's going to bring these resources and these benefits to our people, then do that. Do just that. That's it. You can't put all the load on one back and want to point and condemn because they're not carrying it fast for you. That's not how this goes. So we need everyone in the sound of my voice to step up and put their helping hand in, not just for a little bit, not just for a while, but forever. This is forever. You Black forever. You don't change your colors every 5 years. You black forever.
Commitment.
So I just want that to be I want you to pull the seeds of white supremacy out of your mind that tells you you cannot use your black power. Step into your black power. You are not ruled over the dominancy of white power. That is the point. That is the point of this organization right here. This is the point of this black government. African nationalism. Liberating yourselves. You do not have to look upon the next person because you feel like your power was withdrawn. It is not. You are empowered. You have the power. You are the power. You are it. I see my relevance in you. You see your relevance in me. That's what we're here for. So I just want all of us to be cognizant of what's really going on so that we all can put our 2 cents in the right way, the positive way that can help everybody go on into this path. And I yield the floor for the rest of the night. Thank you all. I love each and every one of you. Race first, Black Power, free to land.
Race first. Let me comment on what Lady President said. We'll open the floor briefly, and then we'll close out. What I see, and this is part of the reason why I'm here, and I would like to think part of the reason why others are here, is there's been a misrepresentation of what Garveyism is. And one of the biggest misrepresentations that we're discussing right now is Garvey's lesson of self-initiative. We should be showing people the example of doing things for ourselves, not waiting for anyone else to do it, but we should also be teaching others how to be self-reliant, so that if there's anything that we need or any program that we need, we can come and develop it ourselves. Read a couple paragraphs. We just went over this lesson this week. Not everyone attended, but a couple paragraphs from lesson 14. Garvey says, "It is necessary for a man to use all of his faculties for his own protection. He always has a reserve of self-expression and action upon which to fall to protect and defend himself. Therefore, he must develop his faculties to do things thoroughly for himself. He must rely upon himself first for initiating all those things that may contribute to his personal well-being. Whatever he wants to do first must come from himself, as he should know what is best for himself. Advice may be helpful, but only to the extent that you have reason and judgment enough to see the value of the advice. Otherwise, it may be harmful. Very few people, if any, who advise others do so completely honestly. They give advice with a motive for which the individual must pay the price, whatever the price may be. Therefore, the best individual policy should be that the individual develop in himself or herself the courage to do things on his or her own account, always counting the cost and benefits or bad results. The person who fails to be true to himself and taking the initiative to do things for himself will ultimately find that he or she has been a sucker for others. Always surround yourself with the talent of being able to do by yourself so as not to be too dependent. A person who has to depend on others is not himself or herself, but the subject of others. A subject or a medium is apt to break under the influence of the controlling factor, as for instance, hypnosis, who is a controlling factor, who has a controlling factor, may also hypnotize his subject, cause the subject to lose his or her mind. Therefore, try to never be the subject mentally of a factor, but a factor, because a factor may destroy your opportunity for self-reliance and self-initiative. But that is the big thing that I see missing, is self-initiative. As Lady President said, we can talk about it all day, but when it comes time to put the rubber to the road to execute, who are we relying on to execute the plan that we've developed? That's all I've got. Race first. Anyone else have any comments?
Well, I'm committed to increasing membership, and I'm committed to starting an economic plan of action. So, like Lady President says, or like you just read, we could talk about it till the cows come home, but we have to put the action and the commitment behind it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And it's January. It's the beginning of the year. And I'm glad we're having this discussion, honestly. because this knocks out. We should not have this. Well, we probably will have a version of this discussion later on down the road, but it at least lets us know what we see as the priorities right now. We've just gone through 2023. We have the records of success and failure of that year. Let's try to be intentional about 2024, and let's try to, be as intentional to take advantage of every moment. We're 2 weeks into the year. We haven't lost much. I think it's a perfect time to start. If we, refine the plans that we have, and within the next couple weeks, we should start to execute the plans.
Yes, President John. You was doing officers report, and I didn't get a chance to report.
Go ahead, President Ross.
Okay. First of all, I would like to request that this section of the meeting don't be placed on YouTube. So this discussion that we're having right now for the last hour. That's the first thing I'd like to.
Can I ask why, President Ross?
Because this is like internal business. This is internal conversation. And we had a lot of officers share their different perspectives, but I don't think that should be shared with the public. So therefore, up until the point where our guest speaker finished and we closed out and we had comments onto that, that's okay to share with the YouTube. But I think from the point where we started discussing our internal business, I don't think that's good to share with the YouTube and thing, because I just want to protect my president. And in protecting my president, we have to understand what the Constitution says in reference to sharing UNIA business. And I don't want nobody come to our president and try to disrespect our president. But what we've been discussing, I don't think is really for the public, because there were certain comments made, and I'll just mention one comment. And if the public hear this comment, they're going to think that we're crazy. The comment that was made is we can raise $1 million this year, or over $1 million. Come on, y'all. We can't put that out to the public, because that's not realistic. If we can raise $1 million this year, how much did we raise last year?
That was part of my point.
So that's why I request that this later part of the meeting be chopped out of whatever is put on YouTube, because I think this should be an executive discussion at an executive meeting where we can throw all of this, but yet keep it within inside of who we are,
I hear you. I will heed your recommendation, President.
I want to second it, President John. I 100%. I 100% do not want to be on YouTube talking about building a global economy. I 100%, 150% do not want to be on YouTube discussing that at this time.
Oh my God. Even stating the idea that we would like to have a global economy, we have not put any plans or anything realistic behind that goal. That we might as well say we want to build a spaceship and fly to Jupiter. That's about but
you have to understand, President John, this is one of the number one thing. The only thing that the United States government restricts from is constituents to build is money policy, and we're talking about a dangerous game, and that's why I don't rush to jump in it, especially when we're talking about building a global economy. It's for me.
The only thing we said was the word global economy.
Exactly, it's too much for me to put out right now.
All right.
I think we have a good stop point where we can continue this discussion in our executive meetings.
Can I ask a question? And like I said, I will.
Oh, I'm sorry, President. I don't even think President Ross was finished. Were you finished, President Ross?
No, I wasn't finished, but go ahead and continue. I'll finish when everybody.
I'll just have because this seems like it's a concern. It's related to fear, is what I'm getting.
the words right out my mouth. I was just about to, I didn't want to interrupt Macy's, but I was just about to say that President Macy's, you're talking a lot about the government, but the government implies these rules on fear. That's how they get these people to comply, because of fear. We're not implying fear into our people. We want them to naturally come into to themselves. Like I think the thing like earlier,
I'll speak to that. I'll speak to that.
I just want to pin what you said earlier, that the biggest thing, the only thing that we should do in these times is develop, just like, chess or whatever, develop.
Exactly.
So I mean, not saying that your overall visions aren't valid. I'm just saying let's keep it at the foundation for the moment, and let's keep our people grounded mentally at the moment. Like we as leaders here, and I'm gonna wrap it up soon. I just want to go ahead and clear this up. As leaders, we understand the vision of what we see, because we know what we know. We study and we're here, and we're always here. But at the same time, for our community neighbors, our brothers and our sisters and our people that are not in these meetings with us, we have to put it in storybook form, as Garvey says in the Constitution, and of certain things. So I want the leadership to be conscious of that 2024. Like, we have all of these plans and goals and aspirations, but at the same time, let's be practical, like President John and President Ross just, said so beautifully. Let's be practical about what's going on. Let's be organized into a place where it all is a flow. We know what it takes. We know what we want. Let's come down the ladder. We see the top. Let's come down the ladder, and let's build it so our people can easily align with what's going on. Because one thing about the government, they have rules, orders, and regulations that align. And when it doesn't align, they have other rules and regulations that they don't discuss. So we have to, in terms, be of that as well, because we have to present what's able to be presented to the public. We can't tell them what's to be expected unless it's like at least 95% finished.
That's number one reason why I say don't put it out there. Because like you said, it has to be in story form. Not fear. It's because it needs to be in story form, and it's not. So I don't want to, like you said, put information out there where they can't read the next page in the story. In entertainment, you don't drop the movie on YouTube if you're going to try to distribute it worldwide. You just lost all entertainment value. They're not going to watch it when it goes worldwide. You have to launch into the channels that you want to launch in storybook form, like she just said. So sometimes you can do things, but there's a certain way you want to do certain things. And I like how she's put it, in storybook form. And for me, when we're talking about rolling this global government, anything has to do with economy, global economy, it has to be so palpable before we start introducing that to our people. And that's my number one focus, is when people hear about what we're doing, they're gonna be ready to read the story all the way to the end, and they're gonna be able to see exactly how they can jump in before I move on anything when it comes to the economy. I believe on this planet, if you
our membership gonna get to 1,000 this year.
Yeah, but hold on, brother Mace. It's like
I want to say one last thing. Wrapping it up. I'm laying my plane. As far as raising $1 million, you haven't done it in the past because of how you were trying to do it. So what I'm saying is, if we implement different practices, then it could be practical. So if you implement the practices that we have studied, then we can definitely. It's $50 million is no money.
All right. Two things, and Brother Ross, we'll pass it right back to you. Two questions, brother. Brother Mason, one thing you said that caught my attention was the releasing it from an entertainment perspective, and capturing the value. I understand that, and I'm glad you brought that up, because that had come to my mind at one time, was how movies are developed and how much time and energy and effort and funding goes into developing it, and then there's several footage that you end up having to scrap and throw away. Sure. So the amount of output versus input is you develop a lot more than you produce is where I'm going. But I wasn't taking this as an entertainment proposition. I'm approaching this as a educational proposition, and that's why I want to, as I said before, that is my passion as to sharing these videos. It's not for entertainment, it's for education.
That's my main point, President John. My main point is that we keep on trying to give our people education when they want entertainment. We have to put this in a storybook form of what the UNIA is and what our mission is. We can't just keep shoving what we want our people to have down their throat. We have to figure out why other events and things are getting the attention. We have to learn how to use all tools.
I'm with you. I'm with you, and I understand. I got what you're saying, and I value that. My approach is straight medicine. It ain't no chaser, no sugar, straight medicine. If you really, really need it bad enough, you're gonna take it. If you don't need it that bad, you'll pass it over. And that's why I keep saying our people are in a position where they're comfortable. They're not bad enough and sick enough to want to take the medication without the sugar. They're too comfortable. And the second thing that I had, and President Ross, we got to get back to Ross, was the story. Listening to the story, getting excited about the story, wanting to be a part of the story. This story is over 100 years old. We're in the middle of it. The beginning of the story has already been written by Right Excellent Marcus Mosiah Garvey and written beautifully. And this is our time to enlighten our people as to what that story is and invite them to be a part of it. But I didn't think we were trying to recreate the story, in order to entice people to participate.
No, I'll speak to that one part. We're trying to execute the story. A part of the story he wrote was that we were building an economy. So I'm saying, let's tell people the whole story. We're only telling half the stories, saying that we are an event organization. That's not what we are. Let's tell the whole story is all I'm saying. And when we are prepared to tell this, let's perfect the story so that we can tell it the right way by people seeing us in the story, seeing us do it.
I'm sorry, can I just chime in? I think this is a really, really beautiful conversation. Like, this is what we need to talk about. Like, we need to, but for the sake of time and for the sake of respect to President Ross, let's table that, and let's table that for Thursday, and let's come back to that, because that has to be discussed, the dynamics and the structure and the strategy of what we're doing 2024. Yeah. So it's not about what we did wrong. History is his story. It was done. We seen what we did. We know where we at now. We know where we want to go. We're not where we want to go yet. We're where we are. So Thursday to come, because this, I mean, honestly, I'm not just gonna call anything, but we're just gonna play it by ear. But for now, developing. So I love our mindset right now, because we're eager. Everyone on this call right now, we're eager. We're wanting the change. The change is basically on our faces. We're just trying to figure out how we work the buttons. So I just want to table this conversation until Thursday. And President Ross, I want to hand it back over to you. Thank you. First. President Ross, you have the floor.
Okay. You see something though? Look how much people's on the call. 14. That's why I just love our people so much, because we know to chop it up. As Lady President said, this is definitely a conversation that we got to continue, because this is the beauty. Where else do we have a place and a chance to chop it up as African people? That's why everybody have to make sure you come on the call, because after the call, we ain't gonna have a time like this most times to chop it up like this. But this is some real good discussions. That's why we're over an hour and a half late in closing our meeting, but it's still going on, because this conversation is so nice. But anyway, let me get back to what I was saying. And in saying what I have to say, we got to remember one thing, okay? Because I'm listening to what everybody's saying. And this is what we got to remember. Anything that we do as a division that depends on other people to do things is guaranteed to fail. And anything that we do as a division that is guaranteed on the person who suggests it, and we as officers to help is guaranteed to succeed. So we have to make sure whatever ideas and plans that we have, we ain't dependent on external forces to make it happen. We only can depend on us who's here to make it happen. That's what I want to say. Keep that in mind. The next thing I want to say, because after I started my report and I was interrupted, the last thing that I said was we got to protect our president, because our president already tell us earlier in this meeting that certain people is banned from having programs with the UNIA. But President John, I like how you put out the response to the parent body a month or two ago, because if you had responded with, we're going to have Umar, then I think what you reported on your president report from what was happening with the parent body would have come sooner, but it ended up coming through Detroit. So we ain't getting the brunt of the disapproval from the parent body. Detroit is getting it, okay? So therefore, what I want to say is what I meant when I say we got to protect our president. Because protecting our president, we have to make sure that our division and our president ain't violating anything that the Constitution says, okay? So what the Constitution says, y'all, in reference to what we're discussing, as far as what I suggested, let's have this part of the meeting not be placed on YouTube. This is what the Constitution says. And our president and we as members and officers of Division 421, we have to be aware of this. And anybody who have the Constitution, they can pull it out. It comes from the Constitution General Laws. The Constitution, our government Constitution, is divided in two. The first half of the Constitution, first part is the Constitution, actually. But there's a second half inside the book of the Constitution. It's called the General Laws. And in the General Laws, Article 3, hold on one second, let me mute this call. 1 second, let me mute. I get a call coming in on the other side that's distracting. Thank you for your patience. So what we have to understand is what the Constitution says about what we're discussing. And this comes from Article 3 in the Constitution, the General Laws, Section 18. President John, I just saw you have it on the screen, and I'm going to read it. It says, discussing the business of the association, Article 3, Section 13 in the General Laws. It shall be unlawful for any officer or member of the Universal Legal Improvement Association and African Communities League to discuss the business of the association in public or with persons who are not active members, and anyone so charged and found guilty by the advisory board of the division to which he or she shall belong shall forfeit his office in an officer and shall be suspended from the meetings of the division for 3 months. If any officer and shall be suspended from the meetings of the division for 3 months, if an active member, and all charges against officers and members of a division shall be made before the advisory board, and the advisory board shall recommend to the general membership the removal of the officer or member so charged and found guilty. So that's what I mean when we got to protect our president. You understand? If we get this out, I know nobody in Division 421 is going to say, well, we got to enforce the Constitution when we should be enforcing the Constitution. But somebody from another division who hears this information saying could charge us for violating our UNIA Constitution. So this is something very serious, y'all. So the things we put on YouTube, yes, it's important, but we got to make sure that we're not violating the Constitution at the same time.
I understand.
And thank you, President John, for bringing it up on the screen, section 18. Okay,
Yes.
so we got to be careful of this. And no matter what happens, all of us love our president so much that we're done with our president, that we'd keep our mouth quiet about this. But if it gets out outside of our division, somebody might not like 421 and want to bring this up as an issue to our parent body to try to get our president removed. And we cannot allow our president to get removed because we have such a great president.
Yes, sir. Race first.
Thank you,
Race
President.
first. Okay, go ahead.
Just, it'll be very brief, but one thing I want us to consider, you know, in all of this discussion, we're talking about, as I've said for several years, our two most important resources, human resources and economic resources. So we're trying to increase membership and increase our funds. Oh, the thought that comes to my mind is, and again, we're not going to share it, but I personally feel that if we did share this, this would be an attractor to someone that wanted to be a part of this type of movement. Just like with Brother Lance, when he came on, he didn't just share the good side of traveling to Ghana, but he shared the real side. I feel that this, you know, the way we do things, we show people the real side, but we also show them how we really work together. We don't always agree, but we know how to put race first, you know? So even if there is a disagreement, we can table it, we can discuss it at a later time, but we're showing that example of how to work together, how to function as a government, how to hold office, how to be responsible and accountable for your office, but also, you know, how to work together and still be family at the end of the day. So that was my thoughts is, personally, if I saw something like this, I would be pleased with what I was seeing. I would be happy to see that, you know, Black people can work together. They can, you know, not argue. We're not arguing, but disagree and still, you know, do what's best for the community and for their race. So that's all I got on that.
Well, President John, based upon what you just said, maybe this section of our Constitution is outdated and needs to be updated to present day time, 2024. So that could be the issue why there's a problem. But also looking at the 2005 amendment to the Constitution for this section, section 18, it says it shall be unlawful. So this is what the parent body considers what is going on right now. The amendment, it shall be unlawful for any officer or member of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League to discuss the business of the association in public or with persons who are not active members, and anyone so charged and found guilty by the advisory board to which he or she shall belong shall forfeit his office or her office. If an officer and shall be suspended from the meetings of the division for 3 months. If this offense is repeated, the advisory board shall recommend to the general membership the removal of the officer or member so charged and found guilty. So I'm saying, yes, Sister D, come on in.
Well, it says amended August 2005. How often are these things updated?
August 2005. There's been a lot of amendments since the Constitution first came out in 1920. There's been a lot of amendments to the Constitution, but not all of them have been added. So in 2005, the government of the UNIA made an attempt to update the Constitution with all the amendments has been added. So this was done in 2005. So this is where everything stands now. And the parent body wants us to follow the amended Constitution instead of the original Constitution. What's in black on your screen is what the original Constitution says from 1920. And what's in red is what was amended by the High Executive Council in 2005. So
As well as it would have been affirmed by convention in 2005 as well.
yes, it was affirmed by the convention. No, it was affirmed just recently.
To speak to how they're amending and how often, the process of amending the Constitution at HEC is when we would submit any amendments that we want to have voted on at convention in August. So they give us a time frame from the beginning of the year until I think probably about a month prior to HEC for anyone to be able to submit in what they want to be amended, and then it will be voted on at the HEC business meetings to be sent to convention, and then it will be confirmed at convention.
I'm so hold on, Sister D. I'm so proud of you, son. First Vice President Amasis.
Right for you, sir.
First VP just drop some knowledge on how government works, y'all. We have to understand how our government works. Division 421 is not the head of the government. We're just one of the many divisions. And First VP just shared how we can amend this section in the Constitution so maybe certain things can be put on YouTube. So that might give you a homework assignment, President John. But respect, President Amasis, because what you shared is what I've been trying to share with the membership of Division 421 from 2009 all the way until President John become president. The structure of our government.
Yes, sir.
We have to understand that. But in just finishing my report so I can let go of the floor, the Office of the Treasurer, I've updated in the bylaws of the division the responsibilities of the Office of the Treasurer. And I've been working, as everybody know, since our first executive meeting this month, the first Saturday of the month, on our division bylaws. Because y'all, I heard a lot of things being talked tonight, but we got to ask ourselves, are we talking about what Garvey told us what to do? Or are we talking about what we think is good today to do in this time? We have to ask ourselves, are we talking about things that we got to do to build a government? Or are we talking about things that we think is a good idea? Because what I realize is that a lot of us, and it's not anybody's fault, y'all. It's my fault, because I was a president before President John, and President John had some responsibility because he's the president now. Garvey taught us that we can't hold no officer responsibility for the works of their office if the officer does not know what the responsibilities of their office is.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, I've been working hard, even though I'm the treasurer. I used to be previous president. I've been working hard to make sure our division bylaws is up to date and ready to be shared with our officers and for officers' input. Because remember, what is in the bylaws is just a suggestion, is just a starting point. But all officers and all members have to have input into our bylaws. It's so very important, because what did First VP, Vice President Brother Omesis say earlier? Everything starts from a plan. And our bylaws is our local constitution or our local plan for our jurisdiction, District 5, which is South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida.
Sure.
Our president had the power in our jurisdiction, just like the President General has the power over all of the government, all of the jurisdictions.
Yes, sir.
So it's so vital that we as officers and we as members know what our local constitution says is our responsibility to the works of the government, because the constitution of the government holds the president of our division and our division to the works of our division. What works are we doing? And if we ain't doing works, Garvey don't like that. Our ancestors don't like that. So I've been focusing on, because this Saturday coming the 20th, those executive officers know that we have a follow-up meeting from the first executive officer meeting to go over our bylaws. So I've reached pretty far now. I reached to office number 33, because we have about 46 offices. So my goal is to make sure I get this document first to our president, and then our president will share it with our executive office after he has a chance to put input into it. So we want to get it to our officers, hopefully by Wednesday this week, so that officers can review it and know what their responsibilities are. Because as Lady President said, it's good to have a discussion and everything else, but if everybody ain't dealing with the works of what it takes to manifest what we're discussing, it ain't gonna happen. So that's one thing I've been working on. And what I'm working on right now, and what I've been working on throughout when the meeting's happening, is today's issue of the Whirlwind newsletter. So we thanks to Dr. Zafia and also Brother Art and the Whirlwind newsletter staff, because they've been working with me. We started meeting from 9 o'clock this morning. Brother Malik, big up, because Brother Malik was on there from we started all the way until after 2 o'clock this afternoon. But y'all, the good news is we got most of the Whirlwind finished. We just have a little bit more work, about another hour work before we can send it out. And today's issue is a big issue because, as President John said, we're going to have the focus of the schedule for 2024 at our next executive meeting. President John, I think you mentioned the 27th, but I think you meant the 28th.
Yeah.
Which is 2 weeks from today.
Yes.
So today, when y'all get the Whirlwind newsletter, that's what I've been working on today and for the last couple of days and thing. You're going to see the whole schedule that our president has outlined for us from January 1st to December 31st, 2024. So please take note of our schedule and understand that it might not have happened perfectly like how it's laid out, but at least we have a plan. Or at least our president has given us a plan. That means that we got a good president, y'all. So in finishing with my report, I've been also being on the case, working in the correspondence, Office of Correspondence. We're contacting the members every day for their birthday. And I got a new phone, and now my phone doesn't send birthday greetings emails. So now I have to try to put out use the emails to send out birthday greetings to the members who don't have good phone numbers. So I need help, y'all. Need help. But I'm having fun. Enjoying the ride. And I say race first. And badge it up to our president and lady president, because they're doing a great job in leading our division. Race first.
Race first.
Race first.
Thank you, President Ross. I forgot what my comment was. Anyone else have any comments before we move to close?
Just one little comment I was going to say is that when the executives at Coca-Cola have their meetings, well, even though they're publicly traded and certain things comes out in their annual report, you don't see the little plans that go on behind the scene. A lot of stuff they talk about that doesn't come on the actual report is secret. So we have to maintain some level of that, some level of, just for our ear only kind of stuff. But I think we're on the right track, and I think 2024 is going to be an amazing year for us.
Thank you.
Race first.
Yes, I would argue our goals and directives are different from Coca-Cola, but I do understand it. And that reminds me of what I was going to say. Let me see, what was it? Oh yeah, what do individuals that are earnest, what do they have to be concerned about according to Mr. Garvey? Or what is his quote in regards to men and women being earnest?
Those who are earnest fear not consequence?
Yes, sir. That's where I was going. And that is my mindset. One, everything that we said and we're discussing, we are earnest about, we are serious about. it's for the liberation of our people. And we are, whatever consequences come with that, I am willing to endure. And I guess that goes back to what President Ross was saying. We have to protect the president. At this point, in my development and my journey in this, I'm trying to go full steam. So I do need individuals to hold me back and have a level of restraint. But my approach to this is that we've had far too many people that have been cautious and restrained and concerned. And, when it comes to individuals like Nat Turner's and Marcus Garvey's, we've had much less individuals that are standing on what they believe and willing to, endure the consequences for what they believe. So that's just my approach. I just feel that men who are in earnest don't fear consequences. I don't think that there was anything that we said on this call that was malicious or ill-intended. And I believe that a majority of what we said can be useful and used for the benefit of our people. There may be a group in Australia, a group of 4 or 5 Black people that come across one of our videos and say, hey, we can come together. If they can do it, why can't we come together and do it? So I just maybe a little bit too optimistic, but I do think that is where my mindset is, where were the examples for me when I was younger and I was looking for things like this? All I had was, as we've said, NAACP was the examples that I was given. But
so John.
Yes, ma'am.
Question that came up is, are we going to still continue to use Omenala Griot Museum on Tuesdays of every month?
Mama,
every week.
We are reserved.
That's what we started off about 2 hours ago.
Yes, I thought
that has to be executive vote. So coming on the executive meeting, that will be a vote.
I'm going on a vacation to California, so y'all can decide at the executive meeting then.
Mama Mina, we probably will not have the griot after February. And if we do go back to the griot, we will have to have a executive meeting and a plan as well as commitment to staff that facility.
Okay, thank you.
President John, I want to just really say this real quick.
Yes.
In reference to you, what you shared before Mama Mina just asked her question again.
Yes, sir.
In reference to sharing our information on YouTube.
Yeah.
Just within the last week, I got a favorable recommendation in what you're saying. One of my cousins who live in New York, and he's a 7-day Adventist, a preacher at a church, called me during this week and said, "What? Russ Marvin, I've been watching your videos of the UNIA and CBPM on YouTube, and y'all been doing some big things. I've been sharing it with other people and everything else." So I just want to say that in reference to
that doesn't help me. that doesn't make me feel any better.
Well, President John, to make you feel better, I'm gonna say this. Those words, that quote was the exact one that I used when I was removed from district commissioner. Made in earnest, fit not consequence. So I'm only saying that to double down on the protection of you, because I know these people, and the fact that they've already tried to attack the curriculum. It may possibly now. I know that consequence of losing you as a president, you may be able to sit with President John, but I don't want to sit with that.
See, hold on. Let's make it even worse. Let's make it even worse. So we're not even talking about protecting me from our open enemy. We're talking about protecting me from our
own people.
He said another division might be the one that tell on you. That's what he said in his recommendation, that it might not be you. It'd be another division might see it, and they might bring the charges.
We got much bigger issues as a race. That's all. That's the only thing that comes in my head. If that is what I have to worry about, we really, 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 really have a lot of work to do, and we really need to get going immediately.
President, if I may, before you close it out on this particular subject, Garvey mentions I think in leadership that we should whisper to the household of the Negroes. These type of conversation are to be whispered to our constituents and our members because of the delicacy and the vibrations that we share. Yes, they are valued and they are, we share an amazing vibrations amongst one another as colleagues and as members, as members or whatever. But at the same time, to the public who is not familiar with, how we share our vibrations, is only so much that they should, get a dose of. Then when they join, they can see everything in its entirety. You don't give a baby a chicken nugget. You might give a 2023 baby a chicken nugget, but we're just going to reframe and stay traditional and not give them a chicken nugget. Okay. So I just, that's just my opinion that, when you see a woman, you like her for what you don't see. So, you don't want to show all what you got at the beginning of, save some for later, so that's just my thoughts.
I'm with you. Like I said, I will not share it. But again, we have to just question, as Lady President, as you put it, we're still on baby food. It's 2024 and we still can only share baby food. We're 100 years after the establishment of the government and we're still on Similac. We have,
but I think that's because I think it's because of the people that we're dealing with. We got to have some type of empathy because I'm about to be 35 this year, but I'm just saying for that, you know what I'm saying? Like these people aren't as matured as President Ross and in this organization or Attorney Emotep, that have seen these things in full action, or people that are in their, they're older. So me and you, President, we had these discussions. I'm just saying this to settle the overwhelm, because I know this is frustrating, you know what I mean, to put your efforts in and you don't come back with a profit, even if the people are the profit or the money is the profit or whatever, you put your intentions out and you don't get back what you invested your time, energy, and value and attention on. But at the same time, is to hope is to not be just to not disintegrate. You're not supposed to just give up hope, or I feel like, and this is just a smaller segue, but as men, you all are the givers of hope. This is my opinion. You are the givers of hope. If a man says to me, right, Ebony, no, we're not doing that, I gotta go with that. Because that man is my protector. That man is my provider. You know what I'm saying? If I go against his wishes, I'm at it alone. And I've done that. That's been my whole campaign, but that's not what this is. This is an organization and a membership where we are supposed to unite or whatever like that. So I just, yield the floor.
Yeah, okay. I hear you, Lady President. The frustration is not about profits or anything like that. The frustration is just the state of our people. And again, we're 100 years after, Garvey, and we're still we're fighting to have the course of African philosophy taught in the Universal Negro Improvement Association. So it's not, a lack of anything other than I just know for a fact that we should be further along from a mental development standpoint than we are. Garvey said he's given us everything that we know, and we're still, from a Black Christian standpoint, we're not understanding our own internal potential. We're still looking for someone else to come. We're waiting for Garvey to come back, out of the grave, instead of applying and applying the lessons that he taught us and teaching the lessons that he taught us so that we can develop our community. That's my frustration.
Okay, I would like to say, refer back to what our first vice president says and how we change laws in our government so our president won't have frustration. So it's two things that we discussed tonight that first vice president Brother Omesis says. The HEC is coming up, I think, in April.
Yes, sir.
And we can come up with amendments or recommendations to our parent body. And it's two recommendations that we discuss on the floor. One recommendation is what President John is so 100% committed to, no matter what anything or anybody else says in the whole wide world, he's not going to give up his commitment to sharing what we're doing on YouTube. So we can come up with amendment between now and August to present as a division that would allow President John to present what he feels has to be presented so that he won't have no frustration. Now, the other thing that we have to come up with an amendment with as a division that we discussed tonight on the call is President John's report from the president's meeting earlier this week, where we can't have Dr. Umar, or they have certain people are not welcome within UNIA activities and programs. And so we definitely got to challenge that, because not only that, we need to know what from the parent body is the consequences if we were to have Dr. Umar again at a program later on this year, Marcus Scurv Day or whatever. They haven't even, they said, okay, they might be sending out a list of people you can't have at your UNIA programs, but what is the consequences if we do have it? Because we're gonna have to consider this, brothers and sisters, because it's going against the aims and objectives of the UNIA, where we're supposed to develop a universal confraternity amongst our people. And we can't develop a universal confraternity by banning people.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
So we can have to come up with an amendment to present at the High Executive Council meeting, 2 amendments to discuss this. So I want all members think about this. How can we present it? Go to the ancestors and talk to them and get from them how to present it so that we can get it passed and still be able to secure our meetings, or even have great Africans in today's time at our functions and programs. Race first.
Race first. This is my last comment. This is my last comment. Then I'm gonna, because I know I'm keeping the meeting going. But 2 things, brother, make sense for you directly. One, planning for HEC. Come February, I want to be able. I want you. The number that I'm gonna give you is 5 to 10. We need to have a plan for traveling and lodging for 5 to 10 people as of February. And then once we have a tentative plan, officers and members, I need your commitment, whether you can attend Philadelphia in April. I need that commitment starting February, but that'll be the upcoming focus. So I just wanted to share those 2 things.
Yes, copy that. And they did do a hotel research. The last HEC meeting, which was last week, and they're going to be getting back with hotel prices so real soon. So I definitely will be able to have that list of options to travel and lodge by February.
Thank you, Brother Mason. Anyone else? Closing comments?
Race first, family.
Baba James, race first.
I wanted to invite everyone to the Saturday, January 27th, the Pan-African Federal Movement is having a open panel discussion on Stop Cop City as it relates to the coups in Africa. That'll be at the Pan-African, at the New African Church off of Panola Road in Salem. Any other contact information, please reach out to Mama Nabantu. Race first.
You have a flyer for that, because we just talked about another event on the 27th.
Yeah, I do. I'll forward it over to Brother Ross Marvin. I got those notes earlier in the comment that he's looking for some stuff for the World newsletter as well, and then it'll end up in the group chat.
Okay.
Race first.
Thank you. Race first. Anyone else?
Race first. This is Mama Nabantu. I've been listening for the last hour and a half. So peace, everyone. I just wanted to note one of the best models I've seen for economics is Us Lifting Us, and they're going to have a conference on March 9th to the 10th. And also wanted to tell you that The Black Achievement Fund is interested in partnering with UNIA. They have over 2,100 members, and they've raised $60,000 in the last 2.5 years based on their membership. And I think they have a great model. They also have renovated a building, and part of the building is called Club Kemet in East Point. And people are able to, as members, come in and out of the building between 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. So I just want to make that announcement. I was on their call a couple of days ago when they reached out and asked if there was anybody at UNIA. And I said, oh yeah. So just want to make that announcement. And guess that's it for now. All right, race first. How you?
First, Mama Nabatu, I just want to interject real quick that is just so divine that you mentioned that, because we were just actually on the Martin Luther King the call the other night. So I know I signed up for the Black Achievement Fund. I think they came out to our Garvey Day, and I know I shared the information amongst the membership too. But they are doing great things. I did. I signed up for their it's like a contact list or something like that, and I signed up for it, and I seen the credentials of everyone that's involved and what they're going, and it's a beautiful thing. And I did share that with President some time ago. So yeah, I think that's divine that you mentioned that this evening. So race first. Thank you, Mama Nabatu.
All right, you're more than welcome.
Yes, Lady President, as well as First Vice President, if y'all could take those names, Ulu, Us Lifting Us, and Black Achievement Fund. I have some more comments on that on Thursday. One last thing, and then I'll but I do know it's just very ironic. Again, what I've been discussing is exemplary, setting the example. We claim to be Garveyites. We claim to be the followers of Marcus Garvey, who was extremely successful in his time. And it's just very ironic that in 2024, Division 421, we will have to take advice and consideration from other organizations that utilize the principles of Mr. Garvey for their financial success, and we are coming to them for assistance. Just very ironic. You can't deny the facts. It is what it is, and that's the position that we're in. Anyone else have any comments? No one? Okay. With that, thank you, brothers and sisters. A very, very eventful, I guess that's the word, or informative meeting. Again, this was our first meeting of the year. So we had a lot to get out, and we missed, we only had one meeting in December, so a lot to catch up on. Tuesday, officers training, course of African philosophy. Thursday, business meeting. And Saturday, we will have another executive meeting. And also, don't forget, tomorrow, cleanup day at the Omenala Griot for those that are available. With that, there was something in the chat. All right. With that, Lady President, will you do this honor of closing us out?
Absolutely. All right, family. Give me your right fist in the air. One God.
One God.
One God.
One aim.
One
aim.
One destiny.
One destiny.
Africa.
Africa.
For the Africans.
For the
Africans.
Those at home.
Those
at home.
And those abroad.
And those abroad.
Grace family, I love you. Thank you so much.
Race
first.
first.
Brother Mason, you still there?
Yep.
One thing and everybody, y'all can stay if you want, you don't have to. But one thing I forgot to mention was HEC. Your situation at HEC is definitely on the forefront of my mind at all times. And yeah, it's just, I know what I'm dealing with, and I know I don't disagree with anything that you said. I don't think you did anything wrong, and I think you were unjustly reprimanded. So keep that in the forefront, and I have that as an example as to why I don't think our current leadership is as righteous as could be.
I would say this, President John. I mean, I definitely agree. For me, the success of the execution of our goals, and then me being treated the right way. So when I looked at how I moved, I wasn't successful. So that so I had to look at how I moved and said, and did I move properly to get success? So there's a way that you can be earnest and do things, that will make sure that you're successful. Me doing what I did in a way that was offensive to those people, knowing that me thinking that I'm doing the right thing is one thing, but the goal was to unify the people, and that didn't happen. So I often think about what I could have done to make sure that happens, because that's way more important than how I was treated, or me going about it in a way that I think is right, even though some people might think it's wrong. So I feel like I could have had success if I may have presented my ideas to the parties involved instead of trying to go about myself to achieve the goal in the way that I did. So even though it proves that like you said, they may be not as righteous as they are, but I respect Garvey and I respect what he put in place, and my respect for the Constitution makes me look at myself and think about how I moved more than I think about what anybody did to me. That's important for me, and for me, everything goes down to planning it out. And I really like just telling the story. I think that's the best way to get real success, because when we telling the story, you have the end in mind. And I could have told the story to the parent body that I saw and that I was hoping to achieve with my actions, and got the buy-in to that story if I presented it better, instead of just trying to run the race without proper planning. So I got to look at me, and I can't blame anyone else besides myself for anything that ever happens to me in my life. But I'm always thankful for everything that happens to me in my life, because everything for me is always blessings and lessons and pivot points to the next thing. And I believe that I was sitting here with an ordained mission, and everything, even my failures and my triumph, helped me to get there. But I do have to look back and say what I could have done differently.
Well, first CP, let me just jump in real quick. You said maybe you should have presented it to them first, but I will say to that option, you probably could have had the same result.
No, yeah, I was sure that if I presented it to them, I knew what answer I would have got. But Marcus Garvey in the 5-year plan says, if you present something to somebody and they don't receive it, it's your job to tweak the message. So for me, I believe that it was my job to be able to present this story to them beyond my what I thought, because it's definitely an uphill battle. Definitely would have been an uphill battle. But I just feel like I have to be a master. And that's what Marcus Garvey challenges us to be in the 5-year plan. He challenges us to be a master of presenting our agenda to our opposition to be able to get anyone to move. And I challenge myself to be a master, to get anybody to move. And I definitely thought about that it wasn't, I knew what they would say. They would say no. But that means I didn't trust my mastery. And that's why I look at myself. I gotta trust my mastery.
That's interesting. President, comment.
Well, this is what we should expect as a division and as executive leadership, that we're going to run into confrontation in the upcoming year and 2 years and so on with our current parent body, because of what, see, Omesis, what goes against what you're sharing now as far as becoming a mastery of how you present your information, what goes against that is what President John reported to us from what the president's meeting was about.
That's what I was thinking too.
They're gonna come out with bans, divisions can't do this, divisions can't do that. So you're gonna even have a higher mountain to climb, First VP, Brother Omesis, in representing your proposal. Because I tried to present that same proposal in 2020 when our government turned 100 years old, that we should have an event hosted by our parent body that invites everybody all Africans at home and abroad. They literally shot me. So I had to run and hide. So I know the struggle you're going through, because I wasn't able to become victorious in having our parent body see that we should unite with all Africans at home and abroad. They were against that. They want everybody to submit to their leadership, and then a whole bunch more on top of that. Race first.
Race first. Can I chime in on that before y'all? I mean, this is just a beautiful conversation. I just got to get some of this sauce, but I'm just saying, like Garvey said, like, I just keep going back to this one notion, because Garvey was in particularly a private person, even though he, he turned so many numbers, but he was in particularly a private person because he knew, kind of like how Jesus' philosophy was, the hearts of man. And he actually has a chapter called Man in the book. So it's like knowing that what we know what we know. We've been through, those stages of, triumph and defeat or whatever. But now it's like going through the stage of like moving in silence. Brother Macy's mentioned it earlier. It's a process in this hierarchy. Because it's so crazy because the art of diplomacy in it, like you have to be diplomatic. And so with those structures that are in place, we have to be, we have to practice that virtue of patience. And with that by virtue of patience being practiced, we should, follow the steps that are necessary. Learning the Constitution is necessary. Like President said before, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission in certain cases. And actually, Garvey mentions that. He mentions that in the book. So it's like what President Ross said, like they said in the Constitution, like it said in the book, of the works. When our works are turning numbers, when our works are making sense, when our works are practical, that's what's important, and that's how we should continue to move. So we should not be discouraged because of what high leadership does. When you get on those presidents' calls, they are only concerned about one or two divisions. They don't really show no really concern about all the other divisions. They're really concerned just about the ones that's up top. That's fine. Our job as as leaders is that we should work underground. Like Garvey said, we should whisper. Let's reach out to these other divisions. Let's see what they're talking about. This is something that we have to extend ourselves to do. This is a broader conversation, but this is just still the work that has to be done, because we have to communicate with our other divisions when it comes to the organization and the dare I say it, control, the government of our people and what we're really representing, because President, Lady President, First Lady, Vice, so on and so forth, we are the standing officials as this. So this, like, is this what you represent? Is this what you stand for? Are you really entertained? So I think that's just learning the process and really just doing the work, making sure the work is practical, making sure we turn numbers in our works. And then when it's time to give the presentation or the resolution or whatever it is before we come to them, then that's when we'll do it. We'll do it at those times. Like President Rossi said it to me before. I think Brother Macy said it too. It's like, you're not really showing them your hand just yet. When I was on the president's call and I made my comment how I made my comments, but it doesn't matter what the comment was. It was the fact that it was just a comment that wasn't against what they were saying. So it's just about And just knowing that, and knowing that we have that in our community, and knowing that it has to be like resisted, our power, because we have our power within ourselves. We have our own people that we have to lead, and we also need to see the demographic mindset of our other people in this organization as a whole. Like, I think that we can really turn numbers as far as politics is concerned, because of how politics is ran and how you go about politics. Politics is not hard. Politics is all about serenading and emotions and money. That's all politics is. That's it. It's just about serenading the person, because at the end of the day, when you get done with politics, you go to the law, which is the yes or the no. Like, you done got serenaded enough. What do you want to do now? You go to the law. The law just like, that's it. That's what we're doing. So that's what we have to consider being leaders, that this is nothing but Black politics. And it's getting more trickier because we are teaching our people to be in their power. We are not the ones to tell them to diminish their power once they get there. Nah, that's white people. That's white supremacy. That's what white people do. We don't do that. We encourage autonomy. We encourage people to embrace the Blackness in themselves. That's what we want. But what we want to do is work in unison as well. So it's about how we talk to our people, because everybody wants to be talked to with respect. Nobody wants to be talked at or be attacked. So we have to be mindful that what the topics that we're talking about is life changing. So the sensitive people are sensitive to these conversations. Of course, they're going to rebel. They're going to rebel the first time they receive this information, never heard it before, never was presented to them like this. Let me tell you something else. This is another segue, and we'll come right back to this. But people, I have been, like I said, since I've been in the UNIA, I've been growing up and coming through life or whatever. The conversation has been, well, you heard of Marcus Garvey, but you don't know really much about the UNIA. Let me tell you something. Coming through this journey of learning Marcus Garvey himself, the man, and his triumph and his failures is rated T. It's rated R. It's really rated R. And it's like when you get, because I what kind of done it for me is that the finishing of Race First. And when you read Race First and you go through those motions with Marcus Garvey, it's just this right here. Is this right here? We're going through what Marcus is going through right here. Be honest with you, and excuse my expression, Marcus Garvey's probably packing a pack of Newports right now. Like I told him, you know what I mean? But just to get back to the point, we have to be able to stand in unison and come together and learning what we're coming together for. Like Sister Diane said, like having a goal. Like we're having a actual destined goal, and that is what we're working towards in the Constitution. Everything is already laid out. That's why it's there. We don't have to recreate the wheel. The wheel is there. We could just recreate. We're building a better car. We already have the blueprint of how to build this machine, this locomotive. All we have to do is just put our 2024 sauce on it, and that's it. So I'm gonna land my plane for real, because it all ties into the same thing of being dedicated, the capability and the ability to move in the direction of creating this change. So I just wanted to say that. Race first.
Race first. Brother Macy's, you have any response to her?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I agree with so much of what she's saying. Going back to the chicken nugget comment, this is rated R. For me, God gave me the vision to build a global government in 2015. But the number one thing has been making the vision palpable for our people. That's my number one focus throughout these years, because people have to be ready to move. And I'm pretty sure Nat Turner, when he presented his plan to rebel, he had to make sure that they was ready for it. And I feel like, not to go spiritual, but in 2024, the world is ready. But I feel like it had to be this time. Everything that happened in the last 10 years had to happen for our people to be really ready to receive this message. But I think it's on us to present it in a way that's not a baby leg, a chicken leg to these babies. Marcus Garvey said it, and we have to look at the message and how we present it. We've been presenting it in ways for 14 years now, pretty much. I remember going to President Ross' office when he was in what do we call it? The compound. Long time ago, and trying to build my website, to do this. And we sent him aside, and he told me, "Hey, I remember you, but for me, it's just rated R, like she said, man. And when we present what we present to people, we have to respect the palpability. And although it is sometimes frustrating that people don't receive it how we receive it, or they're not having the same perception of the information that we have it, we have to understand that there's so many personality traits out there of our people, and being able to speak to all of them is what we have to do as leaders, and not just kind of necessarily be like frustrated that they're not moving to the propaganda that we create, but just continue to look at the data and tweak the data until you find that the thing that's most palpable. For me, that's what it's about. When it comes to anything that we're doing, is the diplomacy, like she pointed out as well. I agree. We gotta have that. We just got to.
Yeah, I'm with both of you. In regards to the ability to let's call it the ability to digest the information and the call. There's two ways to look at it. One is, as we've said, give them something that is easier to digest. That is one way of doing it, and that has been our approach for a very long time, because in the beginning you have to have that approach, because that's what you're dealing with. But on the other end, what I'm asking is, when do we develop past the digestive system of a child? When we look at the course of African philosophy, what Garvey was trying to do is create men and women, such that they can digest what needs to be done, such that when you say that this work will kill you or could kill you, it doesn't scare you away, because you're not a child. You are a man. You understand that eventually you will have to transition and go on to the next plane. So why not do it? Why not go out doing something, that you were put here to do? So that's my frustration, is where are we our minute that can, take out a chase, in essence, I was trying to say, but this all goes back to
mute yourself on
background. It all comes. He was ready to respond. 1 second, bro, Mace. I'm almost done. It comes down to, it's a fight that we're all discussing, and it's a fight between self-reliance and humbleness. Garvey is teaching us to be self-reliant, to do things for ourselves, to be strong enough to do things for ourselves and think for ourselves. But at the same time, we have to be humble, to where we don't just run out and do what we think and know is the right thing, but we ask for permission. And those two things, they're causing issues for us as an organization and for us as a people, because it keeps us stagnant, to where we can't progress and do the things that we know we need to be doing, because we haven't gotten permission to do it. And we know, as adults, we know, what's in the law book, what's right or wrong, what is acceptable, what is not acceptable. I am in the realm of acceptability, and I still am being held back because I haven't gotten permission from someone. So that was one of the things that I thought of that I'm dealing with now, is that battle between being self-reliant, knowing what's right, knowing what the Constitution says, and going and doing it, versus checking and letting people know what it is that you're doing and seeking some form of approval.
I would just address that with a story. I was in this black hedge fund guy's office, and he told me that he doesn't deal with step one people, financially and in mentality. He doesn't deal with people who had the step one in their lives. So of course, it made me say, okay, well, I will. Who is going to if I don't? If these people who got money already not them who, so when it comes to our people not still being babies, for me as a leader, I have to come up with a process that continuously raises people from baby to self-reliance. Now, if I'm able to put a process in place, then every baby will have a process to be raised. But if I'm just going at it with the expectation for them to be at step 2 or step 3, and I'm only trying to cater to the people who are already there, you know, I'm not creating a government, because a government has to govern the mentality of a race, and we have to expect that we're going to have babies. But if we do a good job putting a process in place that raises them from baby, now we are really taking ownership of having a government that is seeing itself for generations down the road, because it will forever be a psyop sent towards our people. I can't expect any other race not to stop doing it, but I have to be a master at creating the propaganda needed for my people to not continuously be babies, and that's on me. And for me, it's just that first step happens to be, for me, economic development. Then they can get to self-reliance, because on a spiritual tip, I feel like the root chakra is all about the economic position of a person asking themselves, how did I get here? What am I going to do while I'm here? And where am I going to go when I leave? I feel like the world is stuck on the question of, our people are stuck on what they're going to do while they're here, and they need the direction. And most of the time, it's because of their economic standpoint that causes the most confusion. And it's just my belief that that's why Marcus Garvey was so heavy on it. And that's why he ended the book with the 5-year plan, because he knew that if we got that capital first, that then we will be able to create a business, a government. So that's why, for me, I focus on economics so much, because I'm trying to develop a process to raise people from baby to self-reliance. But I feel like they need to come out of this mindset of lack and unattainability. And if we can help them do that by partnering with people who already have the access to resources, then it's easier than we think it is. You know, we just got to focus on it. But our people, our babies, will always have it, but we gotta create a process.
And I just want to say,
one second.
You got it.
I got you. I'm okay with the concept of always having babies. I understand that nation family, you need to have youth to replace the elders. My issue is the perpetual state of adolescence. As I said, when we talk about, you know, the slavery, our leaders from the past, where we are in time now, and the potential development that we could have versus the reality of the development that we have. That is where my mind is like, you know, what are we doing as a people? And the other thing is, hold on, perpetual and darn, I lost the other part. It's gonna come back to me though. Lady President.
I got you, President. Take your time.
Perpetual. Oh, the desire. That's what it is. So again, when I was, you know, the example that when I talk about entertainment and things, that's the second aspect. Is one is how long we've been in the adolescent state, and two is, do we really as a people have a strong desire to mature, to develop, you know, a mentality of self-reliance and self-governance? Where's that desire? And if you have that desire, eventually we should be running into each other, because now we both have the same desires. But I don't even see the desire personally.
Go ahead, baby. I do definitely want to speak to that. Wait, go ahead, late President.
And I know what you're probably going to get into, and I think we all, you know, summoning around the same thing. But so I just want to go ahead and just kind of like ice the cake. What we're wanting to attract them in a positive way, because we want to teach them about God, we want to teach them about African nationalism, so on and so forth. President John, Brother Omasis, Vice President is saying that we have to attract bees with honey. So but at the same time, and I'm coming in and I'm saying, strategize, organize, having the time to put it together, because I mean, at our community development meeting, we came to the community development meeting and we really we knew we had something, but we needed to put it in skeleton form. We knew we needed to align. So when we got together, we heard each other. Then we were able to take from each other, and we was able to put something together. We had it, and I was really proud of that. It's like one of my I'm marked as like one of my top 3 proud moments in the UNIA thus far is that meeting. Because it was just like, okay, we have this. Where do we go? And we went there. So it's about taking the desires, or just taking the ambitions of what's needed and actually putting a plan together. And this is a thing that we need to realize as melanated people.
And working that plan.
The thing about this white supremacy of not this white supremacy seed inside of the melanated minds to believe that you don't supposed to ask anybody for anything, that you're not supposed to unite. They have that so heavily structured in our minds, and I just really want everybody to pull that by the root out of your minds, and I want you to burn it, because that's not true. We are supposed to unite by all means necessary, even when we don't agree. So it's just about having, like, and this is something that I mentioned at our community workshop too, is that of course we all are Black autonomous powerful beings. We're going to have a lot of things that we want to share and communicate with one another, but it's just about putting those plans down, if you have to, even on paper, so that people could be, we could be knowledgeable of what is needed. And then because then when we come together, we share those thoughts, we don't even know that we have the same similar thoughts. Like we all rocking on the same vibration. We're just trying to do everything so hard for no reason in mind. So what I'm saying is, it's about the structure, putting the structure together for the people so they can have a proper place. They just want a place to say, am I allowed to speak? Can I speak here? Because we have been shut down for so long. We have been discouraged for so long, making our place in the world, making it seem like it was inappropriate, it's invalid for us to speak about what we are. Here we are still getting beat down, killed about speaking. Let me tell y'all something. And I'm sorry to keep y'all here, but obviously it's just meant to be said. When I went with President John, we was actually on the Black Funds meeting the other day, and the topic, the video was shown was Martin Luther King. Now this is my first time watching the documentary of Dr. King, honestly. Now this documentary was kind of deep for me. It broke my heart, honestly, because Dr. King was doing all of this. First of all, no technology like it is today, kind of like the same thing with Marcus Garvey, and this man was really, his whole thing was really on love. Like, why do you have to hate me? We here now. Can we just unite and just work together? Why do we have to keep killing each other? Even though you're doing all these things against me, I'm not going to do them against you, because my whole campaign is about love. Love me so we can love each other, so we can all unite and go forward in love and grace and peace. This is what Dr. King was telling. This is what he was saying. And it was a particular part in the documentary where he was in the helicopter. He was talking to his buddies, and he was saying that how he felt that a moment in his life might have been the last moment in his life. And he gave a speech about, when the time comes, this is how I want you to remember me. This is what broke my heart. It's a song that played after that. It was like, did all of this go in vain? Did Dr. King's dream really go in vain? Here we are. Here he was talking about we should end segregation. We should work together. And we are a group that's saying we should only work with the Negro peoples of the world. So it brings me to this point of, you know what? all that can be done is the work to be done. So if it's a chain of command that's supposed to be respected, let's respect it. Let's play the game the way the game is supposed to go. Let's play the game is supposed to go in Black liberation government and white federal government. both ways. When we go to Ghana, that government, like brother Scurv said, you got to rub the palms with them. Like Garvey said, you got to rub the palms with these people. So you still have to practice that diplomacy. It is so important, that diplomacy, because that diplomacy, see, everything really in around that book really kind of catered to diplomacy, because it's about how you carry your character in times of like pressure, and you find yourselves in these, especially in politics, because like I just told you earlier, politics is nothing but they just want to be serenaded. They just want you to serenade, but you have to stand your ground and hold your peace and still give your thoughts, give your word, because what you say is still law. What you say is still law. Possession is 9/10 of the law, which is your word. That's all you came with. So that's what we have to stand on. But it's how you give your word. Like Brother Macy said, I was rocking with what I did, but I could have did it better. And I respect that, because it's not about what you do. Like my grandma said, it's not about what you do, it's how you do things. It's not about what you say, it's how you say it. So like I said, about politics, it's just a matter of serenading your point, because you can't be, in college, we learned in public speaking, you have to make a point that addresses everybody. Your point has to address everybody. Everybody supposed to be like, you know what, you're right. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to be addressing people who don't even know the topic that you're talking about. So it's just about, it's about knowing the chain of command, knowing what you're coming to command, knowing the Constitution, knowing message to the people, African philosophy, like knowing these things, and actually knowing where and how to input these things. So I think when February comes around, President, I know that we were talking about it, February, that we're going to be focusing on resolutions and the study of the Constitution. I don't know what, that was confirmed or not, but I think that is important. At least we go over the matters of which will be discussed at AGC, and what we are wanting to discuss at AGC come February, to put them on the table, and so in a way that they can be received, so that it can be passed in August. Politics is like sales. It's all about like that gift of gab and having a point of product. I don't have to talk aggressive to you because my point is valid. I don't have to talk loud to you. I don't have to be rude. That's your job, because I know my points are valid. So it's just about holding that ground, about having those points, and about presenting those points at the best, at the perfect timing. I can't say perfect. I just want to say at those aligned times, because it's just times where it's just going to be divine for you to present that. Let me tell you something. When you're in positions like this, it be like called to divine order. We're put in these positions so that we could change for our children to come. Like, we are the ones that's breaking the chain right now. I don't know if y'all really prepared or really, cognizant of that, but that's what's going on right now. The whole universe is doing something they never done before. People are going through things they never experienced before. Minds and souls, bodies, and things are happening that never been experienced before. Even if you did, if you believe in the esoteric world and all of that spirituality and tarot reading and stuff like that, you go get a tarot reading. They can't tell you what's going on tomorrow. They could just fill out the vibration and say, "This is all I can tell you right now." Because so much is changing universally in the universe, the galaxies, beyond our tiny minds. So just to bring it back down to earth, we all have to have direction. We all have to have structure, even in our own lives. And Race First, it talks about how Garvey was on the steamboats, and the steamboats was cutting up, and he only had like 2 or 3 engineers, and it got so bad, like one of the engineers like had a nervous breakdown and opened up the doors, like we're all done. So it means it's like it's about having the structure. But see, the thing is, even though Garvey had all of those followers, why did he only have 4 or 5 engineers working on those things? Why did Garvey have abandoned steamboats that was set on the side of the road like an old Cadillac for months? Why was those, and he had all of these people? So go back to what President Ross said earlier. We have 400, 500 so our people in the UNIA, and we only have so many active. Garvey went through those same things. So, like,
and why didn't he have a team of attorneys? So they took him down on some frivolous charge like mail fraud. That didn't even make any sense.
Absolutely. And then he did, and it was so much going on with it's like the same thing here, Sister Diane. It was more people against him than with him, but everybody was with him for the trend. Everybody was with him because he was styling. It was that's what it was, because when the nose came to the pavement, everybody turned their back on him. They was, where my money at? Well, he gonna have to do that by himself. It got real ugly towards the end when he did get deported, and they was even still on him, bad then. So it's like, understand that that's what, our most righteous Marcus Mosiah Garvey went through himself. So, the books of religion and stuff like that. So it's just about changing the mindset and appeasing them. And I hate to say it, but I had the conversation with President John. We talked about how we talked about it, but even to compliment it with Brother Omenala said it, in so many words, like you can't attract bees with, you attract them with more with honey than you do with the other thing. So
that's right.
I think it's just a time of this year. If we even have to, I hate to say it, I would like to just take out the next 6 months to just strategize and just focus on establishing effective business. And then after these 6 months, then we go into we just start off at the half of it. We just start off again, Garvey Day. We just do it again. We just work off the other half of the year. We're just gonna take this 6 months. I know, but it is what it is. It is what it is. It has to be developed. We have to have the structure for the people. We might want people to come on and just bring, their knowledge, but that's the currency we've been working on, and it's not working. So we have to take these 6 months as leadership and create the structure for our people in 421. Our structure needs to be so strong and so powerful that we are able to pass it on to other divisions. That's how hard we should be coming in Division 421. But at the same time, just for ourselves, though, we're not really thinking about the outside world. We're thinking about, we're filling up our own cup. It's just going to overflow because it's going to be that powerful. But for the next 6 months, I think us as leadership, we should focus on the structure of how we want to, infiltrate next year. We as a government should have something every month for our people. Yeah, we have dates allocated. Yes, we do have ideas and possibilities of what we could and should and would do, blah blah blah. But we really need to set it in stone, and we really need to set out the structure for it. It needs to be saved on a hard drive somewhere so we can always come to it. And if anything, we just update it. That's what needs to be done for the next 6 months. And as we're doing that, we're developing the year. We're developing our event yearly schedule so we don't come back into no more situations like this where we jump in the cart, donkey above the cart, or however you put that, President. But we just don't do that no more, because this wasn't the goal. Like, I'm just not gonna go there. But like I said, these next 6 months we should go into heavy development. And we should stay there until it's confirmed. And we just don't have any more questions, comments about how our yearly event schedule is supposed to go. Now, I'm very proud of our past. I did these from Garvey Day till today. I'm really proud. It's little progress, but better than none. And I'm really proud of it. We're watching our progress. We're seeing what we're doing. We're checking the marks up. We're learning from our, I don't want to call them the M word, but we're seeing what we're doing. And so I just want y'all to just be encouraged, because motion is being made. It's motion. But we do, this a heavy cart we pulling. This is heavy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that we don't know what we're doing. It's just a lot. You know what I mean? So that's where, that's why membership is so important. That's why we're trusting the new people that we, bringing into the membership. We're putting y'all in high places early because we're encouraging, we are bringing out the Black power in everybody. We want you in high positions. You deserve it. That's who you are. That's your birthright. So we just want everybody to realize their birthrights. We want everybody to step up and be, autonomous and life. You know what I mean? So I yield my plan. I'm done for the night. Race first, y'all.
Race first.
President, I just wanted to speak to one thing that you said, and And to veg back on one thing that she said to speak to it. She said that you have to make it for everybody. And one of the things that you ended at, I guess you kind of further define what the baby is, and you said that well they don't desire it. Well, I would say it's our job to make the message even for those that don't desire it, where they will find something that I didn't even know I needed this. I feel like we have to go that far, and there should be not one person, no matter how messed up they are, that we don't already know that they messed up. So we just have to make the plan to where even the ones that's the worst of them all, since Garvey talked about it in Man, how terrible people are. So we have to plan even from that point of view to be able to reach the simplest minded of our people. And I think that plan will be one that everybody can stomach because we thought about everybody.
I'm with you. I'm with you. And I understand that first aim of the Universal Negro Improvement Association is to build a universal confraternity of our race. And Garvey says, with the exception of none. So our final goal will include everyone, and I agree with that. But again, going back to what you had mentioned earlier about steps, and I don't know if you were in agreement or disagreement with that process, but I am a fan of steps. Before I was a senior in college, I had to be a freshman in college. I had to go through that step. I had to go through the steps. But again, what I'm looking for is the men and women in 2024. So those that desire freedom, those that desire self-reliance and self-governance, those are the ones that I'm looking for. And we should be able to organize 20, 30, even 50 of those individuals that truly desire self-reliance and are ready for, the stake. Even if they've been on baby milk their entire life, they know that this baby milk is not going to get them where they need to go. This baby milk is not going to provide their body with the nutrients that they need as a standalone man and woman. So again, I'm looking for, that 20, 30.
My question would be why? Why are you looking for them specifically?
Because
not everybody
has to set the example. And once you get that group to set the example, that will entice the others. Again, it's about what I get from Garvey is exemplary. That is why we're here, is because we saw the example that Garvey and our ancestors made, and we wanted to be a part of that. So where is that example in our time? All we have now is people that know the lessons, teach the lessons, espouse it, can say the quotes, but we don't have a body of individuals that are showing an example of what a group of individuals that desire self-reliance and self-governance, and they're actually functioning on that. And once we get that and we start to show that to the community and to the world, that's when you'll get 5, 6-year-olds. You don't have to wait till they're 30, 40 to say, I want to be self-reliant. You'll get 5, 6-year-olds that say, I don't know what these brothers and sisters are doing out there, but I'm attracted to it and I want to know more about it. And it immediately, gives them something else to aspire to other than, just working their way up the corporate ladder in America. They're not just looking for the best position, but they're looking for an example. Go ahead.
I got one more question. What if we are the only ones on this call that are like that? What do you do next? What if everybody's psyop and everybody's just what they call it, have Stockholm syndrome?
What did Mr. Go? You're bringing a big hypothetical. Bringing a big what if. Two things. If it is only us, so what? If and that's today, even beyond that, internalizing this Garveyism, these lessons. If it's only me, so be it. And that's the mentality that we all need to have, is if we are the only ones, then we will still do what needs to be done. And what Mr. Garvey said to bring reality to the proposal. This is where I am too. He said this during a speech, so I don't know how adamant he was about it, but he said, if we aren't capable to do what other men have done, what other races have done, what other nations have done, in essence, we don't deserve to live. And I really do feel that way. If we are the first human beings, the first children of God, we've been here in this place the longest, and we are happy with a subservient position. As Garvey said in the text, that's a disservice to our Creator, and I feel that way. That's a disservice
to our Creator and our race.
Yes, that's a disservice for me as a child of God to be happy with a second class, third class position. So that would be my response. If that is the reality of our people, those are the two things that come to my mind. I'll do it by myself, and I gotta harpen onto what Garvey said. Not to say that I'm gonna make that a reality, but I just agree with it.
I definitely, I feel like when we really look at what nations have done and we look behind the veil, I know for me, I've come to realization that it was actually what a few families did. And most of these nations are run by a few families. And these families create an infrastructure for the sheeple within their jurisdiction to have transaction in that whatever jurisdiction, how they're going to act with each other. So that's what other nations have done. So in my opinion, I'm not looking for anyone outside of us who's already here. I got to forget the phone call. I'm sorry. I'm not looking for anyone outside of us who's already here to build the infrastructure to present to our people. The goal is for us who are already here to go ahead and create the infrastructure as the few families that are here, but to not leave them out. Because our people, everybody can't be leaders, and that's not. I don't think that that's possible. I think that we have to operate like a small group of people who have to bring the blueprint to our people on how to govern themselves, and not look for them to do it themselves. Because I just don't see other governments moving like that.
I understand. According to the African philosophy, what is the example the government that we model?
Say it one more time.
According to the philosophy. Yeah, Omenala, you got an echo real bad. But according to the course of African philosophy, what is the nation in which we model or use as an example several times throughout the text?
The Jews.
Yes, sir. How did the Jews create their economic foundation?
By focusing on each other.
What you mean by
they invest with each other. They all work together.
They invest
in race first for them. Race first.
Yes.
They have a set of rules for society and a set of rules for themselves.
Yes,
and it's all about race first.
But don't they also have a law of a communal economy?
Yeah.
So they
race first.
So they don't, before they had skyscrapers, buildings, cars, whatever it may be, the first thing that they had was an agreement that everyone under this banner would contribute a certain amount to a collective fund. Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Exactly.
How is that different from what we are asking our brothers and sisters to do through the UNIA?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I believe that the economic approach should be number one propaganda.
Why?
That's
what you mean.
He mentioned that dues are due. Your 2024 dues are now due.
Well, I think that we should even go beyond dues, because dues is like the basic.
Right.
We need to talk about projects.
Right.
Dues are
if we can't,
you got to meant to talk about So when we say we're gonna have those meetings on those Tuesdays at that Omenala Museum, then our membership should be there.
Let me just answer the question about President John asked about the Jews, right?
Yeah, bro.
Because if we want to get into them, the Jewish individuals know that they have an economic system where they borrow from their people, they loan to their people, they're building institutions where they've been in neighborhoods where they only live. They present the entire story, not just of that this is your identity, but those who operate in those family environments, they are actually building economics together. So that's what I'm saying. It's our job to focus on building our economic system up. And for me, that was the one thing that I thought could unify all these different UNIAs if we know how to make money together. Because I saw all the time, these European nations, they all have created a uniform commercial code where they have a plan to make money together and how they have transactions together. And they all capitalizing off of us.
I know, but you're looking at how they work today, correct?
That's how it's been for years. That's been going on forever.
Were they doing that in 1619?
Yes, they've had treaties and codes that go back forever.
So we had universal commercial. You can pull up a uniform.
They have treaties.
But they've always used us. I mean, in the 1600s, they used us as slaves.
I know, but hold on.
So in 1600, we was in Africa, not 1600.
There's always been economic policy.
I know, but what I'm saying is the policies that you're talking about now are policies that were created after wealth was established. Policies that you talk about with Jews doing business with each other. It probably was their day one, but
it was.
In the Levitical laws, it states that they have a responsibility to give their funds to a collective economy, and this is before anything directs them to do business with each other. So they have a religious approach to working together. Black people don't have that. And that's what we're trying to build.
That's what I'm saying. That should be the focus of what we implement. That should be our focus this year. That's what the 5-year plan is all about. It's about having a fund that you collectively work together.
We've always had a fund though. What's the new?
But we haven't promoted it as the number one propaganda tool. We've been focused on everything else outside of the 5-year plan, except for the 5-year plan, which just means raise a fund. And you're saying that's the first thing Jews are asked to do is to commit to donating to the fund, but we haven't propagated the fact that we have a fund that's meant to develop Africa within our local communities. People in Atlanta don't know about the fund.
They do, and
but it's not promoted. It's not the propaganda. It needs to be the propaganda.
What have we been promoting if we're not promoting
events?
I'm sorry, Mama. Mama, you breaking up pretty bad.
Sorry. I'm saying if we got 400 plus members, so obviously something's been promoted.
Yes.
Well, we just need to get those members that we have active, and then if we want more, just think how much more we can do.
That's a good point on the amount of members we have.
What's the number, Ross Marvin? How many members do we have?
477. Registered.
Yes.
477.
Well, hold on, wait. Some have deceased, so we probably got about 470, maybe 465, alive.
Yeah, this is like dated information of members that we have. But see, listen, Vice President, I do want to talk. I did want to ask you about creating a poll. This is something that you had put on the table some time ago. I think that you maybe have did the poll thing, but I think it's time that we do another census. I put it in the form of a census and actually sending it out to our members and our people in our membership and just see how much response that we get before we move forward in any type of other hard thoughts. And that'll give us that'll give us a breast of what we need to do going forward. There's no need in having hard thoughts about, what we want and what should be implemented, what the people need if we don't know where the people are. So I think that we should create a census and send it out to, the people that are in our memberships, active and non-active, and just, and asking the real questions of where they are, and asking what, where their household is and all that good stuff like that. So, we'll just know where we stand and know what needs to be implemented, because, having these ideas and having these structures, I don't want to say they go stale, but they have to be updated and revised after so long. So, just to not, put so much work on ourselves, I think that's something that we need to go forward with. So I don't know, how to, I guess I'll get with President John and get with you on that.
I don't necessarily agree with the poll. I don't necessarily agree with it. For me, I feel like the study has been done. I feel like Marcus Garvey did the study.
No, don't take me there. Don't take me there. Come back. I'm saying like as far as where our current members are, 1111 on the dot. I'm talking about where our current members are in their current state of mind as of today, and what we should do as a membership going forward to service that. You get what I'm saying?
I don't agree with that. That's needed. I think that Marcus Garvey already showed us what's needed for our people.
No, wait a minute. You keep taking me there. Don't take me there. That's not what I'm saying. I just want that the poll is to get oh God. The poll is to get an update on how many active responsive members that we have, because like what I'm responding to is the fact that we have 407. We have so many members, 400 some members, but we only have so many that's responding. So what I'm asking, if it can be done, that
so let me just speak to it, because that's what I was finna speak to right before you said that. For me, and it goes to Mama's point of us having 500 members already. For me, I feel like the data will tell you everything, right? And the data of us having 500 members and only the small amount being active, the small amount being active, is because when they join, something did not keep their value here. And for me, the thing that's going to keep the value here is already been studied by Marcus Garvey and by the Jews that we just spoke about. And that's the one thing about building an economic system. So for me, getting our members active, I believe that from a business standpoint, the study is already done, and I believe that we have to do what Garvey already said to do. You know what I'm saying? I trust his study. And he studied.
I think you listen to past where I'm coming from, because I don't even understand what it's not even correspondence of what I'm saying.
I think you're talking about a purge, not necessarily like we're saying we're purging you, but we're basically trying to assess who's serious, or basically where their mindset is, or basically what has kept them away, and basically, just enlightening them about some of the great things that we're up to.
Not necessarily even that. I just wanted the census is to see who's responding, where they are. They might not even have the same information. So I'm saying this is an update to our system. I don't know if that's been done, but I'm saying like taking the poll and just to ask other information to our membership, to our members that respond. I don't know where you're taking me with that, but I'm just the census is just to see, get updated information, get comments, suggestions, and concerns, and then take that analysis and go from there in our development of our events for the upcoming year. That's where I'm coming from. Wait, I don't even know where you're coming from.
That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't match what I'm saying.
As far as me, I just feel like that's not a business department's function. That's like a membership department and events department, which are
that's not events and membership. But wait, hold on, brother. I said that's a census. Like, we're getting these people information. We're doing an update in the system.
Listen. We don't have to.
You know what I'm saying?
Don't harp on responsibility. Let's just make note of what we think needs to be done, and we'll assign responsibility.
But the thing, what I was asking the business coordinator was, could he create a
right? She specifically asked me to do it.
And then if I could go from there, but I just wanted the poll to be created because I know you do a lot with the jot forms, and we just pass it out to the membership whose information that we have. See the responses that we get. President John and I can go from there and how to assess the events going forward. That's what I'm saying.
If you give me the questions, I can definitely put on the forum. You know what I'm saying? And that you can disseminate out. But I don't necessarily have the questions to put on that forum to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely will do that for you if you already have the questions you're thinking about that you want to get answered.
Okie dokie. Thank you.
All right.
I feel like, but I'm saying I would feel like that information alone passed out to the members will get answers that we're looking for, because if we do have 4-something odd members, then where are they? Because we don't see them, they're not on the call, we ain't packed out on these Zooms. So I mean, it's just gonna give us, information. Then it's gonna let us know what numbers, what our real numbers are. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like we just going off of dated information, and it should be updated at this time. So I know that it was something that was worked on before with President Rice. I don't know how far the gentleman got with that, but I think that'll be essential, as far as dealing with what we have. But going forward, the rest is to be discussed on Thursdays. I don't want to go back down that rabbit hole, but yeah, this is going on from there. I just want to get information on the people that we already have so we can see going forward. So that's that.
Yes, Lady President, that would be me, you, President Ross, and Sister Diane. One of the big things that I've discussed is capabilities. That is what I see as the detriment. We don't have enough people that are capable of leadership and capable of organizing and raising funds and correcting our database. So we have to have more capable individuals. And in regards to the list, my sentiment was desire. So when I hear the updating the list, that still comes into my mind. Who still has a desire to be a part of the UNIA-ACL. There at one time, everyone on that list had a desire, but obviously some things have changed. So let's find out who still has a desire, move forward with those individuals. If we want to investigate why people don't have a desire and try to, accommodate those individuals, that's something we can consider as well. But again, I'm about the adults. I'm about those that know what time it is, know what needs to be done. And even if they don't have the skills and capabilities, they're looking for those things. And, the best thing that I feel like we can do is let people know that we're here. And, those that are desirous, will meet up with those people.
I do have a caution with that. As she said earlier, everything is sales. And I think that approaching people to figure out why they don't have the desire, or do they still have the desire, is one way to go about it. But I do think it would be a more powerful, in my opinion, to get a greater effect towards self-reliance, to ask the question of why were you originally attracted to the UNIA? Why did you originally join? And what was the most thing that attracted you? And then we can be able to speak to those things and create those things, and doing that, and going forward with creating things for them.
Yeah. I'm with you, and that was one of the first meetings that we had coming out of Garvey Day was why we joined the UNIA, and we went around and kind of it was more so for the new members to see why our veteran members were here, but it was also a re-engagement tool and a reminder tool for those that may have been on the fence or on the outside. What did you put down on that paper? And that's, again, Brother Macias, this is not to you. This is just a frustration with my people. I've been here for a little while now. When I came here, I'm not good with recruiting. I wasn't recruited. I specifically was looking for the UNIA-ACL. I found the UNIA-ACL, and I signed up and registered to be a part of the UNIA-ACL. No one, there was no events, there was no promotion. I knew what I needed to do, and I knew where I needed to be. President Ross gave me that application. I filled it out, and in that application, I put why I wanted to be here. And I have not completed why I wanted to be here. Why I wanted to be here is about the unification of our people. So if that has not been completed, then why would I walk away? So again, it's about desire, but it's also about men and women. About being adults. We all made a commitment when we signed those papers. Well, we didn't sign the paper, but you filled out the paper. In Africa, before we got here to America, we had a thing called "My Word Is My Bond." So when you said before, you didn't have to write your name and sign a piece of paper and somebody video document and you have a third witness. It was a discussion amongst men and women. And if you said, "Hey, I'm going to do that job," you were doing the job. So again, that's what I'm looking for is those individuals that can say that they're committed to liberation of our people and do it. That's it. That's all.
So
one of the things that hit me the other day, I was just kind of reflecting was when we talk about funds and stuff, we need to have more than one fund because we don't know what's in store. I mean, obviously you plan for the best and you work towards, for positive outcomes and all you strategize and whatever. But I was thinking if something hit the fan, we're not even in a position to help our community. We don't even have the resources to set up a soup kitchen or something like that. I mean, obviously, we're not necessarily just like for charity like that, but in addition to having our funds for big projects, we should have like a fund coming from our members, a fund for emergency stuff like that, to service our community if necessary. And if we don't end up using it, fine, but we should be bigger than just who paid their dues. We should be like big stuff. We have a fund for the community. We have a fund for projects in Africa, local projects. We're like thinking too small and the years just go by. And, and next thing you know, 5 years go by and what have we accomplished?
Okay, two things. And Brother Mason, I know you were going to say something. We do have a charitable fund. Any funds that are received beyond membership dues goes towards charitable funds. So if someone were to contribute $5 today for this meeting, $3 would go towards their membership dues, and the other $2 would go towards our charitable fund. We've had a charitable fund since 2021. Second thing is, as President General says, which our people should understand, and we have an obligation to kind of give this message. You can't expect a withdrawal unless you make a deposit. So if things were to hit the fan, obviously we would expect hundreds or tens of thousands of our people to look to us to provide resources. But at that time, we would have to give the same message that President General has given time and time again. You can't expect a withdrawal if you have not made a deposit. The funds for the organization, according to the Constitution, are directed first towards active members, those that make the dues payments to keep the organization going. So those were the couple things. Last thing, in regards to raising funds and thinking big, we did do a fundraiser last year where we were doing a fundraiser for youth programs. I don't know if that's big enough or not, but we did not receive very much support for our endeavors to establish youth programs here in Atlanta.
But we're also talking about, the current membership. We need to reach out to the dormant ones and let them know what programs, we're doing and stuff like that.
Again, I'm with you, and I like that word that you said, programs. Everyone that's been here knows that's been a word that I've been pushing out for quite some time. But again, what programs do we have today outside of our mass meeting and outside of our officers training? Or an orientation provided by the parent body. So, that's the give and take. We want our people to come in, but again, as we go out to our people, they're looking for us to provide something to them. That's where it's a give and take of events and programs, in addition to membership. Because while we're going out for membership, people are asking us, when is our next event? So those are just my thoughts. We've tried to go at both angles, events, membership, programs. But at this point, we are not doing the best from a financial standpoint, not being the most financially responsible. And President Ross, are you still there?
Yes, I'm John.
If you could, can you, and we do need to get off here. So I need to get off here soon. I'm gonna let y'all go. But if you could, can you check the division bank account while we are on the call?
Okay. I'm not able to log into that. Last time I checked, but let me go ahead and check. Let me see if I can log in. Last time I checked, I wasn't able to log into it online.
Okay. I'm gonna pull up some stuff on my side, but yeah, I just wanted you to ask you for that while the discussion continued.
All right, I'll check.
I wanted to speak to what Diane said about having more than one fund. For me, as government, you have to have more than one fund. A proper sovereign wealth fund is set up like a waterfall where the funds with the African Redemption Fund could possibly be the waterfall that it comes into. But then you have separate funds that each have a managing director that gauges future investment in that specific industry. So you would have one fund for farming and agriculture, one fund for education, one fund for entertainment purposes, and each one of those funds would waterfall their investments into the different LLCs or the businesses or the people. If you have one that's specific that we already have, the charitable. But so you definitely should have a separate fund for each different initiative that the members' investments will be coming into, and that helps them be able to specifically see where those funds are going. That's why I love that we have committee chairs here. I mean, and Ross Barber kind of broke this division down with committees already, because we kind of already infrastructure set up, to where we could disseminate and turn these committees into funds, and then get them the capital that they need to be able to operate and the budget. We just have to really operate as if we are structured, and those funds invest in the partnerships that normally create the programs. Governments don't look to do everything themselves. They look to provide their constituents with opportunities to provide services to the people, to each other, really. I think that if we take that mindset where we have a way to invest in our people and through these funds that we have set up that should go way beyond more than the ones I even mentioned, throughout every industry, then we give our people the tools that they need to be successful and to participate, and we take some of the pressure off of ourselves to create an event by being able to invest in organizations that are already doing farming and actually bring them under the umbrella of UNIA, because I promise you, if you got a check, you can get anybody to come through. But that speaks to the goal. For me, the goal is for our people to thrive and be self-reliant. You know, I don't think everybody. I don't expect people. I try to give them the honey that they want, so they can want what we have to give. And I feel like we take that approach, then the success in the end is what I care about the most. I think that we'll get there.
Brother Mace, what happens when they addicted to honey or they don't have the digestive system to stomach anything other than honey?
The onus is always on me to do everything. I'm always think I'm dealing with sheeple based off of how Marcus Garvey described people, and from my observance of people, we have to be masters at creating processes for every type of person, every type. So therefore, I never have judgment on anybody on how they are, because I know that for me, I believe that I could be every person, and they only remind me why I choose to be who I am. So I don't think about a person who is in any mindset as if they shouldn't be there. I really feel like it's my job as a leader to provide a process to get them to where they need to be. But I feel like I cannot I cannot start off from where I want. I feel like I have to give them the empathy to meet them where they at and say, I understand why you are there. Not only because I know I could be, but I know my ancestor Marcus Garvey has told me many reasons why you're there through my studies. And I can just really start with that, you know what I'm saying? But then my own study of my own self, and knowing that, you know, I too can be anybody that I just chose. I'm fortunate to have people who in my life that gave me more information, but I never want to approach it from why are you there? You should be there. And me, I just want to focus on how I can get you out of that. And I feel like that's just an approach. That's what a government should.
Okay, one thing that you said, I'm listening for certain things. You said, did you say you have a program or you can develop a program?
For me, I feel like it's our job as a government to have programs, I was saying, and processes. For me, I've been developing programs to defeat the PSYOP, and for me, I realized that it's so layered, and it's not just going to be one program, but I can sum all the programs that exist into like economic development program, and like I said, that economic development program is mentality and motion, not just motion or transactions or how to transact or invest. Mentality goes into it. I feel like that program of mentality start with identity is the first step. But I feel like the program I don't have all the program. It's definitely my study to figure out how I can speak to the worst and the lowest of mindset and the most Stockholm person that's black, because I don't want to know not one black person behind, and that's just me. But I feel like it's on me.
Okay, so you going at you gonna develop a program that won't miss anyone.
Black.
You said earlier that what's the first aim?
Universal confraternity.
And what you said earlier, that no one will be left behind. No one.
Yes.
So if that's what Garvey asked us to do, then why wouldn't we try?
I understand that is what we're doing. I'm just questioning your strategy. The way I understood it, Garvey wanted us to develop. Yeah, I mean, as I've explained it, we already have a population of those that desire it. And this is funny because I actually talked about this in Bible study several years back. If you've got a population of let's say you got 10 people, 8 people don't care to know what you're presenting, 2 people do. How do you approach that group? Do you approach all of them with the same approach, or do you have 2 different approaches?
I figure out what everybody cares about talking about. I build relationships with everybody where they can trust me, where they know I care about them, and then I present what I want them, what I believe that could help them or help them grow.
Interesting. Okay, I'm not gonna say nothing else. one other thing that Garvey says in the text, the proof of the pudding is in the taste of it. So I hear what you're saying. I want to see that pudding so that I can, give my opinions on it. However, my approach would be to get the 2 that are ready first, and develop them, and hopefully they can help me develop the other 8. So now it's no longer just one person coming at 8, but you got a group of 3 coming at 8, and hopefully duplicate that process over time, slowly over time. But again, that's where my frustration is. I just feel like we should have more individuals that are capable of, this process that Brother Omasis is talking about of resurrecting man. But again, when I hear it, I'm hearing the course of African philosophy. But that's all. We already have that.
So the 3 people coming at them versus you coming at you by yourself. For me, if it's still the same message that wasn't palpable before, it wouldn't matter 3 saying you're the one. For me, it still goes back to the message, not the messengers. So if you build a message around who the messengers are, a message can outlast generations. Whoever the messengers are can get the message.
Brother
like
Mason,
the message of self-reliance is one that one has to grasp and take on.
Brother Mason.
But it doesn't matter who says it. If it's a palpable message, it's a palpable message. You know what I'm saying?
So that's why we're all attracted to the UNIA.
A membership resurrection.
That's us. And again,
project.
this is a small group.